Th Sosa holds, 1.1, is further supported by the following passage, since a direct response supplemented by such understanding would in general have a better chance of being right, reactive knowledge is better justi-ed than corresponding animal knowledge, Sosa 1985, 242. Th Sosa holds, 1.2, is further supported by a later passage in the paper Reactive Knowledge in the Best Circles, 1997. Th is not to deny that there is a kind of animal knowledge untouched by broad coherence. It is rather only to arm that beyond animal knowledge there is a better knowledge. Th's reactive knowledge does require broad coherence, including one's ability to place one's RST level knowledge in epistemic perspective, Sosa 1997, 422. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sun's knowledge of the Deo 121. Sosa, 1985, thinks it is difficult to bypass justi cation, Sosa 1985, 244. However, in the paper Reliabilism and Intellectual Virtue, 1991, he does bypass justi cation at the level of animal knowledge via a distinction between justi cation and aptness. A. The justi cation of a belief B requires that B have a basis in its inference or coherence relations to other beliefs in the believer's mind as in the justi cation of a belief derived from deeper principles, and thus justi-ed, or the justi cation of a belief adopted through cognizance of its according with the subject's principles, including principles as to what beliefs are permissible in the circumstances as viewed by that subject. B. The aptness of a belief B relative to an environment E requires that B derive from what relative to E is an intellectual virtue, i.e., a way of arriving at belief that yields an appropriate preponderance of truth over error, in the eld of propositions in question, in the sort of context involved. Sosa 1991, 144. Accordingly, an apt belief only requires the derivation of it from an intellectual virtue, of the subject, while a justi-ed belief also requires the justi cation of it via the secondary coherence relations to other beliefs in the subject's mind or epistemic perspectives. Sosa, 1991, puts this neatly as follows. Virtue perspectivism distinguishes between aptness and justi cation of belief, where a belief is apt if it derives from a faculty or virtue, but is justi-ed only if it ts coherently within the epistemic perspective of the believer, perhaps by being connected to adequate reasons in the mind of the believer in such a way that the believer follows adequate or even impeccable intellectual procedure. Sosa 1991, 145. Sosa, 1991, then characterizes animal knowledge and reactive knowledge as follows. Virtue perspectivism distinguishes between animal and reactive knowledge. For animal knowledge one needs only belief that is apt and derives from an intellectual virtue or faculty. By contrast, reactive knowledge always requires belief that not only is apt but also has a kind of justi cation, since it must be belief that ts coherently within the epistemic perspective of the believer. Ibid. In other words, for Sosa, 1991, animal knowledge consists of apt beliefs, while reactive knowledge consists of apt beliefs with justi cations bringing forth coherent relations holding among other beliefs within the epistemic perspective of the subject. Later, Sosa lifts the justi cation requirement from reactive knowledge as well. In A Virtue Epistemology, 2007, and Reactive Knowledge, 2009b, he denies animal knowledge and reactive knowledge such that justi cation has no status whatsoever in either of them. To achieve this, Sosa, 2007, 2009b, RST denies aptness and animal knowledge as follows. 122. A performance is apt if, and only if, it is correct attributably to a competence exercised by the performer, in conditions appropriate for its exercise. Sosa 2007, 92. Beliefs are a special case of performances, epistemic performances. When a belief is correct attributably to a competence exercised in its appropriate conditions, it counts as apt and as knowledge of a sort, animal knowledge. Sosa 2007, 93. Animal knowledge is essentially apt belief. 2007, 24. Sosa, 2007, 2009b, then D-ness reactive knowledge as follows. Indeed, despite leaving the word knows undenied, one might proceed in 3 stages as follows. A. ARM that knowledge entails belief. B. Understand animal knowledge as requiring apt belief without requiring defensibly apt belief, i.e., apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt, and whose aptness the subject can therefore defend against relevant skeptical doubts, and C. Understand reactive knowledge as requiring not only apt belief but also defensibly apt belief. Sosa 2007, 24. Sosa's mature theory of animal knowledge and reactive knowledge consists in the views that, RST, an apt belief, or one that is correct attributably to a competence, as an intellectual virtue, exercised in its appropriate conditions, is an instance of animal knowledge. Second, an apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt, or a defensibly apt belief, is an instance of reactive knowledge. His second point needs to be further explained here. Sosa amended the paper Reactive Knowledge in the Best Circles, 1997, with some alterations to form Chapter 9 of Sosa, 2009b. The passage in the section Virtue and Coherence, 1997, 422, quoted before was retained, with a few insignificant changes, as follows. Is not to deny that there is a kind of animal knowledge that owes little to such broad coherence. It is rather only to ARM that beyond animal knowledge there is a better knowledge. Reactive knowledge does require a good measure of broad coherence, including one's ability to place one's RST level knowledge in epistemic perspective. Sosa 2009b, 193. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sun's knowledge of the Deo 123. Shows that, for Sosa, 2007, 2009b, when the subject aptly believes a certain apt belief to be apt, and thus produces a defensibly apt belief, the apt belief coheres among other beliefs within the epistemic perspective of the subject, fulfilling a certain internalist coherence requirement for knowledge. At this juncture, 3 remarks are in order. First, reactive knowledge, as apt beliefs aptly believed to be apt, is animal knowledge, but not vice versa. Second, if Sosa's distinction between mere animal knowledge and reactive knowledge is tenable, then this provides a middle ground between reliabilism, as a kind of externalism, on one side, and internalism on the other. Is because apt beliefs, as beliefs correctly attributed to a competence or an intellectual virtue, are reliably produced. Mere animal knowledge, consisting of apt beliefs, is reliabilist and thus externalist. Moreover, reactive knowledge, consisting of defensibly apt beliefs, fulfills the internalist requirement that a defensibly apt belief coheres with other beliefs within the epistemic perspective of the subject. Reactive knowledge is then internalist. THIRD, if Sosa's view that mere animal knowledge is externalist, while reactive knowledge is internalist, is correct, then it can contribute to the resolutions of the new evil demon problem and the meta-incoherence problem. 3. Before proceeding to the discussion of Sun's views, I would like to point out that Sosa holds that the distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge, however, faces the problem of forbearing or withholding, Sosa 2009a, 2011. He introduces the notions of narrow and broad aptness, and attempts to solve the problem of forbearing by granting that the forbearing is merely narrowly apt. In this regard, he also introduces the notions of meta-aptness and full aptness, and then that of knowing full well. A performance is fully apt if it is in virtue of being meta-apt that it is apt. An instance of knowing full well is a special case of fully apt performance. Accordingly, an instance of reactive knowledge is not an instance of knowing full well if the relevant apt belief is not apt in virtue of the aptness of the meta-belief that it is apt, even if that meta-belief is indeed apt. The theory of knowing full well is therefore a further development of the distinction between animal knowledge and reactive knowledge. However, Since the notion of knowing full well is not my main concern, I will not go into detail here. 2. Sun's yoni cation of nature and heaven via the Dao. I am now going to argue that Sun's, as the author of the Sun's, holds that there are two different types of knowledge, namely, knowledge of instances of change, hereafter knowledge of changes, and knowledge of the Dao. I shall argue that, for Sun's, knowledge of changes may be externalist or internalist, while knowledge of the Dao must be internalist. I believe Sun's has given one of the best definitions of Dao in Preaching Philosophy in Book 21, Dispelling Blindness, Jabi, of the Sun's, my translation for The Dao is in itself constant and governs all changes, or all instances of change. 124. I have argued that, for the Sun's, there are at least two different classifications of changes, Chung 2001. According to the RST classification, there are these two different types of change. 2.1, The change of heaven and earth or, hereafter, the change of the nature. 2.2, The change of human heirs. Instances such as the fall of stars and the groaning of trees mentioned in Book 17, Discourse on Heaven, Tianlun, belong to the change of heaven, and earth, or the nature. The following passage from Book 8, The Teachings of the Ru, Ruxiao, which is on the Duke of Zhou, clearly shows that Sun's accepts that there are instances of the change of human heirs. Since for the sake of the peace of the empire, the Duke had carried on the tasks of Wen and Wu, he made clear the principle about the proper relationship between the branch and main lines of a family. THSA are also changes and transformations. 5. Up left arrow DZ. According to the second classification, there are the following two different types of change. 2.3, Begetting, Sheng. 2.4, Transformation, Hua. I shall explain that, according to Sun's, transformation can be further classified into the following three different types. Before doing that, however, I shall explain what is meant by begetting RST. Consider the following passage from Book 19, Discourse on Ritual Principles, Li Lun. When heaven and earth conjoin, the myriad things are begot. When the yin and yang principles combine, transformations and transmutations are produced. When inborn nature and conscious activity are joined, the world is made orderly. Na Block 1999, 67, Emphasis Mind DZ. Because the begetting of a thing, or a thing's being begot, is clearly an instance of change, begetting, 2.3, is a type of change. The second type of change, according to the second classification, is transformation, 2.4. Commentators seem to have overlooked the fact that the Sun's has a very clear definition of the notion of transformation in Book 22, on the correct use of names, Zhengming downward arrow. Where the appearance undergoes metamorphosis, but there is no distinction in the reality, yet they are deemed different, it is called transformation. Na Block 1999, 131 Church DZ. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sun's knowledge of the Dao 125. Transformation does not involve the change of reality or, rather, substance, but it is still a type of change. Although the Sun's does not specify what it means by distinction in reality, it is reasonable to say that begetting makes a distinction in reality. And transformation and begetting are two different types of change. Transformation can be further divided into three different types. 2.4a, transformation of yin and yang, yin-yang ji hua, 2.4b, well order, ji, 2.4c, anarchy, luin. THERST type of transformation is the transformation of yin and yang, 2.4a. At Sun's holds that there are instances of the transformation of yin and yang is proven by the passage in Book 19, Discourse on Ritual Principles, already quoted above, where it says, when the yin and yang principles combine, transformations and transmutations are produced. Book 17, Discourse on heaven also takes the fall of stars and the groaning of trees to be unusual events due to the transformation of yin and yang. Clearly, for Sun Tzu, these events only involve the change of motion or combination, and not begetting, and thus are instances of transformation. Other two diurent types of transformation are well order, 2.4b, and chaos, 2.4c. It should be noted that the above quotation from Book 19, Discourse on Ritual Principles deliberately writes, when inborn nature and conscious activity are joined, the world is made orderly alongside the two sentences about begetting and the transformation of yin and yang, respectively. Is to a certain extent shows that well order is regarded as a type of transformation. Moreover, according to Book 12, On the Way of a Lord, the impossibility of appropriate response to changes of human airs 6 is sufficient to cause anarchy. Lewin. Na Block 1999, 126 DZ. The purpose of responding to changes of human airs is to avoid anarchy. And well order and anarchy are always put into contrast. Is proven by, among other things, the following passage from Book 14, on attracting scholars. When the gentleman is obtained, there is order, when the gentleman is lost, there is anarchy. Lewin. Na Block 1990, 207, emphasis mine. Shows that non-anarchy simply means well order. Moreover, it is important to note from the passage in Book 3, nothing indecorous. Well-ordered order refers to ritual and moral principles, and that chaotic anarchy refers to what is contrary to them. Na Block 1999, 176 to 177. Another supporting passage is from Book 19, Discourse on Ritual Principles. 126. Rough writes, heaven and earth are conjoined, the sun and moon shine brightly. Myriad things change but not chaotic. Lewin, 7. But if one is divided in his loyalty to them, he will be brought to ruin. Surely it is true that the rites are indeed perfection. Na Block 1999, 60 DZ. Us, well order as a function of ritual principles is neither constant nor unchanged, but, rather, change but not anarchic. Well order, that is, change but not anarchic, or, 2.4b, is then a type of change. Because Lewin is simply change and anarchic, anarchy, or, 2.4b, is a type of change. Let us make a conclusion at this stage that, for the Sun Tzu, there is the classification of change into the change of the nature and the change of human airs. Is also the classification of change into begetting and transformation, where transformation can be further divided into at least the transformation of yin and yang, well order, and anarchy. We can now turn back to Sun Tzu's definition of the Dao. Dao is in itself constant and governs all changes. We may take the relevant statement of the constant, or the regularity, intrinsic to the Dao to be the principle or the law induced by the Dao. Because the Dao governs all instances of change, it induces the most general principle or law. In this way, the Dao is shown to be something gnomic or nomological. With respect to a certain eld of instances of change, we have the following definition of a specie Dao. 2.5. A Dao is that which is in itself constant and governs all changes in a certain eld. We may take the relevant statement of the constant, or the regularity, intrinsic to a specie Dao to be the principle or the law induced by the specie Dao. If we employ the RST classification of instances of change, then we have the following definitions. 2.6. Dao of the nature is that which is in itself constant and governs all instances of change of the nature. 2.7. Dao of human airs is that which is in itself constant and governs all instances of change of human airs. Dao of the nature induces the general law of the nature. General law of the nature is the general law of nature constituted by the laws of nature understood in the sense of modern science. Shows that Sun Tzu holds the unication of natural sciences, and that there is the general law of nature or the most general scientific law. Because Sunzi holds that there is the Dao of human heirs, he would also hold that there is the general law of human heirs, which governs all the instances of change of human heirs, induced by the Dao of human heirs. According to Sunzi, the most general principle induced by the Dao is Li, or ritual. Is shown by the following claim in Book 17, Discourse on Heaven, that Li is the marker of the Dao. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sunzi's knowledge of the Dao 127. When men cross the water at fords, they mark the deep places, but if their markers are unclear, those who come after will drown. Those who govern the people mark out the way, but if the markers are not clear, then the people will fall into disorder. Luan. Ritual principles are such markers. Na Block 1999, 21 less than or equal to. Particular example in this passage is the Li, or the general law, of human heirs. Actually, Sunzi also talks about the Li, or the general law, of the nature. For example, he writes in Book 19, Discourse on Ritual Principles. Rough writes, Heaven and earth are conjoined, the sun and moon shine brightly, the four seasons observe their natural precedence, the stars and planets move in ranks, the rivers and streams out, and the myriad things prosper. Rough them, love and hate are tempered, and joy and anger made to the occasion. Are used to make inferiors obedient and to make superiors enlightened. Myriad things change but not chaotic. Luan, but if one is divided in his loyalty to them, he will be brought to ruin. Surely it is true that the rights are indeed perfection. Na Block 1999, 60 Church DZ. Clearly, Sunzi holds that there is Li, as the general law, of the nature. Since Sunzi takes the Dao to be that which is constant and governs all changes, including changes of the nature and that of human heirs, he would hold that the Li, or general law, of the nature and the Li of human heirs are uni-ed via the Li of the Dao, the most general Li. It is important to note that, according to such a view, even though the Li of the nature is descriptive while the Li of human heirs is normative, they are uni-ed via the same general Li. It is therefore proven that the Dao in the Sunzi is gnomic, and that Sunzi holds, what I call, Sunzi's uni-cation thesis, that the Dao of the nature and the Dao of human heirs are uni-ed via the Dao. Suppose we call the totality of empirical and scientific facts and normative human heirs reality. Uni-cation thesis can also be formulated as follows. 2.8, great, Dao is the generalization of the Dao of reality. 3. Sunzi's gnomic transcendentalism, knowledge of change and knowledge of the Dao. Sunzi's uni-cation thesis holds that the Dao induces the most general law, or Li, of reality, governing all instances of change, including that of the nature and that of human beings. In particular, the descriptive Dao of the nature and the normative Dao of human heirs are uni-ed via the great Dao. 128. Moreover, according to Book 31 Dukai, the great sage, hereafter the sage, is the one who knows the great Dao, that is, the Dao. Those who are called great sages are persons who have an awareness, knowledge, that extends to the great way Dao, who are limitlessly responsive to every change. Na Block 1999, 975. His passage also says, among other things, that the sage knows the Dao in order to be responsive to all kinds of changes. Given gnomic transcendentalism, reasonably, he would hold that the sage responds to changes by means of nomological arguments, including deductive, inductive, and deontic arguments, based on the general Li, as the marker of the Dao. 1. An instance of change, or a cluster of instances of change, obtains. 2. A description of the Li of the Dao. Necessarily, probably, or deontically. 3. Another instance of change, or another cluster of instances of change, obtains. In order for the sage to be able to respond to instances of change, she must be able to acquire both knowledge of the obtaining and non-obtaining of instances of change, hereafter knowledge of changes, and knowledge of the Dao, or the Li. The former involves knowledge of one, while the latter two. Sunzi explains how one can acquire knowledge of changes in the following passages in Book 1, an exhortation to learning. The gentleman says, learning must never be concluded. In broadening his learning, the gentleman each day examines himself so that his awareness will be discerning and his actions without excess. Na Block 1988, 135 Bangladesh Ataka DZ. Truly, if you do not climb a high mountain, you will be unaware of the height of the sky. If you do not look down into a deep gorge, you will be unaware of the thickness of the earth. If you have not heard the words inherited from the ancient kings, you will be unaware of the greatness of learning and inquiry. Na Block 1988, 135. I once spent a whole day in thought, but it was not so valuable as a moment in study. I once stood on my tiptoes to look out into the distance, but it was not so effective as climbing up to a high place for a broader vista. Na Block 1988, 135 Kai. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sunzi's knowledge of the Dao 129. What kind of learning is this? What is the nature of the knowledge one would obtain? Clearly, according to the above passages, Sunzi's views are that the learning involved is empirical, and that knowledge thus acquired is knowledge of changes. Moreover, according to Sosa's virtue epistemology, this holds. 3.1 Knowledge of changes is animal knowledge, reactive knowledge, or knowing full well. What then is the nature of knowledge of the Dao? Sunzi's answer is to be found in the following passage in Book 21, Dispelling Blindness. What do men use to know the way Dao? I say that it is the mind. How does the mind know? I say by its emptiness, unity, and stillness, suyi jeng. Not allowing what has previously been stored to interfere with what is being received in the mind is called emptiness, su. Not allowing the one thing to interfere with the other is called unity, yi. Not allowing dreams and fantasies to bring disorder to awareness is called stillness, jeng. A person who knows the way, ji Dao, and discerns it and puts it into practice embodies the way Dao. Emptiness, unity, and stillness are called the great pure understanding, De Qingming. Na Block 1999, 683, 685 left right arrow DZ. The gentleman can know the Dao by making the heart-mind endowed with emptiness, unity, and stillness, so as to attain the great pure understanding. When one attains the great pure understanding, one acquires knowledge of the Dao. To possess emptiness, unity, and stillness, one should not allow the previously stored to interfere with what is being received in the mind, the one thing to interfere with the other, and dreams and fantasies to bring disorder to awareness, respectively. Therefore, the great pure understanding is independent of anything external to the heart-mind. It follows that, for Sunzi, the following hold. 3.2 Knowledge of the Dao is purely internalist. 3.3 Knowledge of the Dao is based on introspective reaction entirely. In particular, because of 3.2 and 3.3, the Sunzi adopts knowledge internalism, hereafter, K internalism, with respect to knowledge of the Dao. Here, I would like to further explain 3.2 and 3.3 in order to locate the philosophical thesis supporting them. Remember that the Dao, as the most general law, or principle, of reality, the nature and human airs, governing all instances of change, is representing the most general content of all instances of change. It is important to note that the most general content of all instances of change is formal logical, formal descriptive empirical scientific, and normatic. Sunzi's K internalism holds. 130. That in order to know the most general formal content of all changes, the heart-mind, as the internal cognitive agent, must detach herself from any specific instances of change, and thence, 3.2, and 3.3. The crucial question for Sunzi here is obviously this: how can the heart-mind know the Dao merely by pure internal introspection? The possibility of knowledge of the Dao in this sense can only be guaranteed by a certain metaphysical position. More precisely, to support his internalism with respect to knowledge of the Dao, Sun Tzu must hold the following. 3.4 Knowledge of the Dao is possible only if the heart, mind and reality, including the nature and human airs, share the Dao. Let me call the thesis that the heart, mind and reality share the Dao Sun Tzu's gnomic transcendentalism, or simply gnomic transcendentalism. In other words, gnomic transcendentalism holds that the Dao of the heart, mind and the Dao of reality are the same formal logical, formal descriptive empirical scientific, and normative, Dao, that is, the same great Dao governing all instances of change. Thus, one can know the Dao by merely internally introspecting the Dao of the heart-mind, because the Dao of the heart-mind and the Dao of reality share the same great Dao, that is, gnomic transcendentalism holds. Therefore, Sun Tzu holds this. 3.5 Gnomic transcendentalism grounds knowledge of the Dao. Ths can be formulated by means of an argument. 8. 1 The Dao is the generalization of the Dao of reality, that is, the unicatyon thesis holds. 2 The Dao of the heart, mind and the Dao of reality, the nature and human airs, share the same general Dao, that is, gnomic transcendentalism holds. Therefore, 3 If the heart-mind knows the Dao of reality by merely internally introspecting its own formal contents, its own Dao, then she knows the great Dao which unies the Dao of the heart-mind and the Dao of reality. 4 The result of a comparison, a new generalized definition of reactive knowledge. According to Sosa's mature theory, an apt belief, a belief that is correct attributably to a competence, as an intellectual virtue, exercised in its appropriate conditions, is an instance of animal knowledge, while an apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt, or a defensibly apt belief, is an instance of reactive knowledge. Here, I would like to draw attention to the several points I made at the end of section 1 above, and I shall reformulate them as follows. Sosa's reactive knowledge, Sun Tzu's knowledge of the Dao 131. 4.1 When the subject aptly believes a certain apt belief to be apt, the apt belief coheres among other beliefs within the epistemic perspective of the subject, and therefore reactive knowledge fulfills a certain internalist coherence requirement for knowledge. 4.2 Reactive knowledge is animal knowledge, but not vice versa. 4.3 Sosa's distinction provides a middle ground between reliabilism, mere animal knowledge, and internalism, reactive knowledge. Consider now the notions of knowledge of changes and knowledge of the Dao found in the Sun Tzu. Clearly, knowledge of changes, as knowledge of the obtaining and non-obtaining of instances of change, is animal knowledge, reactive knowledge, or knowing full well. How about knowledge of the Dao? Surely, it is not animal knowledge, because it is purely internalist. It is also not reactive knowledge, nor knowing full well, understood by Sosa. Is because it is not animal knowledge and thus violates. 4.2. However, as I shall argue below, there is good reason to generalize Sosa's definition of reactive knowledge to include knowledge of the Dao as reactive knowledge. An essential factor for a belief to be an instance of reactive knowledge is of course the faculty of reaction of the subject. In Sosa's definition of reactive knowledge, which takes an instance of reactive knowledge to be an apt belief that the subject aptly believes to be apt, the faculty of reaction involved is characterized by the object of reaction and the aptness of reaction. Now the aptness of the subject's believing an apt belief, the RST order belief, to be APT should be essential, as that should be what makes the instance of knowledge to be reactive. However, must the object of the second order belief, which is the RST order belief, be apt, in order for the second order belief to be able to be APT? I don't think so, at least for cases concerning formal knowledge. Therefore, I suggest relaxing the requirement that the RST order belief be apt, in order to generalize the notion of reactive knowledge. The generalization brings forth the following generalized definition of reactive knowledge. 4.4 An instance of reactive knowledge is a true belief that the subject aptly believes to be true, if the content of the subject's belief is formal, or apt, if otherwise, and vice versa. Of course, according to this new definition, reactive knowledge, understood in the sense of Sosa's definition, is still reactive knowledge dened by 4.4. But the new definition allows some other kinds of knowledge, including Sun's knowledge of the Dao, to be reactive knowledge. Let me explain why Sun's knowledge of the Dao is reactive knowledge under the new definition. First, emptiness, unity, and stillness should be considered as intellectual virtues of the heart-mind or the cognitive subject. THEY are also qualities of the faculty of reaction. So, when the heart-mind exercises the intellectual virtues of emptiness, unity, and stillness to attain the great pure understanding, she forms the belief that a certain belief of law, regularity, the RST order belief with formal logical, formal descriptive, and normatic content is true. A belief with formal content is 132. Hereafter are called a formal belief. In other words, in that case, the heart-mind aptly believes that a certain formal belief is true. The apt belief that the true RST order formal belief is true is an instance of reactive knowledge. If Sun's gnomic transcendentalism holds, then when the heart-mind attains the great pure understanding, it grasps the most general coherence, or regularity, intrinsic to the Dao of the heart-mind, and shared by the Dao of reality, the nature and human airs. In this way, the heart-mind forms a true formal belief concerning the Dao, and thus acquires an instance of knowledge of the Dao, which is also an instance of reactive knowledge under the new generalized definition. The above also shows that if gnomic transcendentalism holds, then when the heart-mind, or the cognitive subject, aptly that is, so to speak, great pure understandingly believes a certain true formal belief to be true, the apt belief coheres among other beliefs within the epistemic perspective of the heart-mind, and thence a certain internalist coherence requirement for knowledge is fulfilled. The new generalized definition of reactive knowledge therefore retains the merit of Sosa's definition that it provides a middle ground between reliabilism, mere animal knowledge, and internalism, reactive knowledge, as stated in 4.3. If gnomic transcendentalism holds, then there are instances of knowledge of the Dao, which are also that of reactive knowledge by the new definition. It should be noted that in order for the generalized notion of reactive knowledge to be intelligible, it does not require gnomic transcendentalism to be true, but only metaphysically possible. For in a metaphysically possible world in which the Dao of the heart-mind and the Dao of reality share the Dao, reactive knowledge is possible and thus the relevant notion is intelligible. Now it seems clear that gnomic transcendentalism is at least metaphysically possible. But, of course, we are not sure if the metaphysical possibility actualizes, and I believe that it does not, and yet that there is such a metaphysical possibility is already a sufficiently strong reason for the generalization of Sosa's definition of reactive knowledge to the new definition I put forward here. 9. Epistemic virtues, the Gettier problem, and the rectification of names 1. Yingjinsu. 1. Introduction. The most salient difference between Ernest Sosa's treatment of beliefs and traditional treatment of beliefs in contemporary epistemology, among others, is that Sosa's treatment is based on an analogy between performance in the most general sense, and beliefs, which are viewed as a speci type of performances. Hence, according to Sosa, just like one can meaningfully evaluate a performance like archery in terms of accuracy, adroitness, and aptness, or the AAA model in short, one can also evaluate a performance like someone's holding a belief in terms of accuracy, adroitness, and aptness. And in the epistemological context, the accuracy of a belief, according to Sosa, means its truth, the adroitness of producing a belief means its manifesting epistemic virtue or competence, whereas the aptness of a belief means that it is true because its holder is competent in producing it. Sosa 2007, 23. It is noteworthy that, in Confucian philosophy, the analogy between performance involving, say, 6 arts, namely, rites, music, archery, charioteering, calligraphy, and mathematics, And cognition also plays a salient role, although by cognition Confucian scholars basically mean the mental processes required by the treatment of moral/political issues, e.g. how to pick up the most quali et osser from the candidate pool, or how to nd the most suitable solution to a given moral dilemma in a certain context. Thus, given that descriptions like accuracy, adroitness, and aptness are fairly attributable to 6 art-related performances, there will be no reason for a Confucian philosopher not to use this AAA model to evaluate the functioning of a belief-producing system as well as its products. Hence, prima facie, the building of a joint epistemological position both assimilating Sosa's and Confucian resources may appear effortless, despite the seemingly troublesome issue of how to extend the scope of the typical Confucian narrative from political/moral topics to typical epistemological topics. Nonetheless, readers unfamiliar with the Chinese philosophical resources may still ask why the construction of the putative Sosa, Confucius alliance would be beneficial to Western philosophers, given that it is contemporary Anglophone virtue epistemology. 135. 136. That provides the most expressive metalanguage via which the reconstruction of Confucian resources is possible, not vice versa. However, in my view, during the reconstruction of the relevant Confucian resources, the metalanguage of virtue epistemology can be only employed on a high level, and when moved to a lower level, Confucian scholars may have a different point of view of the criteria on the aptness or adroitness of a belief-holding cognizer. Such difference itself is related to an underlying difference between the typical Anglophone treatment of the interbelief relations and its Confucian counterpart treatment. To be more specific, from the contemporary Anglophone view inherited from the Phrygian/early Wittgensteinian tradition, interbelief relations have to be construed in the light of truth-value tables, the application of which is neutral with respect to the semantic content of the involved propositions. Hence, a beliefs being deduced from another in accordance with the truth function theory can be viewed as evidence for the RST1's justi-edness. By contrast, the Confucian counterpart notion of justi-cation, namely, the recti-cation of names, mainly exploits the semantic relation between the subject term of the belief and its predicate term, and such relation is to be evaluated in the light of the norms embedded in corresponding predicate terms. Th's treatment itself is underpinned by the Confucian point of view of language, according to which the epistemologically primary statuses of beliefs as truth value bearers have to be transferred to Chinese characters as constituting elements of sentences. Since the pictorial nature of characters is significantly related to character cognizers' relevant pictorial experiences, it would be extremely unnatural for these character cognizers to merely use experience-neutral truth tables or other logical devices to judge whether a belief is justifiably based on another. Hence, typical puzzles related to the notorious Gettier problem, Gettier 1963, which is problematic only when the employment of experience-neutral logical devices is taken for granted, would no longer bother Confucian scholars. Moreover, provided that Gettierized counterexamples also pose a threat to Sosa's theory of knowledge attribution, a Confucian treatment of a Gettierized case, when assimilated into the putative Sosa, Confucius alliance, can make Sosa's explanation of the competence in knowledge attribution even more convincing. However, before formally introducing the Confucian philosophy of language, it may still be helpful to provide a high-level sketch of Sosa's theory, especially on his general attitude toward knowledge attribution. Meanwhile, I will suspend a formal treatment of the Gettier cases, since in the context of Sosa's philosophy such a treatment is just a byproduct of his speculations on the nature of knowledge attribution. 2. Sosa's theory reformulated on a high level. Obviously virtue epistemologists need to defend the commonsensical notion of knowledge, i.e. we human beings do know a lot of things concerning the external world, since the key concept addressed by virtue epistemology, namely adroitness/competence, of doing something related to the environment, cannot make any sense if such knowledge is suspended. Hence, before being engaged with the Gettierized 137 cases, virtue epistemologists need to handle the challenges posed by skeptics, from whose point of view no AAA narrative can be meaningfully organized. Sosa's refutation of brain in the vat type skepticism is that knowledge is commonsensically committed to basis-related safety, rather than basis-related sensitivity, whereas skeptics, in his view, mistakenly formulate the condition for knowing in terms of sensitivity, rather than safety. Sosa 2007, 27-28. Here basis-related sensitivity mainly means that a belief has a basis that it would, likely, have if and only if the belief is true. Sosa 2007, 26, e.g. a warrior can easily have a perceptual basis of the belief that this is a chariot if and only if this really is a chariot. Incidentally, there is a chance that such a warrior may be having a hallucination of the chariot in question, but the likelihood is too small to be seriously considered. In contrast, basis-related sensitivity means that a belief P has a basis such that if P were untrue, it would not be easy for that believer to believe P on the foregoing basis, ibid, as, for instance, if the chariot that the warrior sees is a paper model of chariot, then it would not be easy for him to believe that it is a real one. However, what if, as a skeptic may continue, the appearance of the model of the chariot were amazingly similar to the real one? Under such a condition, to tell the difference between them would be a very intellectually demanding task, and hence, the difficulty of completing this task will cast doubt on a considerably huge part of our perceptually accumulated commonsensical knowledge, especially when a perceptual object is in contrast with its Cartesian demon-inducing counterpart. But a Sosa adherent may simply eschew this objection by saying that to know the existence of a perceptual object does not require the capacity to tell the difference between it and its Cartesian demon-inducing counterpart, since this requirement is already beyond the scope of the basis-related safety, rather than basis-related sensitivity. Or, in other words, given the difficulty of physically realizing the Cartesian demon-inducing scenarios, to embrace these scenarios is of little practical value in ordinary activities of knowledge attribution. It is worth noting that Sosa's objection to basis-related safety-based skepticism is not the same as the so-called Muirian response to skepticism, cf. Black 2002, and the Pritchard type safety theory, cf. Pritchard 2005, since Sosa is not apparently appealing to the notion of possible world as both Muirians and Pritchard would be likely to do. According to Muirians, possible worlds including Cartesian demon manipulating scenarios have to be precluded from knowledge attribution mainly because they are too remote from the actual world. According to Pritchard, a belief's being safe can be denied by virtue of its being true not only in the actual world but also in its closest possible worlds. The marginalization of possible world-related conceptual tools in Sosa's account, as a matter of fact, goes hand in hand with his highlights on the cognizer's epistemic virtues, the accessibility of which to the cognizer's own mental activities is in a sharp contrast with the externalist avare of any possible world semantics-based narrative. It is worth noting that only an externally working knowledge ascriber, rather than a subject within the vignette, can fully achieve information required for any possible world-based knowledge attribution, such as the information related to the individuation of possible worlds and the estimation of interworld distances. However, on the other hand, Sosa's virtue-based narrative is also 138. Minimally open to externalism in the sense that the degree of any cognizer's AA features is attributable only within a social context, within which a credit calculating system works in accordance with its own blueprint, Sosa 2007, 95. Hence, a virtue-based narrative on knowledge attribution can overarch the gap between extreme internalism and extreme externalism. Sosa's reluctance to take sides in the internalism-externalism debate has also influenced his treatment of the Gettier problem, which is supposed to be treating any conceivable internalism-oriented account of knowledge as justy ed true beliefs, JTB. Facing Gettierized counterexamples, the remedy of the definition of knowledge in the light of standard safety theory has to appeal to conceptual tools related to possible world semantics. However, given their externalist nature, one may naturally ask, how could these external factors, which may be inaccessible to a subject's awareness, be easily cooperating with her internal mental life, in which the process of justification can be unpacked. I don't think it is a question easy to answer for standard safety theorists. By contrast, due to his distance from the standard safety theory, Sosa can easily answer this question by resorting to the dispositional notion of aptness, which is not apparently externalist. Or, to be more specific, one's aptness, according to Sosa, means that her belief is true just because of her epistemic competence, and to be competent is further defined in terms of being steadily capable of basing the target belief on the right type of evidential belief. Hence, a cognizer working in accordance with Sosa's AAA model can identify a typically Gettyized belief as a piece of non-knowledge mainly because her aptness in employing her epistemic competence allows her to do so. His epistemological picture may be appreciated from the Confucian point of view for the following reasons. First, like virtue epistemologists, Confucian scholars need to assume the reliability of commonsensical knowledge, given that the performance of, say, charioteering, has to be based on a solid ontological commitment of the very chariot in sight. Incidentally, although skepticism did not pose a sustaining threat to commonsensical beliefs in Chinese culture, in certain historical contexts wherein this threat appeared to be salient, due to, say, the invasion of Buddhist ideas, Confucian scholars would not hesitate to seriously defend common sense, as both contemporary Murins and virtue epistemologists would do. 3thus, Confucian scholars may share the same common-sense-friendly metaphysical intuition with Sosa. In my view, it is a very good starting point for building the putative Sosa-Confucius alliance. Second, like virtue epistemologists, Confucian scholars are more interested in ranking concrete persons' intellectual characters or virtues rather than evaluating the deliverances of their cognitive processes. One of the most recommended virtues, according to Confucianism, is identity-ed as a rarely seen capacity of applying the doctrine of the mean, which is the highest order, Analects, 629. Given that the doctrine of the mean is nothing but a requirement of maintaining balance and harmony wherein the mind could be directed to a state of constant equilibrium, it would not be so hard to derive an epistemologically interesting version of such a doctrine, e.g. such a derived doctrine may require that an apt cognizer has to maintain the balance between basing a true belief on a large evidence base and basing it on a very small evidence base, and so on. Hence, in principle, one can extend the scope of the traditional Confucian virtue-based narrative to cover virtues more relevant to knowledge attribution. THIRD, parallel to Sosa's identification of the process of earning more credits related to AAA features as a socially conformable process, Confucian scholars would also like to highlight the importance of having one's virtue nurtured in a social context. As a matter of fact, most of the 6 arts listed in the Confucian philosophy of education are obviously social context involving, rites involves social hierarchy, music involves the audience, and charioteering involves teamwork, etc. Hence, Confucians may also feel comfortable about Sosa's comment that, just like a single football player's success is based on the whole team's competence, one cognizer's epistemic success is also somehow related to certain social environments like the reliability of the testimonial links distributed in the community, Sosa 2007, 95. But Confucians still have something more to say to enrich Sosa's account. Sosa still owes his reader a more detailed account of the Gettier cases. His high-level strategy to refute Gettierized counterexamples is to appeal to the explanans, explanandum pair, namely, a belief is justifiably held only when its basing belief explains the very content of the target belief. However, Gettier case builders, according to Sosa, have mistakenly regarded the fact that there being my true belief as an explanation of the fact that my belief is true, whereas the explanans, explanandum relation does not really hold there, Sosa 2007, 97. And an apt knowledge attributor is supposed to be able to debunk Gettier case builders' tricks competently. My worry about his strategy is, the explanans, explanandum pair is originally used in the narrative of philosophy of science, which largely involves reactive knowledge, whereas Sosa 2007, 96 n1, still intends to treat the most typical Gettier cases by appealing to animal knowledge, namely, gut feeling-based knowledge, alone. Hence, Sosa still owes readers a further account of how Gettier case-related animal knowledge can be based on gut feelings when the explanandum pair is evoked. And this is the right place where Confucians can come to help. The Confucian solution is, to think by virtue of the rectification of names will succeed for the animal knowledge needed by the treatment of Gettier cases. 3 Gettier's cases revisited in the light of the rectification of names. Now it is the right time to scrutinize the 2 most discussed Gettier cases, Gettier 1963, as follows. Case I, Smith and Jones have applied for the same job. But Smith has been told by the company manager that Jones will win the job. Smith combines this testimony with his observational evidence of there being 10 coins in Jones's pocket. And he proceeds to infer that whoever will get the job has 10 coins in their pocket. Let us call it belief B. 1. As it happens, 2, belief B. 1. Is true, although not in the way in which Smith was expecting it to be true. For it is Smith who will get the job, and Smith himself has 10 coins in his pocket. So, does Smith know that B. 1. By 140. Intuition. Most readers of this vignette would say he does not know that, but he has to know that B. 1. Which is a JTB, if a JTB-based definition of knowledge is assumed. Hence, most readers' intuition cannot be compatible with a JTB-based definition of knowledge. Case 2, Smith possesses good evidence in favor of the proposition that Jones owns a Ford. Smith also has a friend, Brown. Where is Brown to be found at the moment? Smith does not know. Nonetheless, on the basis of his accepting that Jones owns a Ford, he infers and accepts this disjunctive proposition: either Jones owns a Ford, or Brown is in Boston. We will call this belief B. 2. Luckily, this proposition is true, but not because Jones really has a Ford. Actually, Jones lost his Ford due to a recent accident, but because Brown is really in Boston, although Smith has no evidence of where Brown is. Now the question becomes, does Smith know that B. 2. By intuition, most readers of this vignette would say that he does not know that, but he is supposed to know that B. 2. Which is a JTB, if a JTB-based definition of knowledge is assumed. Hence, most readers' intuition cannot be compatible with a JTB-based definition of knowledge. A Sosa-inspired response to both cases may be like this: in both cases, Smith bases the acceptance of B. 1. on a wrong evidential belief, hence, the evidential beliefs cannot be really supportive of the target belief, and hence, neither B. 1. nor B. 2. is a piece of knowledge due to Smith's lack of aptness of making the right explanandum pairs. By contrast, a Confucian scholar would simply cast doubt on the JTB statuses of the target beliefs themselves by asking a further question: under what circumstances can a Gettier case builder say that both target beliefs are just-ed? A Gettier case builder may answer this question by appealing to deductive rules. To be more specific, B. 1. is just-ed because one can deduce it from Smith's belief that Jones will get the job and Jones has 10 coins, and B. 2. is just-ed because one can deduce it from Smith's belief that Jones owns a Ford. Nonetheless, such operation is possible only when deductive validity is viewed as a core criterion for justification, and this is definitely not what a Confucian philosopher would like to endorse. Rather, a Confucian approach to the nature of justification is greatly based on the semantic relations between certain components of an integrated belief, rather than formal interbelief relations, which could be easily highlighted in a Phrygian framework. But do Confucians really have a serious theory of epistemic justification, given the marginal status of any epistemological topic in the typical Confucian narrative? I think we could reconstruct such a theory by making it parallel to the Confucian notion of moral or political justification. In the arena of moral/political debates, the Confucian notion of justi cation is nothing but the notion of the recti cation of names. The key citation in Analects relevant to my reconstruction is as follows. Zilu asked, if the Duke of Wei were to employ you to serve in the government of the state, what would be your RST priority? The master answered, it would, of course, be the recti cation of names. If names are not recti ed, things will not be successfully accomplished. When things are not successfully accomplished, ritual practice and music will fail to flourish. 141. When ritual and music fail to flourish, punishments and penalties will miss the mark. And when punishments and penalties miss the mark, the common people will be at a loss as to what to do with themselves. Is why the gentleman only applies names that can be properly spoken and assures that what he says can be properly put into action. Confucian Analects, 13.34. The core idea in Confucius's words is basically that actual states of affairs in the world should exist in a way that is in accordance with names that are routinely used to depict them, otherwise their existence cannot be endorsed from a normative point of view. Or, put in another way, according to Confucius, if wrong names were to be attached to objects, wrong norms embedded in these wrongly attached names would be applied to the reality as well, and mismatching of this type would systematically produce social disorders of one form or another. 5. A tentative epistemology-oriented reformulation of the foregoing notion of the recti cation of names is as follows. Definition 1, D1 to say that S is justi ed in holding a belief of the form R, A, is tantamount to saying that S believes that A is recti ed under the name of R, and this saying is true if and only if, hereaft ERI, other descriptions of A, other than R, A, actually acquired by S are instantiations of norms encapsulated in the function R, X. Here A may refer to persons, physical objects, including artifacts, social constitutions, or even actions. And norms related to R, X, are assumed to be norms held by quali et justi cation ascribers. 6. Now we may use this pattern to analyze case I of the Gettier cases. Prima facie, the target belief in case I is that whoever will get the job has 10 coins in their pocket. But Confucians routinely encourage a context-sensitive interpretation of the target belief rather than construe it according to its face value. Hence, based on the information from the vignette, a Confucian scholar may simply reinterpret B. 1. As Jones, who is supposed to be the job winner, has 10 coins in his pocket. 7 and thereby AB. 1. Holder has to presuppose that Jones will get the job. But according to D1, if this presupposing belief is justi ed, the subject term Jones has to be recti ed under the name of job competition winner, hence, Jones has to be instantiating norms embedded in the function job competition winner, X. And no matter what norms will be involved here, according to D1, they have to involve a social hierarchy in which a reliable testimonial link can be attributed, or in other words they have to be based on testimonies with enough social authority. In this sense, the belief that Jones will get the job is unjusti ed, because it is based merely on the manager's oral report rather than some formal contract. Therefore, B. 1. Which is based on this presupposing belief, is also unjusti ed. Now let's turn to the Confucian analysis of case 2. His case is a bit more complicated, since what is involved here is a disjunctive proposition. Suppose that a Confucian scholar now barely accepts the deductive rule that a disjunctive proposition is true if and only if at least one of its disjunct is true. Hence, she may deduce from this. 142. That a disjunctive proposition is justi ed if and only if at least one of its disjunct is justi ed. But she will immediately gore out that neither of the disjunct in B. 2. is justi ed. First, obviously the disjunct that Brown is in Boston is not justi ed, since according to the vignette there is no Smith available information indicating that Brown is instantiating the norms related to being in Boston. Second, the disjunct that Jones owns a Ford is unjusti ed too, since Smith's evidence for supporting this belief is not quali-ed enough, otherwise he would not mistake Jones as a fort owner. In my view, the norms required by the predicate of persistent fort owner do involve some fairly hard satisfying conditions, such as the persistent availability of the perceptual evidence concerning the existence of such a fort, and so on. Critics may contend that if the foregoing analysis were acceptable, there would be no just-ed but untrue beliefs, or, in other words, this pattern of analysis would allow anyone to use their hindsight bias to say that any untrue belief is unjust-ed. But we do have the intuition that some previously just-ed beliefs can prove to be false eventually. Hence, the foregoing analysis cannot be correct. However, a Confucianism-friendly rejoinder may be like this: typical cases involving the so-called just-ed but untrue beliefs are mostly instantiated by inquiries into complicated issues, scientific studies especially. But in ordinary life, a subject terms being subject to norms embedded in the predicate would succeed for the factual correlation between the entities designated by the subject term and those designated by the predicate term. Moreover, since norms embedded in the predicate terms are routinely endorsed by social authorities, the failure of justifying a belief only happens when norms lacking enough authority are mistakenly introduced, or when subject terms are being compared with the wrong type of norms. But there would be no chance for a genuinely just-ed belief to be false, because genuine norms themselves cannot be wrong. Critics may still contend that we can gore out a possible world in which all of the current social authority endorsing norms are wrong. But a Confucian can easily dismiss this objection by retaking Sosa's strategy. For instance, she can simply say that what the notion of the rectification of names needs is merely safety, namely, if P is true, the subject will believe P, rather than sensitivity, namely, if P were untrue, the subject would not believe P. Or, to put it in another way, Confucians and Sosa share the same intuition that speculations on possible worlds other than the actual one are not sine cantly benchale to a virtue-based epistemological approach. Now I can easily explain how a Confucian point of view can enrich Sosa's account of the aptness required by a proper treatment of Gettier cases. Aptness, in a Confucian narrative, just means the competence of correlating the subject term of the target belief with the right type of norms embedded in the predicate part of the same belief. In this sense, both beliefs held by Smith are not apt in cases in2 just because he lacks the competence in doing the required matching job, and the lack of such competence may be further explained in terms of his credulous to unreliable testimonies, and so on. As to why such an account still keeps Sosa's AAA model within the scope of animal knowledge, the main reason is, the Confucian model does not evoke the explanans, explanatum pair on the interbelief level, but only evokes 143 relations between different belief constituents within the same belief. Hence, mental processes handling these relations may be executed more efficiently, which results in processes of knowledge attribution nearer to the level of gut feelings. By contrast, experience/content neutral executions of deductive rules have proven to be very psychologically demanding, as shown by the Wason selection task, cf. Wason 1968, and hence not animal knowledge related. Now I still owe the reader a further account of why the Confucian notion of justification is so different from its Western counterpart. My explanation is related to the features of Chinese language, through which the Confucian ideas were originally formulated. For the rectification of names in the light of 6 principles of composing Chinese characters. In the preceding analysis, I have assumed that the Confucian notion of justification/rectification of names can be reconstructed in English. But actually, if Confucius had taken English as his working language, chances would be little for him to entertain the notion of the rectification of names. The reason is quite simple: from the point of view of Chinese language, norms embedded in predicates are not entities encoding propositions of, say, the if-then structure, but something pictorially revealed by the very structure of Chinese characters. Hence, the Confucian notion of the rectification of names is at least indirectly related to composing principles of Chinese characters. The rules guiding the composing of characters, namely, 6 principles of composing Chinese characters, or Li-Ushu, were rstly formulated by Su Shen, a Confucian scholar Osir and philologist. 6 principles include, cf. Su and Duan 2008, 2102-2103. A. Simple indicatives, zhishi, whose forms are iconic without being based on concrete objects. B. Pictograms, 11 angxing, whose forms are pictorial representations of the concrete objects. C. Form and sound, xingsheng, namely, phonosemantic compound characters. D. Compound indicatives, huiyi, meaning that the compound in question is given meaning through the graphic combination and interaction of both constituent elements. E. Reciprocal Li glossing, zhuanzi command key, which arose from a divergence of one character into 2 separate characters still linked in sound and meaning. F. Loaning characters, jiaja, which essentially indicates one character whose meaning has been broadened to contain multiple denitions. It is worth noting that the 6 principles do not function on the same level. Simple indicatives and pictograms work on the most fundamental level, and the form and 144. Sound and compound indicatives have taken the RST2 as their basis. And reciprocal Li glossing and loaning characters are derived from the preceding 4. An interesting implication of the relationships among the 6 principles is that all Chinese characters are either iconic or pictorial, to some degree. Hence, semantic norms embedded in any character are either iconic or pictorial, to some degree. THs can quickly explain why it is pointless to explicate these norms in verbal language, especially in propositional logic. Just 2 extra examples strengthen this point. 4.1 FU means correspondence in English, hence, if someone needs to translate the theory of correspondence into Chinese, he needs to use this character to form the phrase fuhelun. Due to the importance of the notion of correspondence in both Chinese and Western philosophy, a comparative study of FU and correspondence seems to be fairly useful for showing the difference between 2 traditions' approaches to correspondence. As we know, in the Western tradition, the notion of correspondence in the theory of correspondence means a relationship between a proposition qua a truth value bearer and a state of affairs or a fact qua non-linguistic entities. Due to the heterogeneity between the 2 relata in the correspondence relationship, it is always a troublesome problem in Western philosophy on how to make one of the 2 relata match one another without losing the minimal respect of the foregoing heterogeneity. By contrast, the notion of correspondence in Su Shen's text means something quite different. Here is his definition, Su Shen on Fu, Su and Duan 2008, 530. My paraphrase. Fu sine es the reliability of testimony. According to the custom in Han Dynasty, a correspondence is made of bamboo, which is as long as 6 kun, c 126 centimeters, and a pair of correspondence is nothing but 2 slices of a bamboo tube divided from one piece of bamboo, and they are supposed to be able to match each other if they are really from the same piece of bamboo. It is obvious that the original connotation of correspondence in Chinese, according to Su Shen, is more relevant to the notion of tally in English. Accordingly, derived Chinese phrase like HUFU have to be translated as tiger-shaped tally. The relevance between the reliability of testimony and FU could be illustrated via the functioning of a tiger-shaped tally. Such a tally was routinely issued to generals as the imperial authorization for troop deployment in ancient China. The tally itself was carefully divided into 2 halves, and a troop deploying document is just-ed when and only when the half in the hand of the document deliverer perfectly ts the half in the hand of the commander of the relevant unit of troops. Hence, it is not hard to conclude that correspondence in Chinese is not construed as a relationship between a state of affairs and a proposition encoding belief, but a relationship between 2 pictorially representable objects, which are supposed to be constituents of a once integrated object. Th's feature of correspondence naturally makes 2 relata of this. 145. relation homogeneous to each other and hence makes one relatives tallying with another no longer metaphysically mysterious. Th's feature is also preceded by the notion of the recti cation of names, according to which the subject terms tallying with the predicate term is not a relationship overarching mutually heterogeneous entities. 4.2 he and huo. If the two characters are construed in accordance with modern Chinese, he means and huo means or in English, hence, the two symbols here are critically important for formulating conjunctive/disjunctive reasoning in modern Chinese. And, as we have seen, according to the rules of free gene propositional logic, two conjunct/disjunct in one conjunction/disjunction do not need to be semantically relevant to each other, otherwise no one could deduce Brown is in Boston from either Jones owns a Ford, or Brown is in Boston in the second case of the Gettier problem. By contrast, in classical Chinese, both he and huo do mean something different. What is provided here is Su Shen's definitions of the two terms. Su Shen on he. My paraphrase, he, means mutually echoing. Su Shen on huo. Su and Duan 2008, 1760. My paraphrase, huo means small countries, and this character is semantically composed of ko, mouth, and ge, dagger axe, the combination of which means the defense of one direction of land. Here the oneness means land. If huo is combined with another character, namely, tu, earth, then a new character could thereby be formed, namely, yu, eld. Su Shen's interpretations of both characters are philosophically inspiring. Insofar as he is concerned, since it refers to the process of echoing, and an echo is a reaction of an original sound, a conjunctive belief in Chinese has to involve some minimal similarity between two conjunct. As to huo, though Su's interpretation of it looks a bit more complicated, the relevance between huo and the status of a small country under military protection is still quite visible here. According to Duan Yuki, 1735-1815, an exegetist specializing in annotating Su Shen's works, the meaning of doubt could be derived from huo in the sense that mutual trust is hard to achieve among different defenders of different small countries, Su and Duan 2008, 1761. Obviously the contemporary connotation of huo, namely, or, is further derived from the meaning of doubt. However, even this doubt-based meaning of or is itself based on the assumption that different country defenders are at least mutually competing with each other, and this assumption itself is based on a further assumption that different competitors are interested in the same type of resources, the quantity of which has to be limited. In this sense, the meaningfulness of having doubts on whether A or B is the case has to be based on the observation that A and B have to be minimally semantically relevant to each other as well. Hence, it would be very hard for a Chinese 146 mind to understand why Brown is in Boston can be deduced from either Jones owns a Ford, or Brown is in Boston, given that the two disjunct here are not relevant to each other at all. With the help of these illustrations, we could reformulate the very notion of the recti cation of name/justi cation in the following way. Given that both subject terms and predicate terms have to be expressed in terms of characters in Chinese, the composition of each belief is actually a matter of how to negotiate different meanings of different constituting characters. Hence, if A and B represent two characters, the justi-edness of the belief A is B would be dependent on, 1. Whether the object depicted by A corresponds to the semantic norms embedded in A, 2. Whether the semantic norms embedded in A correspond to the semantic norms embedded in B. It is worth noting that both relations of correspondence have a direction from lower-level entities to higher-level entities, e.g. from subject to predicate, not vice versa, and, accordingly, norms embedded in subjects have to be subject to the norms embedded in predicates, otherwise the resultant belief would not be justi-ed or recti-ed. The foregoing picture presupposes that all characters are norm-encapsulating. But why? Why are characters not just results of some accidental conventions? Confucian response to this question could be found in Su Shen's postscript to his explaining graphs and analyzing characters, where legendary gers like Kangja are listed as creators of characters. Since these gers are described as cultural heroes who could approach the holy meanings distributed in the heaven/sky, their deliverances, namely, characters, have to encode such sacred information as well. Su and Duan 2008, 2100. Thu's semi-religious explanation of the origin of the norms embedded in characters may not satisfy today's naturalism-oriented philosophers. It can precisely explain why Confucians are routinely labeled as traditionalists, namely, people highly respecting traditions created by some putative cultural heroes. Another epistemologically interesting implication of the Confucian respect of norms is that even the term know in ancient Chinese, zhidiao, is norm-oriented rather than belief-oriented. To be more specific, although in modern Chinese, the combination of the two characters, zhi and dao, means, to, know in English, in classical Chinese of the era of Confucius, this combination is actually semantically equivalent to two words in English, to, know as a propositional attitude and the philosophical term dao as its object, whereas dao can also be interpreted as a way of following norms. Therefore, it makes no sense to add a further object clause following zhidao in classical Chinese. Incidentally, the lack of object clauses following zhi may also explain why the notion of truth is so marginal in the ancient literature in China, since truth is usually used to make a higher-order evaluation of what is encoded in object clauses. Ths can additionally explain why truth value table-based justification appears to be so weird from a Chinese point of view. 5. Conclusion. The main thesis of this chapter is that the Confucian notion of the rectification of names provides a better account of how an apt knowledge attributor can use his animal. 147. Knowledge alone to handle the Gettier cases within a bigger framework of Sosa's virtue epistemology. Since this Confucian notion looks so natural when Chinese is taken as the working language, this research also shows the potential capacity of Chinese for handling contemporary philosophical issues. 10. Sosa's reliabilist reading of Davidson and Zhuangzi's way out of the ontological predicament. Yuming Feng. 1. Introduction. Based on his interpretation of virtuous circularity in Descartes philosophy, Sosa provides a reliabilist reading of Davidson's epistemology. He thinks that Davidson's coherentism is not viciously circular, because a kind of virtuous circularity may be found below the surface in Davidson's epistemological writings. One of the aims of this chapter is to demonstrate that this may not be a true account of Davidson's theory. I argue that Davidson's triangulation, together with his correspondence without confutation, does not commit to a reliabilist assumption, although Davidson's externalism has its own problems, which are not addressed by Sosa. Sosa's own theory of knowledge is based on a kind of epistemological competence together with a kind of foundational justification in terms of causal etiology from experience to belief. I think his theory is a reasonable option which provides a middle way between classical foundationalism and coherentism. But, there is still a question for Sosa to answer. The question is, in what sense is experience as the foundation of knowledge objective or, as a starting point of the etiology, coming from an identifiable source in the world? To borrow Johnston's words, in what sense can the appearing be tracked by the appearance? 1. If our experience is something which appears in our mind, it is personal and subjective. The question of the objective source or origin of our experience or the question of bridging the gap between objective reality and our experience is still unanswered. I think the trouble of searching for ontological source or ground of knowledge can be solved by Zhuangzi's proposal. It is, reality, or the external world in itself, does not play any epistemological role in forming our knowledge. Because reality is nothing. In this chapter, I also want to argue and suggest that Zhuangzi's idea of chaos, handun, undifferentiated oneness, huanyi, or nothingness, wu, can OER a way out of the current epistemological predicament in searching for external objectivity, and may be helpful for Sosa to answer or to switch the question that I think he has not yet addressed. 149. 150. 2. Sosa's reliabilist reading of Davidson and the ontological predicament. In contrast with the view of reducing external reality to subjective experience, Sosa thinks that there is an alternative option which does not rely on any ontological reduction of the world to the mind. But it attempts to argue its way out from the internal to the external nevertheless, as did Descartes, for example, or in some other way. Sosa 2009, 114. After rejecting the interpretation of Davidson as committing reduction, or deduction, from B to W, i.e. from the realm of one's beliefs to the realm of the world, or W to B, and a priori argument, Sosa continues. 2 fascinating questions ensue. First of all, isn't Davidson now drawing on externalist, and indeed reliabilist intuitions? It would seem to be the high level of reliability of our empirical beliefs, given his account of meaning and content, that now serves as the core of the special source of justification invoked to explain the high epistemic status of our empirical, and especially of our perceptual beliefs. The second interesting question concerns the status of Davidson's theory and his answer to the skeptic. If the source of justification should now be viewed as distinct from any reasoning, from any invoking of a justifying argument, then it is no longer clear why it must be a priori. Not that it was all that clear in any case. It becomes positively opaque why the a priority of Davidson's epistemologically eactive reasoning should be an issue. Now it would seem to matter only that the reasoning establish the theory, for it is just the truth of the theory that has turned out to be epistemologically eactive. What seems to matter is essentially that as things in fact stand in our contingent circumstances, content is set externalistically through causal linkages with our external environment. For it is through this fact that the reliability of our beliefs is assured. And it is from their assured reliability that their presumptive justification derives. Sosa 2009, 128-129. Based on this reliabilist reading, Sosa thinks that Davidson's naturalized epistemology does not commit a vicious circularity. It is because, in Descartes' case, the eactive fact would involve assent attendant on sufficiently clear and distinct perception, while favored by God's epistemic benevolence. In Davidson's case, the eactive fact would involve rather that we would not form beliefs having the contents of our empirical beliefs did we not interact appropriately with surroundings characterized generally as are our surroundings in this world. Sosa 2009, 129-130. Here, Sosa regards Davidson's naturalized epistemology as one of the successful examples which has swept away the priority of the radically subjective, and has moved epistemology beyond the inner, the internal, the foundational, towards a view of the subject as embedded in fundamental ways within his social and natural environment. 151. The mind is thus viewed as extended out into the world through its external contents, Sosa 2009, 108. Nevertheless, I don't think Sosa's interpretation is a true story of Davidson's theory. In his The problem of objectivity, Davidson does acknowledge the insight of Descartes for establishing his theory's starting point. But he doesn't follow Descartes to develop his theory, or his theory doesn't have, as Sosa claims, similar features to those in Descartes' reliabilist epistemology. Let's see Davidson's summary at the end of the essay. Since Descartes, epistemology has been based on earnest person knowledge. We must begin, according to the usual story, with what is most certain, knowledge of our own sensations and thoughts. In one way or another we then progress, if we can, to knowledge of an objective external world. THR is then the NAL, tenuous, step to knowledge of other minds. I argue for a total revision of this picture, my italics. All propositional thought, whether positive or skeptical, whether of the inner or of the outer, requires possession of the concept of objective truth, and this concept is accessible only to those creatures that are in communication with others. Knowledge of other minds is thus basic to all thought, but such knowledge requires and assumes knowledge of a shared world of objects in a common time and space. Thus the acquisition of knowledge is not based on a progression from the subjective to the objective, my italics, it emerges holistically, and is interpersonal from the start. Davidson 2004, 18. I think Davidson's objectivity of knowledge or true beliefs is based on triangulation, which does not have and needs no reliabilist helper. It is not a project to treat the mind as extended out into the world through its external contents, Sosa 2009, 108. In other words, it is not inside out, nor outside in. Triangulation, for Davidson, is supposed to make our knowledge without massive errors, but it is not based on something reliable in the mind. So, Davidson distances from Descartes by saying that my strategy, as I remarked at RST, is in an important respect Cartesian. I have begun with the fact that I think, and I have asked what follows from that fact. Aside from the starting point I share with Descartes, however, my epistemology, if that is the right word for what I am doing, is almost totally non-Cartesian, my italics, for I do not assume, as Descartes and endless idealists, empiricists and rationalists have, that empirical knowledge depends on indubitable beliefs, or something given to the mind which is impervious to doubt, nor that the contents of our beliefs may in principle be independent of what lies outside us. In other words, I am an anti-foundationalist, and I have left the door open for some form of externalism. Davidson 2004, 17. The non-Cartesian feature of Davidson's theory lies in its direct assumption from Descartes. He does not assume something like reliable beliefs from reliable faculty. 152. Instead, his assumption is that at least two subjects, the speaker and the interpreter, engage in interaction with the external cause of the shared environment. Without the intersubjective interaction, there would be no common concepts. Without the external cause which stimulates their perceptual responses in interaction, there would be no convergence of common referent and no sense of objectivity. So, the three together in a holistic way contribute to the impossibility that our beliefs are massively false. In this way, the external cause plays an active role which does not, as claimed by Sosa, rest on a subject-centered conception of epistemic justification as intellectual virtue, Sosa 2009, 152. In his interpretation of Davidson's epistemology, Sosa mentions a sort of a priori argument in Davidson's theory. Despite the epistemologically coordinate status of the mind and the world, we are told, the content of the mind can be shown to entail how it is out in the world. According to Davidson, our beliefs could not possibly have the contents that they have, unless the world around us was pretty much the way we take it to be, at least in its general outline, my italics. We are thus ordered a way to argue, to all appearances a priori, from how it is in our minds to how it is in the world. The argument is a priori at least in being free of contingent premises or assumptions about the world around us or our relation to it. From premises about the contents of our propositional attitudes, the argument wends its way to a conclusion about how the world around us is structured and populated, my italics. Sosa 2009, 109. It seems that the above description echoes Davidson's own words in the following long citation. Consider how we discover what some simple sentence means, say here's a table or here's a piece of green paper. Our basic evidence is that the speaker is caused to assent, not just on this occasion, but generally, to these sentences by the presence of tables or pieces of green paper, while the absence of these objects causes him, generally, to dissent from the same sentences. I do not think of assent and dissent as overt speech acts, but as attitudes towards sentences sometimes revealed in speech and sometimes in other ways. My main point is that our basic methodology for interpreting the words of others necessarily makes it the case that most of the time the simplest sentences that speakers hold true are true. It is not the speaker who must perform the impossible feat of comparing his belief with reality, it is the interpreter who must take into account the causal interaction between world and speaker in order to end out what the speaker means, and hence what that speaker believes? Each speaker can do no better than make his system of beliefs coherent, adjusting the system as rationally as he can as new beliefs are thrust on him. But there is no need to fear that these beliefs might be just a fairy tale. For the sentences that express the beliefs, and the beliefs themselves, are correctly understood to be about the public things and events that cause them, and so must be mainly veridical. Each individual knows this, since he knows the nature of speech and belief. Th is 153. Does not, of course, tell him which of his beliefs and sentences are true, but it does assure him that his overall picture of the world around him is like the picture other people have, and is in its large features correct. My italics. Davidson 2001, 174. To compare these two passages quoted above, I think Sosa's description, i.e. our beliefs could not possibly have the contents that they have, unless the world around us was pretty much the way we take it to be, at least in its general outline, and Davidson's own words, i.e. his overall picture of the world around him is like the picture other people have, and is in its large features correct, do not mean the same thing. For Sosa, the antecedent of the counterfactual is about the world around us was pretty much the way we take it to be, that is about the content we assign to the world. Moreover, he also regards this assignment or argument as a priori. But I think this is not Davidson's transcendental or a priori argument. Instead, his own transcendental presupposition is, 2. What stands in the way of global skepticism of the senses is, in my view, the fact that we must, in the plainest and methodologically most basic cases, take the objects of a belief to be the causes of that belief. My italics. And what we, as interpreters, must take them to be is what they in fact are. Communication begins where causes converge. Your utterance means what mind does if belief in its truth is systematically caused by the same events and objects. Davidson 2001, 151. For more details, I quote from Davidson. Given these three patterns of response, i.e. the child ND's table similar, we ND table similar, and we ND the child's responses in the presence of table similar, we can assign a location. My italics to the stimuli that elicit the child's responses. The relevant stimuli are the objects or events we naturally ND similar, tables, which are correlated with responses of the child we ND similar. It is a form of triangulation. One line goes from the child in the direction of the table, one line goes from us in the direction of the table, and the third line goes between us and the child. Where the lines from child to table and us to table converge, the stimulus is located. My italics. Given our view of child and world, we can pick out the cause of the child's responses. It is the common cause of our response and the child's response. Davidson 2001, 119. As I understand, Davidson's transcendental argument is from the objects of a belief to the causes of that belief, or from the convergence of three patterns of response in the presence of tables to the location of the stimulus. So, what is assigned or located is not the mind-independent content or, in Sosa's words, what is structured or populated in the world. Nevertheless, it seems to me that Davidson's own problem or trouble is that, it is difficult, if not impossible, for Davidson to identify the stimulus and thus ask the 154. Skepticism of the external world to get lost. Because the objects of a belief in one's mind may not be identical with the external causes or may not be a true reaction, in some sense, of the external objects, though based on social interaction, we may identify the external causes or objects, C, as the objects of a belief, O of B, or to take the objects of a belief, O of B, to be the external causes or objects, C. In Kantian or some other sense, these external something out there are transcendent of our mind and thus may not be included, by virtue of the act of intentionality, in the furniture of our experience. Based on social interaction or triangulation, to take O of B to be C cannot exclude the possibility that O of B is not C or O of B is not a true reaction, in some sense, of C, though it may be helpful to form a world of intersubjectivity. Moreover, Davidson seems also treating his meta-belief of taking O of B to be C as evidence to justify objectivity. In other words, the objective base is not the external cause per se in triangulation, but the meta-belief of taking the objects of a belief to be the external causes. Even though triangulation may be helpful for forming a common cause, or a seeming common cause, in collective intentionality, the meta-belief of taking the collectively intended object to be the external something out there is coming from a transcendental argument. To escape from this trouble or predicament, I think, one of the strategies adopted by philosophers is Husserl's idea of giving up the natural attitude by bracketing or suspending, epoche, this something in terms of phenomenological reduction. I think to identify a real cause of our experience in the external world is not an easy job, for example, as we are told by biologists that the color or shape sensibility of birds is different from that of humans. Suppose that, in an owl's body, it has different sensory structure in its nervous system from ours, and suppose further that something in the external world, say, a target seen by an owl which is called by humans red apple, causes an owl's sensory system and thus makes it receive a particular experience of the kind in the owl's mind. Based on its experience, the owl forms a belief that there is a red apple of the kind in the owl's perception. Here my question is, if it is possible that the object in the owl's perceptual belief, say, a red apple of the kind in the owl's mind, is not similar to the object in a human's perceptual belief, say, a red apple of the kind in a human's mind, how could we justify that we can take the object of our perceptual belief and the object of the owl's perceptual belief to be the same cause, i.e. that very something in the external world? If there is no one-to-one mapping, how can we make sure that both kinds of perceptual object are coming from the same external cause in their respective causal chains? That is the reason why I am not satisfied with Davidson's transcendental argument, which says that, what stands in the way of global skepticism of the senses is, in my view, the fact that we must, in the plainest and methodologically most basic cases, take the objects of a belief to be the causes of that belief. Davidson 2001, 201. Davidson's triangulation may be helpful to build a world of intersubjectivity, but it does not guarantee the rejection of skepticism, especially the type of brains in a vat. For brains in a vat, it is possible that the superscientific computer is able to give a systemic stimulation which leads them to experience a similar kind of convergence of responses. It seems to Davidson that the origin or source of objectivity is the external cause, though it cannot play the role of reason. But, the identication or assignment of 155. The external cause by Davidson's transcendental argument is not better than Kant's or Santayana's. They both think that what appears in our mind or what is perceived in our mind is causally related to or acted by something unknown, Kantian thing in itself, or Santayana's efficacious reality or God. Davidson's argument, like Kant's and Santayana's, is not sound, because all their arguments go beyond the empirical to the non-empirical or trans-empirical realm. For Kant and Santayana, that is a kind of noumena; for Davidson, that is a kind of area in which the entities in themselves are without concepts or language. In other words, the objects of one's belief are mind-dependent while the external causes are mind-independent. Mind-independent causes are without content, otherwise they can be conceptualized and expressed in propositions before using Davidson's transcendental argument to identify them. However, Davidson is content to believe that we can be successful to identify the common cause. His reason is that social interaction, triangulation, also gives us the only account of how experience gives a specific content to our thoughts. Without other people with whom to share responses to a mutual environment, there is no answer to the question what it is in the world to which we are responding. Reason has to do with the ambiguity of the concept of cause. It is essential to resolve these ambiguities, since it is, in the simplest cases, what causes a belief that gives it its content. In the present case, the cause is doubly indeterminate, with respect to width, and with respect to distance. THERST ambiguity concerns how much of the total cause of a belief is relevant to content. The brief answer is that it is the part or aspect of the total cause that typically causes relevantly similar responses. What makes the responses relevantly similar in turn is the fact that others and those responses similar. Once more, it is the social sharing of reactions that makes the objectivity of content available. The second problem has to do with the ambiguity of the relevant stimulus, whether it is proximal, at the skin, say, or distal. What makes the distal stimulus the relevant determiner of content is again its social character. It is the cause that is shared. The stimulus is thus triangulated, it is where causes converge in the world. Davidson 2001, 129-130. Nevertheless, Davidson's the stimulus located by triangulation is proximal, not really distal. Experimental psychologists have demonstrated that indiscriminately many distal stimuli can give rise to the same proximal stimuli. 3. So, whether we can identify the common cause through triangulation is not an easy question to answer. In the next section, let's examine Sosa's middle way. 3. Sosa's middle way between foundationalism and coherentism. Sosa is not satisfied with both classical foundationalism and coherentism. He thinks that, on the one side, philosophers such as Schlick, Hempel, C.I. Lewis, and Chisholm who hold the view of empirical justification fail to end foundations contentful enough to found our rich knowledge of an external world. On the other side, 156. Neurath, Sellers, Rorty, and Davidson, among others, claim that experience bears causally on our beliefs without the power of justification. Sosa 2009, 88. Here, Sosa NDS that this controversy leaves the middle ground untouched. Because both classical foundationalism and coherentism have a blind spot covering by their sharing a problematic assumption, a. Experience can bear epistemically on the justification of belief only by presenting itself to the believer in such a way that the believer directly and non-inferentially believes it to be present, and can then use this belief as a premise from which to reach conclusions about the world beyond experience. Sosa 2009, 88-89. Sosa believes that we can go beyond the traditional controversy by rejecting assumption, a. One of the reasons is that, experience can bear epistemically on the justification of a perceptual belief by appropriately causing that belief. For example, while viewing a snowball in sunlight I may have visual experience as if I see something white and round, which may prompt the corresponding perceptual belief. In that case it will be an important part of what makes my perceptual belief epistemically justified and indeed of what makes it a perceptual belief that it is caused by such experience. Sosa 2009, 89. But is this sufficient to provide foundational justification for our perceptual beliefs? Sosa continues to explain his view in the following. Take a perceptual belief prompted appropriately by a corresponding experience. Take a belief that this is white and round, one prompted by visual experience of a sunlit snowball in plain view. Is that perceptual belief foundationally justified simply in virtue of its causal etiology? When Sellers inveighs against the myth of the given, he targets not only the radical version of the myth involving direct apprehensions of given experience. He objects also to the more moderate version that postulates foundational knowledge through perception. Indeed, the key passage that encapsulates his opposition to a foundational epistemology targets not a foundation of introspective direct apprehension but a foundation of perception. Sosa 2009, 89. The last sentence clearly indicates that Sosa's foundation is different from Sellers in the sense that Sosa does not treat knowledge as grounding on any foundation of perception, but denies knowledge as true belief held out of intellectual virtue. His epistemological theory is carefully constructed. He also examines a lot of examples counter to his theory and provides convincing arguments to explain them away. So, I regard his project as promising. Nevertheless, as mentioned in the previous sections of this chapter, I think the question of objectivity or the objective source or origin of knowledge is not well addressed by Sosa. According to Sosa, there is a necessary condition for knowledge of either sort, animal or reactive. 157. Vr. A belief amounts to knowledge only if it is true and its correctness derives from its manifesting certain cognitive virtues of the subject, where nothing is a cognitive virtue unless it is a truth-conducive disposition. Sosa 2009, 135. In addition to Vr, which is more closely adequate as an account of animal knowledge than of a reactive one, reactive knowledge requires a speci further condition, namely perspectival endorsement of the reliability of one's sources. To sum up, he says, virtue reliabilism is true both for animal and for reactive knowledge. Prominent among values of the higher, reactive level is that of understanding. It is in part because one understands how one knows that one's knowing reaches the higher level. A belief constitutive of reactive knowledge is a higher epistemic accomplishment if it coheres properly with the believer's understanding of why it is true, and, for that matter, apt, or true because competent, and of how the way in which it is sustained is reliably truth-conducive. Cohering thus within the believer's perspective is, moreover, not irrelevant to a belief's being deeply attributable to the believer's epistemic agency. Guiding one's thinking with sensitivity to the truth would seem to involve some perspective on how one is forming and sustaining one's beliefs. Of course one knows plenty through one's animal nature, sans rational agency, which is how we know some of the things we know best. Even when one could take charge, nally, as a deliberative rational agent, it may be best to proceed on automatic pilot. But we do often take pride in grasping the truth through its deliberate pursuit, which hence is also valued as a positive accomplishment. Sosa 2009, 138. It seems that Sosa doesn't touch the ontological problem about the objective source or origin of our knowledge. As I understand it, there are at least VE kinds of ontological view or attitude in relation to epistemology. A. To be is to be instantiated or manifested in phenomena which can be perceived or known. Metaphysical realism, Platonic ideas. B. To be is to be represented in terms of its correspondence to our perceptual belief. Rorty's mirrored reality or Davidson's unorganized content. C. To be is to be, in a mystical way, causally related to what is perceived or what appears in our mind. Kantian th ings in th emselves or Santayana's God. D. To be is to be perceived. Subjective idealism, Berkeleyan ideas. E. To be is to be suspended or bracketed. Husserl's phenomenological reduction, naturalistic objects vs. intentional objects. Views, A, B, and C, presuppose two levels of world, a realm transcendent of empirical knowledge, say, Platonic noumena, or a realm without language and thought, say, Buddhist nirvana, and a realm of our empirical knowledge. I think all views embedded with two levels of world would be subject to challenge from skepticism, if 158. The transcendent realm, such as the realm constituted of Kant's things in themselves or the realm of Santayana's efficacious reality or God, is without language and thought, its relation to the empirical realm cannot be explained in a sensible way, for if the transcendent realm can be expressed with a very special language, such as the Zen language in Buddhism, which is incomparable or incommensurable to ours, it still cannot be understood by us intelligibly. Even though the Platonic noumena or intellectual world can be explained with discursive language, its relation to the phenomena, such as instantiation or participation, is still not explained in a sensible way. In contrast, D and E can be interpreted in some sense as free from the challenge of skepticism or as an escape from the challenge. The view of D entails that there is no non-subjective external world, while the strategy of E gives no epistemic role for the external world to play in intentionality or empirical knowledge, by giving up the natural attitude whose ontological commitment to an external world is naturalistic. All these views have their own problems. Either their explanation of the relation between mind and reality is speculative, or the mind-independent objects in question are suspended without explanation. Sosa is right to say that, knowledge requires not only internal justification or coherence or rationality, but also external warrant or aptness. We must be both in good internal order and in appropriate relation to the external world. Sosa 2009, 204. Nevertheless, it seems to me that Sosa and his allies who hold the view that there are basic or foundational beliefs in our perceptual knowledge do not make clear their ontological commitment in relation to empirical knowledge. To use the example mentioned above, Sosa says, while viewing a snowball in sunlight I may have visual experience as if I see something white and round, which may prompt the corresponding perceptual belief. In that case it will be an important part of what makes my perceptual belief epistemically justified and indeed of what makes it a perceptual belief that it is caused by such experience. Sosa 2009, 89. Here, the front end of the causal etiology is experience and the back end is belief. But it doesn't touch the problem, like, where and how our experience comes from or how we correctly identify the external cause of our experience. It is an ontological problem, not an epistemological one. Perceptual experience by itself does not guarantee its objectivity. Sentence, I see a cat on the mat, may be a true description of my personal experience and thus leads me to conclude that, there is a cat on the mat. But the former sentence is not the factor which causes me to make the latter belief. Perceptual experience is grounded in my retinal stimulus from the external world. Is no guarantee of sensory certainty in terms of the relation between the internal and the external only based on comprehensive coherence and virtue perspectivism. It is because the channel to the external, or distal, factor, or factors, is still dark and foggy. As described by Rescher, is it an account which oers us, in a way, Hamlet without the ghost. Rescher 2004, 162. In other words, it is a case of the knowable EECT without knowable cause. 159. When I say I see a white snowball over there, literally, it means that, through my eyes, I see an object called white snowball in the external environment. But it is not an accurate description of my perceptual story. More accurately, it is about a process of perception traveling from the distal factors in the three-dimensional visual world to the two-dimensional surface of light receptors in my eyes whose retinas transduce light stimulus to form signals in my nervous system. Our perceptual experience is formed from the EECT of this causal process, the last stop of the journey, but we never know the cause in reality, the starting point of the travel. We just use our experience to make beliefs about the external world. We think that there is something out there which causes our vision, but we don't directly know the constituents of that cause and in what way each of them plays the causal role in making our visual perception. Is exactly the situation as described by Minsky, that, just as physicists cannot see the atoms they talk about, psychologists can't watch the processes they try to examine. We only know such things through their my italics, Minsky 1985, 60. Of course, we use many similar causal stories to form a great story, i.e. a theory with a series of coherent stories and, based on the great story to speculate or conceptualize the cause in reality. Indirect tracking is helpful for seeing our intersubjective world, but there is still no direct contact with reality. 5. It seems to me that most epistemologists just speculate a cause in the external world by a transcendental argument from experience in the great story to the unknown objects, a necessary elf of their speculation or presupposition. I think it is the reason why Kant claims that, without intuition, objects in themselves are not known to us at all, though one can think an object through categories. Here, I think, if Sosa and his allies were to suspend this ontological problem, it would show no sine Kant difference from Husserl's strategy of phenomenological reduction. However, if they regard objectivity as only about empirical knowledge without origin or source from something transcendent of our empirical knowledge or from something without language and thought, it may be similar to Zhuangzi's view, which I will interpret and discuss by the end of this chapter. I also think that it may be a way out of the ontological predicament mentioned above. 4. Is the skepticism of brains in a vat self-refuting? As we know, one of the serious epistemological challenges from skepticism is Putnam's thought experiment of brains in a vat. He raft brains in a vat is simply ed as BIV. But, according to Putnam, it is not a real challenge, because, he argues, to say we are BIV is self-refuting. His reason is when the brain in a vat, in the world where every sentient being is and always was a brain in a vat, thinks THR is a tree in front of me, his thought does not refer to actual trees. On some theories that we shall discuss, it might refer to trees in the image, or to the electronic impulses that cause tree experiences, or to the features of the program that are responsible for those electronic impulses. THSA theories are not ruled out by what was just said, for there is a close causal connection. 160. Between the use of the word tree in vat English and the presence of trees in the image, the presence of electronic impulses of a certain kind, and the presence of certain features in the machine's program. On these theories the brain is right, not wrong in thinking THR is a tree in front of me. Given what tree refers to in vat English and what in front of refers to, assuming one of these theories is correct, then the truth conditions for THR is a tree in front of me when it occurs in vat English are simply that a tree in the image be in front of the me in question in the image, or, perhaps, that the kind of electronic impulse that normally produces this experience be coming from the automatic machinery, or, perhaps, that the feature of the machinery that is supposed to produce the tree in front of one experience be operating. And these truth conditions are certainly full LLED. Putnam 1981, 14. So, he concludes that, if we are brains in a vat, then the sentence we are brains in a vat says something false, if it says anything. In short, if we are brains in a vat, then we are brains in a vat is false. So it is, necessarily, false. Putnam 1981, 15. Putnam just gives a general outline of his argument against the skeptical view that we are BIV. But he doesn't provide a full-edged argument. Elsewhere I have argued that most of the arguments elaborated from Putnam's outline are not successful in rejecting the skeptic. Fung 1995, 177-195. Let's see one of the examples of the elaboration of Putnam's argument aired by Bruckner. A. If we are BIV, then our tokens of we are BIV are true. We are BIV in the image. Causal theoretic semantics. B. If we are BIV, then we are not BIV in the image. C. If we are BIV, then our tokens of we are BIV are false. A. B. D. If we are not BIV, then our tokens of we are BIV are true. We are BIV. E. If we are not BIV, then our tokens of we are BIV are false. D. F. Either we are BIV or we are not BIV. G. Our tokens of we are BIV are false. C. E. F. H. Our tokens of we are not BIV are true. G. Bruckner 1992, 126. Th is not a successful argument with the form of dilemma, because C. is derived from A. and B. described in vat English, and E. is derived from D. described in human English. For BIV, the consequent of C. our tokens of we are BIV are false means that we are not BIV in the image, while for humans or non-BIV, the consequent of E. means that we are not BIV. So, the conclusion, G. from this seeming dilemmatic argument is ambiguous or equivocal. Another example provided by Delutre is also not successful. 1. We are BIV. By hypothesis. 2. If we are BIV, then we are not BIV in the image. Explanation of the hypothesis. 3. We are not BIV in the image. 1, 2. 161. 4. If we are BIV, then every word we utter refers to objects in the image. First and second premise. 5. Every word we utter refers to objects in the image. 1. 4, 6, every uttered sentence A is true I A is true in the image. 5, 7, The sentence we are BIV is true I it is true in the image. Instantiation of 6, 8, The sentence we are BIV is true in the image I we are BIV in the image. Thesis of equivalence, 9, The sentence we are BIV is true I we are BIV in the image. 7, 8, 10, The sentence we are BIV is false. 3, 9, 11, The sentence we are BIV is false I the sentence we are not BIV is true. Definition of falsity, 12, The sentence we are not BIV is true. 10, 11, 13, The sentence we are not BIV is true I we are not BIV. Thesis of equivalence, 14, we are not BIV. 12, 13, Delutory 1990, 87. The above argument looks any. But there are some missing words without which the argument is incomplete. Let's nd the missing words. 1. We are BIV in the real world. 2. If we are BIV in the real world, then we are not BIV in the image. 3. We are not BIV in the image. 4. If we are BIV in the real world, then every word we utter refers to objects in the image. 5. Every word we utter refers to objects in the image. 6. Every uttered sentence A in that English is true I A is true in the image. 7. The sentence we are BIV in that English is true I it is true in the image. 8. The sentence we are BIV is true in the image I we are BIV in the image. 9. The sentence we are BIV in that English is true I we are BIV in the image. 10. The sentence we are BIV in that English is false. 11. The sentence we are BIV in that English is false I the sentence we are not BIV in that English is true. 12. The sentence we are not BIV in that English is true. 13. The sentence we are not BIV in that English is true I we are not BIV in the image. 14. We are not BIV in the image. If I am right, the above argument cannot be regarded as self-refuting. Because the correct expression of premise, 1, is not merely we are BIV, but that of, 1, we are BIV in the real world, and the correct expression of, 14, is not we are not BIV, but we are not BIV in the image. So, the conclusion, 14, is not the negation of the premise, 1. One of the main points used by some other elaborations of Putnam's argument against the skeptic's view is that, there is no reason to use both the principle of disquotation, non-BIV's version of thesis of equivalence, and the principle of non-162. Disquotation, BIV's version of thesis of equivalence, in their arguments. For example, the consequent of A, and that of D, in Bruckner's argument and 8, and 13, in Delutory's argument. However, for the sake of argument, if there is no problem about using both the principle of disquotation and the principle of non-disquotation, and if there is also no problem about the ambiguity of in that English and in human English, or about the ambiguity of we are BIV and we are BIV in the image, I think we still cannot make a valid argument to prove that we are not BIV. It is because there is still a problem about the interpretation of any argument against the case of BIV. In other words, any valid argument can be accepted by both non-BIV, humans, and BIV. THEY share the same type of argument, though they have different tokens of argument. My argument is like that in the BIV story. According to Putnam, a real man cannot make a true statement that I am a BIV because he is not a BIV. Nevertheless, for a BIV, it also cannot make a true statement that I am a BIV because it is not a BIV in the image. In other words, a real man cannot use human English to make the statement that I am a BIV true, and a BIV also cannot use its VAT English to make a similar statement true. From God's eye, for the former, BIV means BIV, for the latter, BIV means BIV in the image or some speci electrical impulses at the BIV's nerve ending. Although the two tokens of I am a BIV have different meanings for a non-BIV and a BIV, we are still unable to prove that we are not BIV. For example, suppose we have the following self-refuting argument form. 1. We are BIV. N. We are not BIV. Suppose further that the argument from 1. We are BIV to N. We are not BIV is proved to be valid. If we are really humans, the concluding sentence token is used to refer to the fact that we are really not BIV. But, unfortunately, if we are BIV, the concluding sentence token is used to refer to the fact that we are really not BIV in the image. Since we do not know we are BIV or not BIV from the very beginning, the concluding sentence can be interpreted as referring to the fact that we are not BIV or as referring to the fact that we are not BIV in the image. But we have no evidence to support which interpretation is right for us before we know our real status. So, skepticism is still there. Is there a way out of the skeptic challenge? Sosa and DS a way out from Descartes' best circles. Based on this idea, for example, he reconstructs G. E. Moore's argument in the following way. Compare now how Moore might have proceeded. 1. Datum, I know with a high degree of certainty that here is a hand. 2. I can see and feel that here is a hand, and that is the only, or anyhow the best account of the source of my knowledge that here is a hand. 163. 3. So my perception that here is a hand is what explains why or how it is that I know, with certainty, that here is a hand. 4. But my perception could not serve as a source of that degree of justy ed certainty if it were not a reliable faculty. 5. So, Nally, my perception must be a reliable faculty. Moore could of course go on to say more about the nature of the perception that assures him about the hand. He might still say that such perception involves an implicit inference from what is known immediately and introspectively, perhaps an inductive or analogical inference of some sort. And that might make his view more comprehensively coherent, but we have already seen reasons why postulating such an inference is questionable. So we focus rather on a second alternative. Moore might well take perceiving to involve no inference at all, not even implicit inference, but only transfer of light, nerve impulses, etc., in such a way that the character of one's surroundings has a distinctive impact on oneself and occasions corresponding and reliable beliefs. Ths might also amount eventually to a comprehensively coherent view of one's knowledge of the external world. And its epistemologically significant features would not distinguish it in any fundamental respect from the procedure followed by Descartes. Sosa 2009, 184-185. Ths is one of the arguments with the spirit of virtue perspectivism, or virtue, externalist or generic reliabilism. Here, if Sosa is right, it seems that he can explain away the BIV type of skepticism. His argument is this. Take the brain in a vat, for example, or the victim of the evil demon. An adult recently invaded, or victimized by the demon, can be indistinguishable from the best of us in respect of the comprehensiveness and coherence of their beliefs and experiences. Even when right about environing objects and events, such a victim's beliefs are far from being knowledge. Might such comprehensive internal coherence exhaust all cognitive or intellectual competence, at least when it comprises not only beliefs but also experiences? Not if it is part of competence to get it right non-accidentally. For such mental coherence might conceivably be detached from the environing world of the thinker, so as to deprive him of reliable access to the truth. And this would leave him short of a kind of cognitive or intellectual competence, that which consists at least in part in being so constituted and so situated as to enjoy such reliable access. Sosa 2009, 190. Nevertheless, I have two questions. One is about the question whether Biv's mental coherence is conceivably detached from the environing world at all as claimed by Sosa. Another is about whether Sosa's externalism is down to earth. My answer to the RST question is that BIV is not detached from the external world, though the way of its connection with the external world is different from ours. We, non-BIV, contact the external world through our perception while BIV receives. 164. Images or electronic impulses from the superscientific computer whose mechanism of input-output is transformed or reacted in some sense from the external world. If the superscientific computer is not God, it cannot do anything unless it has some connection with the external world. So, BIV is not totally detached from the external world, it does connect with the external world indirectly. In other words, the BIV story presupposes the existence of an external world and, more importantly, its possibility requires a connection between BIV and the external world in some special way. In regard to the second question, my answer is that sosa's reliable access to the truth presupposes our connection with the external world. But the connection is not clearly explained in sosa's theory because the relatum on the side of the external world has not yet been identified in his theory. Is the relatum the proximal or distal stimulus? If it is the former, it may not be the true reaction of the real causal factor or factors in the external world. If it is the latter, what is the mechanism in sosa's theory to identify the real causal factor or factors? In this regard, I don't think the non-BIV in sosa's theory has a slight edge over the BIV. 5. How to ask the skepticism of brains in a vat to get lost? Let's look at a story about Galileo's invisible crystalline substance. Famous in the history of science is the argument ad ignorantium given in criticism of Galileo, when he showed leading astronomers of his time the mountains and valleys on the moon that could be seen through his telescope. Some scholars of that age, absolutely convinced that the moon was a perfect sphere, as theology and Aristotelian science had long taught, argued against Galileo that, although we see what appear to be mountains and valleys, the moon is in fact a perfect sphere, because all its apparent irregularities are led in by an invisible crystalline substance. And this hypothesis, which saves the perfection of the heavenly bodies, Galileo could not prove false. Legend has it that Galileo, to expose the argument ad ignorantium, aired another of the same kind as a caricature. Unable to prove the non-existence of the transparent crystal supposedly lining the valleys, he put forward the equally probable hypothesis that there were, rearing up from the invisible crystalline envelope on the moon, even greater mountain peaks but made of crystal and thus invisible. And this hypothesis his critics could not prove false. Copy and Cohen 2009, 93. In this story, the skeptic challenges that we are unable to prove the non-existence of the transparent crystal supposedly lining the mountains and valleys on the moon, though Galileo believes that there are mountains and valleys on the moon. To rebut this ad hoc hypothesis, Galileo's ingenious response is that, the skeptic is unable to prove the non-existence of the mountains and valleys, which are made of invisible crystalline substance, rearing up from the invisible crystalline envelope on the moon. Following Galileo's way of thinking, I think, it may be a good strategy to defeat skepticism. Suppose that there is a mini-brain parasitic on a BIV. In this regard, the 165 BIV skeptic has no better position than ours. Because, just like us, he also suffers from a second-order skepticism, a challenge from the mini-brain. In this story, the objects of reference are different for a real man, a BIV, and a mini-brain, respectively. A real man's term tree refers to a real tree. B. A BIV's term tree refers to the image of a tree, or some specific electrical impulses at the BIV's nerve endings. C. A mini-brain's term tree refers to an inversed image of a BIV's image. Here, the message of the story is that, all skepticism can be challenged by a second-order skepticism and, similarly, a second-order skepticism can be challenged by a third-order skepticism, and so on and so forth. So, it would be an infinite regress. Besides, in comparison, the skeptic's world is poor, narrow, and shallow, while the non-skeptic's world is rich, broad, and deep, in the sense that the former, unlike the latter, does not have the following things or events. 1. to plant an apple tree, to eat an apple, to give an apple to a friend. 2. To have an intention to give an apple to a friend, to be angry with a friend who rejects your giving. The events in 1. Are mainly operated by an agent's body. Thos in 2. Are mainly operated by an agent's will. In comparison with the non-skeptic's world, an agent in the skeptic's world cannot do both things in 1 and 2, because, for example, as a BIV or a mini-brain parasitic on a BIV, the agent in the skeptic's world does not have agency or active, mental, power to do anything. Its seeming agency is nothing but a kind of input image. In addition to lacking agency, the skeptic's world is also poor in the sense that the BIV or the mini-brain only has biangulation with the terminal which makes input-output for the BIV or the mini-brain. It does not have triangulation with other entities. I think the fatal weakness of the BIV-type skepticism is that its possibility is based on a trivial or swollen assumption, which is not difficult to reject. For the case of BIV, the unnecessary assumption is the superscientific computer, which can be rejected by another assumption of a superscientific computer which invades the superscientific computer with a kind of virus and thus makes the superscientific computer constructational story of BIV. But, in reality, there is really no BIV and we, as humans, are not BIV. Here, why is the BIV-type skepticism refutable? One of the reasons, I think, is that the assumption of BIV makers, including the superscientific computer, is not only not necessary, but also without philosophical significance. If it is necessary and significant, the assumption of a ghost or God, a soul, or lemurs, is also. So, assuming that there is a BIV maker is similar to assuming that there is a God or ghost. Assuming there is a supermaker of a seeming story of BIV is similar to assuming that there is a supergod or superghost. All these assumptions are not only challenged by Kant's antinomies, but also trivial and swollen. I think all the ways of forming skepticism have to suppose that, our beliefs of the external world are not the true report or reaction of the cases or facts in reality. Is 166. Supposition entails that there are cases or facts in reality which in principle could be described as other than what we do with our belief sentences. So, from the eye of the skeptic of this kind, our descriptions are false while their descriptions, if any, are true. Since to assert that there are cases or facts in reality which in principle could be described as other than what we do with our belief sentences entails that there is a conceptual scheme or language which could do the job which our conceptual scheme or language fails to do, the skeptic of this kind has to assert that reality is describable, in principle, in their conceptual scheme or language, but, for us, it is a mission impossible. Here, my argument is that, unless the skeptic asserts that, in reporting or reacting reality, her/his conceptual scheme or language is different from, or even incomparable to, ours, he cannot claim that her/his reports are right and ours are wrong in knowing reality. But, I think, there is a similar problem for the skeptic. It is, how can they use their conceptual scheme or language to describe reality rightly? What is the relation between their language and reality? Is it correspondence, representation, stimulation, or causation in any sense? I think both we and the skeptic are in the same boat in facing this problem. So, if the skeptic cannot justify their possibility, they have no ground to challenge our understanding of the external world. In this regard, I think the only option for skepticism is that, it can survive in God's mind. In general, I think we cannot ask skepticism to get lost if God's eye or mind is different from ours. So, we cannot kick out the skepticism of God's kind. But, I think we can ask the skepticism of the kind speculated from our skeptical anxiety. The main reason is that, if our descriptions of the external world are coherent and also workable in the sense that these descriptions or beliefs make contribution to our survival as a necessity for the well-being of our life, even though, by speculation from our anxiety, skepticism is possible, it is a burden for the skeptic to prove their descriptions or beliefs could also make the same or more contribution. But I don't think any language users, including the skeptic, could do the job better than we have done. Previously I have made some arguments to weaken skepticism, but, honestly speaking, none is a knocking down argument. Now, I think Zhuangzi's insight may help us to make a good argument to do the job. His lesson given to us is that there is no entity in reality which can play a role of the base or ground to make any epistemological relation, including correspondence, representation, stimulation, or causation, possible. Because there is nothing in reality, or reality is nothing, to say there is something in reality, we have to use concepts or linguistic entities to identify what it is or what they are. To borrow Quine's slogan "No entity without identity," we cannot have ontological commitment to any entity in reality without the mechanism of identication. Similarly, for Zhuangzi, before using language and concepts to describe or recognize something in reality, there is nothing. It is a logical thesis which says that there is only one world in which we live and of which we are also a part. There is no other world or other level of world which is different from the world we know or recognize. Before we use language and concepts to describe or recognize something in this world, it is nothing to be identified or discerned. When we use language and concepts to identify something in the world, there will be something transformed from nothing. In other words, with 167. A Husserlian style, the room of reality is open to us to come in when we turn on the light. Metaphorically speaking, there is only one room which has two states, one can be seen with light and the other is in darkness. 6. Zhuangzi's proposal. Zhuangzi does not accept a view of two worlds or two levels of world. Instead, he accepts a view of two states of one world. But, his two-state view is not the kind like that of the waking state and the dreaming state in our life. He thinks that, before we use language and concepts to express the external world, or even when no people use their linguistic and conceptual tools to express the external world, it is still there. But, in this moment or situation, metaphorically speaking, just like a raw material, the world as it is has not yet been cut or processed. So, it has no form or characteristic. For Zhuangzi, without language and concepts, we cannot know it or treat it as something which is similar to or different from others. In other words, in this natural state, the world is nothing or it is in a chaotic state. So he uses a fable of Hundun, chaos, to express this point. 6. The ruler of the southern ocean was Shu, the ruler of the northern ocean was Hu, and the ruler of the center was chaos. Shu and Hu were continually meeting in the land of chaos, who treated them very well. They consulted together how they might repay his kindness, and said, "Men all have 7 oracles for the purpose of seeing, hearing, eating, and breathing, while this, poor, ruler alone has not one. Let us try and make them for him." Accordingly they dug 1 oracle in him every day, and at the end of 7 days chaos died. Zhuangzi 7 leg 1891. Church left right arrow DZ. I think Zhuangzi's view of the natural or original state of the world or reality, which is called Hundun, can be regarded as a way out of Davidson's and other philosophers' ontological predicament. Zhuangzi does not treat reality as a correspondence base for objective truth, nor does he treat it as a kind of thing in itself which causes our perception. It seems to me that the epistemological role of reality is suspended in a sense similar to phenomenological epoche. But it is not a phenomenological reduction, because there is nothing to suspend, and what is suspended is the epistemological role of reality, not reality itself. Zhuangzi just yearns for entertaining a spiritual vision of harmonic state through his idea of aesthetic, not ontological, mysticism. 7 Sometimes, Zhuangzi borrows the voice of a wise man in ancient times, i.e. ancient man, Guji Ren, true man, Genren, perfect man, Zhiren, sage, Shengren, or spirit-like man, Shenren, to express his view. 168. Among the men of old their knowledge reached the extreme point. What was that extreme point? Some held that at rst there was not anything. Is the extreme point, the utmost point to which nothing can be added. A second class held that there was something, but without any responsive recognition conceptualization of it, on the part of men. A third class held that there was such recognition, but there had not begun to be any expression of different opinions about it. It was through the denied expression of different opinions about it that there ensued injury to Deo. It was this injury to Deo which led to the formation of partial preferences. Zhuangzi 2, 7 Leg 1891. Church DZ Church. For Zhuangzi's ancient perfect man, the natural or original state of the world is that there has not yet been anything, Wei Shi Yu Wu. Later, people cannot reach this perfect vision and think that there is a reality as an entity which has not yet been bound by linguistic and conceptual tools, Wei Shi Yu Feng. People think that the reality is bound by linguistic and conceptual tools and there has not yet been con-ict in truth and falsity, Wei Shi Yu Shifei. When there is con-ict in truth and falsity, Deo as the original state of this world, i.e. the ultimate or original reality, would be lost, just like the destiny of chaos, and prejudice as personal love would be formed. The above view can be summarized in a pair of sentences: a path is formed by walking. A thing is to be the case by saying, Zhuangzi 2, 6. Is means that, in reality, or in the natural or original state of the world, there is no path or, more correctly speaking, there is no such a thing as a path before people's walking. 8. Similarly, there is also no such an object or event before people's saying. In other words, all things are realities being conceptually or linguistically processed or polluted. If the original state of nature were to be carved by a linguistic and conceptual scheme, we would enter into a world of sameness and difference, truth and falsity, love and hate, a world in which a path is to be formed by walking, a thing is to be the case by saying. In this situation, Deo, or the undifferentiated vision of Wei Yi Church, being one, would be lost. Of course, Zhuangzi does not reject the existence of reality, but it is not a reality recognized as a base of correspondence or representation, or as a starting point of stimulation or causation. What he means by reality is an undifferentiated oneness, an unknown what it is, an unsayable Deo, or a kind of Hun-Tun, which has not yet been differentiated by conceptualization into individual things. Let's look at his idea of Wei Yi, being one. Heaven, earth, and I were produced together, and all things and I are one. Since they are one, can there be speech about them? But since they are spoken of as one, must there not be room for speech? One and speech are two, two and one are 169. 3. Going on from this, in our enumeration, the most skillful reckoner cannot reach the end of the necessary numbers, and how much less can ordinary people do so. Therefore from non-existence we proceed to existence till we arrive at 3, proceeding from existence, to how many should we reach? Let us abjure such procedure, and simply rest here. Zhuangzi 2, 9 Leg 1891. Church left right arrow. Zhuangzi uses Deo, nothing, Wu, chaos, Hun-Tun, and natural, Ziren, to express an undifferentiated oneness, Huanyi, or being one, Wei Yi Church. Zhuangzi claims that the heaven, earth, and I can be seen as being produced together and all things and I as being one if we can transcend the relative attitude and conceptually carving mentality. In other words, there is no temporal priority between heaven, earth, and me, and there is also no spatial difference between all the things and me, including no individuality of objects and no distinctions among them. When one goes beyond the relativity of language and thinking, one can entertain the spiritual vision of undifferentiated and harmonic horizon. Wise Zhuangzi's Wei Yi Church, being one, all as one, or one as an undifferentiated entity, or Tai Yi, Great One, is not Yi Ti, one body, all in one, or one as a whole, as claimed by Hui Shi, a friend of Zhuangzi and a sophist. 9. One of the reasons is as follows. For his liking was one and his not liking was one. His treating one was one and his not treating one was one. In being one, he was acting as a companion of heaven. In not being one, he was acting as a companion of man. When man and heaven do not defeat each other, then we may be said to have the true man. Zhuangzi 6, 1 Leg 1891 with minor modi cation. Church. In other words, there is no distinction between sameness and difference in the undifferentiated oneness, though, in Hui Shi's one body or one whole, the distinction between sameness and difference is a necessity to identify a whole and its members. Furthermore, Zhuangzi thinks that the ideal, the natural, is just inside the actual, the artificial. It is, if you could hide the world in the world, so that there was nowhere to which it could be removed, this would be the grand reality of the ever-during thing, Zhuangzi 6, 2. Just like the R is inside the bread, we cannot separate them into two realms of reality. They are nothing but two states of one thing. To go beyond this man-made side to see the stew, Zhuangzi believes that, through self-cultivation, such as sitting for 170. Forgetting all things, Zhuang, and fasting or cleaning of the mind, Xi, our naturalistic view can be transformed into a spiritual vision without being restricted in the artificial side and suffering from the conceptual pollution. For Zhuangzi, living in a conceptually carved world is not an ideal life, but we cannot escape from this cage. If we want to grasp the ideal life, we should not exclude what is right and wrong, in thinking, and thus we might live in peace with the prevalent views, Zhuangzi 33, 6. It means that if one excludes or rejects any view of truth and falsity, he would also commit a view of truth and falsity. In other words, Zhuangzi does not recognize all the views as true or false in terms of correspondence or representation, he just transcends all these disputations and thus enters into a realm of undifferentiated harmony, just like a happy sh, though he does not reject the ordinary use of truth and falsity in daily life. But how to live in peace with the prevalent views that there are truth and falsity in our conceptual world? Zhuangzi's answer, I think, is that beliefs accepted by people are mainly based on their function or usefulness in practical life. Is Zhuangzi's idea of gong, function, or yong, usefulness. So he says, from the point of view of function, if we regard a thing as useful because there is a certain usefulness to it, then among all the 10,000 things there are none that are not useful. If we regard a thing as useless because there is a certain uselessness to it, then among the 10,000 things there are none that are not useless. If we know that east and west are mutually opposed but that one cannot do without the other, then we can estimate the degree of function. Zhuangzi 17, 5 Leg 1891. DZ less than or equal to. In regard to different views, his attitude is that, is being so, let us give up our devotion to our own views, and occupy ourselves with the view's function. 2, 6, Church. It seems that, for Zhuangzi, there is no objective truth in an absolute sense. If there is any truth, there is only objective truth in a relative sense, i.e. relative to the function of a belief which is with collective recognition or agreement. 7 Concluding remarks. I think the skepticism of the external world cannot survive in Zhuangzi's worldview, because the so-called external world or reality is nothing as demonstrated by Zhuangzi. We often think that the external world or reality includes what is outside our skin and what is inside our skin. What is inside is a sensing, thinking, and saying machine which can sense something, think of something, and say about something of what is outside and inside. Whether reality is the same as what is sensed, thought of, and talked about is an ontological problem which has puzzled many philosophers for centuries. If it means that the relation of sameness between reality and what is 171 experienced, I think it is a view of insolvable mystery. Nevertheless, If we follow Zhuangzi to treat reality and what is experienced as the same world of die-errant states, the natural state without or before epistemic invasion and the artificial state which is full of epistemic coloring, I think there is no skepticism that can survive, and the objectivity of knowledge can probably be living in the world of the artificial state only. In summary, I think Zhuangzi's view of two states of one world is a logical thesis. 10. In regard to his idea of reality or his view of the natural state of the world, we can ask him two questions. One is what reality is not. Other is how to get out of skepticism or the ontological predicament. According to the text, his answer to the RST question can be interpreted with the following points. 1. Reality, i.e. the original, natural, or ultimate state of this world, is nothing, not a thing or things, because things, or entities are individuated and distinguished by our thinking machine. 2. Reality is also inable or unsayable, because it is the state before any procedure of sensing and has not yet been conceptualized in our thinking and saying. 3. Moreover, it is also not a base of correspondence or representation, not a starting point of stimulation or causation, because there is only one world which has two die-errant states. One is the state without any epistemic access, the other is transformed into what is known to us through our sensing, thinking, and saying. Zhuangzi's answer to the second question is 1. Zhuangzi's reality is not a base of correspondence or representation, a starting point of stimulation or causation, so there is no conceptual relativism and global skepticism. 2. There is no external cause which is outside our experience and conceptual scheme, no causal ekaki of objects and events, such as Kant's thing in itself or Santayana's ekacious reality, i.e. God, can survive outside this conceptual world. 3. There is only one world of two states, the natural or original state which does not participate in epistemology and the actual or artificial state which is knowable in our experience. 4. Zhuangzi's aesthetic mysticism is not an ontological mysticism. His Dao is inable because it is nothing. So, there is no contradiction. But the inability of the ultimate in ontological mysticism is self-refuting. Notes. 1. Mark Johnston of Princeton University is currently working on a book entitled The Manifest, which explains how the world of lived experience can be very much as it appears to be, despite the discoveries of the physical and biological sciences. In Chapter 7 of the book, he makes a distinction between appearing and appearance. He thinks that, the causing of the perceptual process does not come before the appearing, but rather constitutes it. The appearing is not to be broken down into an 172 appearance on the end of a causal chain. The causal argument does not get a foothold. See the draft chapter on the website, http://www.nyu.edu/gsas/department/philo/courses consciousness 97/papers/johnston/chap7.html. Two similar words from Davidson are, if nothing is systematically causing the experiences, there is no content to be mistaken about. To quote myself, what stands in the way of global skepticism of the senses is, in my view, the fact that we must, in the plainest and methodologically most basic cases, take the objects of a belief to be the causes of that belief. Davidson 2001, 201. Here, for Davidson, the correctness is not about the conclusion how the world around us is structured and populated, but about our pictures of the world, by virtue of triangulation, are not mistaken. 3. One of the popular examples is the phenomena of metamerism. In colorimetry, metamerism is a perceived matching of colors with die-errant, non-matching, spectral power distributions. See details in entry on metamerism in Luo, 2016 928-932. For example, God creates things in the world is senseless if creation is dened, partly, in terms of causation. The question is, how can a non-physical entity cause a physical entity? 5. The usual causal stories in our empirical world are not of this kind. For example, when we saw the burning of the house and later we also saw the roasting of the pig, we usually thought with a causal statement that the burning of the house caused the roasting of the pig. Here, both the cause and the EECT are observable and can be known to us. But, our perception of the burning of the house is an EECT caused by an event in the external world which, as a cause of the perceptual experience, is not observable or cannot be known in a Kantian sense. So, the RST kind of causality is only found in our empirical world while the second kind is branching out from the empirical to the non-empirical. 6 Hiraft er, all the quotations from the Zhuangzi in, Leg 1891, are from the Chinese Text Project, http://ctext.org/Zhuangzi. 7 Details of the arguments for Zhuangzi's idea of aesthetic, but not ontological, mysticism can be found in Feng, forthcoming. 8 In our experience of hiking or maintain climbing, we know that sometimes there is no path/road to climb and some of the paths/roads are formed by consistent walking or climbing in the same area. Similarly, things, wu, are formed by linguistic or conceptual carving. Aft er the linguistic activity and epistemic attempt, according to Zhuangzi, Dao or the undifferentiated vision of being one, Wei Yi Church, would be lost. 9 I have explained the difference between Wei Yi and Yi Ti and argued against A.C. Graham's view, which identifies these two as the same concept, Feng forthcoming. 10 Why is this a logical thesis? It is because reality as the natural or original state of the world is by definition or is logically equivalent to the world before conceptualization or linguistic carving. Metaphorically speaking, it is what Zhuangzi describes as Han Tun, chaos, Wu, nothingness, or Wei Yi Church, being one, without distinctions. 11. Chad Hansen. 1 Introduction. Th's chapter is an attempt to align classical Chinese philosophy alongside modern naturalistic philosophy, then oriented for a productive encounter with Ernest Sosa's virtue epistemology. Sosa's theory is a wide-ranging rearrangement of the concepts of the rationalist tradition of Western epistemology from Plato to Descartes, Kant, and Gettier. My hypothesis is that a wide-angle view of Chinese philosophy will motivate reaction on more parallel insights than appear on the surface. The surface appearance, particularly since I will be concentrating on the classical period, will seem radically detached from the long history of concerns of the Western tradition. We certainly should not expect easily recognizable treatment of issues arising in the form of early modern Cartesian evil-demon reactions or from 20th century Gettier puzzles, let alone their meta-versions. In this sense, it may come to seem that an encounter with Sosa's philosophy, deeply concerned with improving on traditional and rival modern ways of dealing with the details of the Western tradition, is likely to be unproductive. What I will try to do instead is explain the core differences in the distant, classical Chinese conceptual schemes in which their discussion of knowing emerges. Alignment seems more optimistic when we look at the title theme of Sosa's approach, virtue epistemology. Virtue ethics has attempted to naturalize normativity by resurrecting a classical Greek, Aristotelian theme. Th's has drawn interest and enthusiasm among many interpreters of Chinese ethics. It allows us to think of how ethics is possible without the supernatural moral lawgiver, the god of Middle Eastern and Western ethics. Classical Chinese are naturalists so could share the motivation to understand knowing without supernatural, imaginary, or abstract items, the godlike soul-mind. Using Aristotle's model in epistemology is a byproduct of the modern movement of naturalizing epistemology. That movement was arguably triggered by Quine's reaction that much of the work of traditional epistemology, e.g. how do we know, should be handed over to the empirical science of the central nervous system, neuropsychology, and cognitive science. The balance of what was traditionally viewed as a priori reaction on the nature of the soul-mind's knowing was reformulated as broadly. 175. 176. Normative. Epistemologists began to read and borrow strategies from ethics. Virtue epistemology, as a strategy to naturalize normativity, is one way of using ethical lines of reasoning to approach this modern twist on the traditional Western epistemic project. My task here is broadly comparable to reaching back to Aristotle for conceptual materials, but instead it reaches back and around to recruit conceptual strategies that classical Chinese masters used. Thy viewed all language and concepts as normative and knowing as being able to navigate along the paths of guidance information, DIO paths. Being a good person entailed being a good knower. And, they were rather more inclined than the Greeks to accept the biconditional being a good knower was being a good person. One The envisioned alignment is apt enough in temporal terms. Greek and Chinese classical periods almost exactly overlap. Both traditions trace their orientations back to these classical periods, which are comparably influential even in their modern forms. Aligning both does involve extensive, imaginative adaptation or reinterpretation in our modern scientific conception of the natural world, relativity and quantum mechanics, and our understanding of how living forms change, evolution, and how we guide our behavior, the central nervous system. Current versions of virtue epistemology, especially sosas, have put a lot of thought into bringing the Greek rationalist insights up to date. Updating should be interestingly different for the two classical models, but, as I suggested, the title pivots are in place. The Chinese classical philosophical tradition has what appear to be comparable and closely related concepts of Zhi know and De virtuosity. Beyond those two, however, the Chinese conceptual territory is populated with a quite different collection of related philosophical concepts that structure their theories of nature, the world, mind, their heart-mind, and language. So, the two pivotal terms in their respective languages will differ not only in phonetics, orthography, and syntax, but importantly in the conceptual roles each plays in their respective, vastly different, conceptual neighborhoods. If we can align these conceptual schemes enough, however, I then hope to use the Chinese model to address why some other ways Chinese reactions converge with Sosa's virtue epistemology proposal, e.g. the nature of knowledge and how to relate natural human knowing to natural animal knowing. An avenue of progress toward this productive encounter was opened by Professor Sosa's recent presentation of his accurate, adroit, and apt, AAA, triadic structure of epistemic virtue. In his RST lecture at Suzhou University he treats that analysis as integral to studying the nature of knowledge. His question as to the nature of knowledge has been central to epistemology in recent decades, as it was for Plato. Sosa 2011, 2, italics mine. The account of epistemic normativity as a sort of performance normativity helps explain the nature of knowledge, which amounts to belief that is apt, belief that is an apt epistemic performance, one that manifests the relevant competence of the believer in attaining the truth. Sosa 2011, 4, italics mine. However, the alignment will stumble over the italicized continuation. The classical Chinese concept was different from Plato's, and, as I will explain below, the Western epistemological tradition and modern conceptual analysis focuses less on the natural concept of knowing than on a socially constructed, Western conception, knowing that, which is importantly different from the concept used in classical Chinese normative theorizing. What Chinese reactions on knowing involved was a kind of knowing how, a modern insight into varieties of knowing popularized by Gilbert Ryle, Ryle 1949. For Ryle's concept of knowing aligns much more easily with the non-Platonic, classical Chinese world and, accordingly will ground our query into the nature of Zhic knowing. Importantly, it still invites the virtue ethicist's naturalistic focus, but it is considerably easier to see the classical Chinese focus on knowing how as bringing us closer to the core of what knowledge is, its nature. It makes it easier to see knowing as a natural kind that plays a role in nature here, in Tianzi ASCII nature below, the world of living things. What opens the door to comparison is Sosa's 2011 use of the AAA model of virtue epistemology to address performance normativity, the exercise of our capacity to know. It provides a more common ground, knowing how to and knowing to clearly addresses one's performance. However, Professor Sosa's formulations still tie us into the intellectual, Greek rationalist conceptual neighborhood of knowing as believing plus. We don't typically speak of believing how or believing to. Believing plays its role only in the Western social construct, knowing that. While I can try to imagine ways we might treat believing that P as a performance, I would nd it more natural to treat performances as utterances, including subvocalized, imaginative rehearsing of potential utterances, as drawing inferences, assigning terms to things, etc. What I propose to do is extrapolate what I take to be the classical Chinese version of its rough counterpart, a conception of a belief-like performance that is a special, distinctly Chinese kind of knowing how, one that is pivotal in the dialectic between Confucianism and Daoism. It is the Daoist concept of church weedam to guide behavior with a social construct. 5. And that partly will help explain why some extreme versions of Daoist skepticism, church wuwei lack deeming as, take the form of advising us to abandon knowledge, rather than simply doubting it. 6. At conception of a belief performance will ground a diurent account of epistemic virtue, one more resonant with so-called alternative, Turi, Alfano and Greco 2018, 7 rather than conventionalist, Platonic, belief-focused, accounts of epistemic virtue. True belief component of the conventional Platonic analysis will be a counterpart of knowing how, to express what one knows in a declarative sentence of a language, knowing to deem a thing as X in guiding one's behavior toward it. It allows us to skirt any a priori commitment to treating the object of knowledge as a sentential object. It makes the notion of an epistemic performance more natural. 178. Conventional virtue epistemology does not deal with the nature of knowledge per se, but with a peculiar, grammatical construction used among the inheritors of the Platonic tradition, knowing that. To understand knowing itself, I would advise we look more broadly at constructions in classical Chinese and their closely related structural counterparts in English. Way of opening out the discussion resonates with other proposals for naturalizing our understanding of knowing. One of these is Edward Craig's suggestion in Knowledge and State of Nature that we can understand the natural normative role of knowing using strategies from political philosophy, Craig 1999. I have written extensively about Hobbes' Rawls-like state of nature reactions which were present at the birth of Chinese naturalistic philosophy. Just so historical archaeologies are not attempts to salvage the Middle Eastern notion of a political authority to pronounce laws, general imperative sentences, and enforce them through morally legitimate, retributive, punishment of actions that violate these laws. Mozi's original form was aired instead as a naturalistic way to motivate reforming traditional immorally, transmitted and inherited social norms. It didn't target supernatural political authority but the Confucian historicist social Dao path consisting of inherited rituals/ceremonies. Both sides of this ancient debate, Confucians and Mahists, understood the norms of language used to be integral to this social Dao. Mozi, using his state of nature reactions, tried to motivate reforming the entire structure including our ways of using the terms in our shared language for guiding and coordinating social behavior. Edward Craig concluded that the point of the concept of knowing is to identify reliable informants, but his was still a traditional focus on knowledge as a species of propositional belief, dedicto belief, and its truth value. Rather than seeking the nature of that parochial philosophical construction using the word know, I will urge that we look at all the ways of using the concept that is nearly universally shared in all human languages. 8. Concepts of belief and truth are far less widely shared. Of special interest in this encounter with Chinese philosophy is that they are not found in classical Chinese. We nd a straightforward Chinese concept of know but not of belief or truth. Chinese normative epistemology resonates with that of another rival virtue ethics theorist, Linda Zagzebski. Like her, classical China treated epistemology as part of the normative in general, and, like Zagzebski and Craig, leads in the direction of an exemplarist moral theory. The naturalist normative stance shared across schools in the classical Chinese tradition is a version of metaethical naturalism that encompasses language use and knowing. Its distinctive twist on these alternatives is that it is more intuitively naturalistic. I argue that is because its focus is on the notion of DAO paths rather than on normative propositions, commands, propositions containing should or ought. The shared lexical notion of a law in the ancient Western, Middle Eastern, and South Asian normative political theory invites elaboration using supernatural theology. Finding normative guidance in information structures in nature, in path-like structures rather than command-like sentences, directs some attention to prior animal and human behavior, forming the path by prior walking Huang, April 2, 33, but relies. 179. Ultimately on the natural lay of the land, Laozi, ch. 8. It thus provides a more natural explanation of the human cognitive access to normative guidance that make human knowing continuous with animal knowing. Is pivot of my alternative account of the Chinese focus, Dao path, turns out to be another of the terms found in nearly all human languages. A state of nature reconstruction of this conception of guidance is readily at hand. Bipedal creatures emerging from the trees to seek life on the savanna could hardly avoid having a concept of paths, path ending, path choosing, and path following. By contrast, not all languages contain concepts of a law or a conception of norms as commands from some de jure authority, someone who by their verbal performance creates obligations and justice punishment. The Platonic core of Western monotheistic supernatural theology, by contrast, includes this concept of law and links it to its distinctive focus, the faculty of reason. Around that core, we locate the other elements of the parochial Platonic tradition's focus on belief, truth, fact, and intention and action. I hope by laying out the contrasts in the conceptual scheme surrounding the Chinese focus on DAOs rather than sentences, it can trigger a new perspective on the intramural dispute of conventionalist versus alternative virtue epistemologists and those between intellectualist, Platonic idealist, and pragmatic, naturalist accounts of the nature of knowing. 3. The contrasts. The radical separation of the two conceptual neighborhoods is a product of the interaction of geography and history of the two worlds. The ancient, so-called, West encompassed the region from the Himalayas to northern Africa. The mountain chain and deserts separating these ancient centers of the Himalayas, civilizations sufficiently explain why the East Asian dawn of civilization would not have been a player in the Old World drama. The drama played out in migrations, enslavements, dislocation, and mixing of populations throughout the region, which provided a, perhaps unwelcome, context for blending their religions and concepts into a broadly shared, proto-religious ancient Western background worldview. It is that broad mixture that we are conventionally invited to imaginatively use as the beginning of human thought. It includes the familiar creation stories, good myths, god-kings, their laws, commands, and punishments. The shared other parts of the basic conceptual apparatus for talking about human minds and languages, psychology and meaning. 9. THSA notably also include phonetic alphabets and complex inacted grammars, a contrast of thought and feeling, belief and desire, reason and emotion. Ancient history of sometimes coercive, sometimes trade-inspired, cultural mixing could explain how these core components of a proto-religious worldview might have come to be shared across the Sumerian, Persian, Indian, Egyptian, and the Hellenic worlds by the dawn of history. We needn't assume that they are the natural basic starting points of human thought. Is self-recognition that our world history might not be a neutral, scientific construction of natural starting points of human conceptual thought puts the 180. Marginalization of Chinese philosophy in a different light. And it invites us not to place undue emphasis on Greek rationalist metaphysics and idealism, the contrast of appearance and reality as the natural place to start talking about knowledge. If modern animal science, anthropology, and neuroscience all pose problems for this implicitly idealist or supernaturalist Western starting point, we should welcome rather than resist the challenge. History, particularly political history, contributes to the dominance of the structuring metaphor implicit in the conceptual network of Indo-European/Middle Eastern normative political theory, that of the authoritative command of law. Th's metaphor structures how Western culture has traditionally thought, and still thinks, about normativity, ethics, behavior guidance, and morality. Tenet is the idea of a de jure normative authority, a rational being, whose desires, expressed as general commands, orders, rules, performatively creates obligations, the paradigmatic norm. What gives that human such authority? It must be the command of some higher, more rational, authority. We see the natural EECT of this regress implicit in the law metaphor in its earliest historical formulation, the Law Code of Hammurabi. We learn to treat normative discussion as centered on declarative versions of such imperatives, sentences containing a should or an ought. An act of promulgation by some authority, perhaps of reason itself, renders certain human actions required or prohibited. The relation between actions and the law is a broadly logical syntactic one, general to particular, rooted in the conception of the sentence and its functional, in action marked, components. Nietzsche 1899, Reason in Language. The concept of lawgiver becomes part of our concept of a king and a kingdom, and we learn to treat it as a natural evolutionary development from the smaller prehistorical tribal scale social political structures, see Hart 1961, as a paradigm. It's routine to explain written history of political civilization as being a byproduct of achieving such a large-scale organization. The kingdom is the natural successor of the tribe. The king is a sovereign dened by this authority to pronounce and enforce law on the expanded social group. I will argue that classical Chinese culture should obviously count as an expanded social group, but is an exception in that it does not draw its authority from the conceptual apparatus of the law-giving sovereign. It starts from the more natural conception of the authority of the pathender expert authority as contrasted with performative authority. 11. The political leader is one we follow because we judge that he knows the way to food, water, safety, home, the way to choose a stone to ache to create a scraping knife, how to shape it, etc. Classical China independently evolved a large-scale human political organization that did not draw on this Western paradigm concept of normative guidance, of rule by law. Let me start by visually presenting the contrasts in the conceptual apparatus of the two philosophical traditions for representing human normative guidance and the human capacity for ending and following it. Mind maps are a modern tool. Here, they are an admittedly simply edged shortcut through a lot of, still controversial, theorizing using radical translation. I trust the maps can deliver a visual impact of the claims about what it could mean to have different conceptual schemes. The key is how core central linking concepts structure other terms which may be found in different maps. Notice that we need not expect such large differences in our empirical, natural kind. 181. Concepts like sun, moon, mountains etc. 12. THSA, as in Quine's web of belief metaphor, would lie at the periphery of the web with the abstract philosophical concepts illustrated here nearer the center. Quine 1978, 6, 147. 13. Consider RST the structure, figure 11.1, an advanced undergraduate philosophy major might be expected to have mastered, as Simon Blackburn put it metaphorically, to know her way around these concepts, Blackburn 1984. By contrast, a student of, examples Wangzi or Sunzi would be similarly able to nd their way around the concepts in figure 11.2. My strategy in my early career was to use radical translation methodology to identify concepts from the Western analytic structure that were arguably missing or radically displaced in the Chinese concept map. 14. I diagram the outcome of that strategy here, figure 11.3, to remind us of what we are entitled to suspect might be parochial Western conceptual commitments, i.e. those we need not assume are natural human conceptual concerns. There are lessons in the pattern of absent and dislocated concepts. They pivot around the black spot that is logic and the syntactical sentence or proposition. Is key quartile of the traditional elds of Western philosophy, shapes the inferential context that structures the Western notion of reason. It creates a conceptual space in which we arrange metaphysical, epistemological, and ethical concepts which give pride of place reason with all its links to meaning, truth, belief, experience, mind, and thought. Other important contrasts in emphasis accompany these differences in conceptual structure. We are inclined to view the Western mind map as a map of thought. And we use the word thought in two ways, one to describe a mysterious process taking place hidden within an individual's psyche, soul, or mind, and the other to refer to the sum of religion plus philosophy. As a graduate student in Hong Kong in 1969, I noticed that I could not nd the Chinese philosophical works I was looking for under thought or mind, or next to psychology. I would nd those books in the education or literature section. Content we call thought, second sense, is the product of transmission between generations by teaching, learning, and practice. Origin is a long, perhaps now lost, historical story, not a case of a teenager sitting under the stars at night, wondering why are we here, or where did this all come from. We learn our religious dogmas in childhood from parents, teachers, siblings, and peers. We do not individually reinvent them in some rite of passage in a moment of transcendental insight. Confucius viewed knowing as tied to teaching, learning, and practice. To learn and routinely practice, do we not value this? Confucius, 1:1. Content is something transmitted, taught, and learned. It is a shared social content coded in behavior, including language behavior, a social path. Western translators sometimes misleadingly render the term ASCII nature below in the Chinese concept map as the world. However, it contrasts with TIAND cosmos the way natural kind contrasts with social construct. ASCII nature below refers to the social world, sometimes rendered the empire, the world of living things to which the leader is to provide guidance. In classical Chinese thought, the counterpart of the Indo-European, i.e., contrast of the world of appearance versus reality, is that between the natural and the socially constructed. And the battle between them is played out on the eld of what should we be teaching and learning, not what should be believed or doubted. Like the Western dialectic structured by the reality, appearance dualism, the Chinese contrast is one of a constant, reliable, external world guidance versus an inherited, transmitted changeable social system of behaviors which differ from region to region and time to time. Ancient Chinese masters mapped their concepts around the contrast of natural courses of behavior versus socially constructed courses of behavior, ASCII nature guide RENDAO human guide. Broadly, the conservative Confucians champion the inherited social path, hence humanists, while other schools, particularly the primitivist deists, attempt to give priority to natural DOS. Contrasting Western focus, the picture metaphor, shapes the Indo-European mind, body dualism, the mind as a container of sense data experience, ideas and structures of these, beliefs, desires, which interact in an intellectual or mental space, Plato's world of the forms or the Cartesian realm of individual mind, deploying its deaning faculty reason. Picture in the Chinese case would be the map, a two-dimensional guide to a three-dimensional, real-world information structure. Chinese epistemology and skepticism focus more on how the transmission of social guidance might have been distorted in transmission, as in the Chinese whispers game. Our conception of the internal mechanisms guiding behavior does not separate thought versus feeling/desire as contraries, hence the famous, sometimes controversial, translation of XIN heart guiding organ of the body as heart-mind. Motivation and learned content are not distinct because what is learned is ritual_ceremony patterns of behavior. These learned social DOS are the source of normative, behavioral guidance. We acquire moral character, virtuosity, through such learning and disciplined practice. Normativity pervades the entire context of Chinese epistemology and skepticism from the earliest texts. Skepticism and knowledge within the 100 schools of classical Chinese thought, accordingly, address the key natural glue binding a social DAO language. Language, for them, consists of strings of MIN words names. Language behavior is normatively guided by the same approximate process teaching, learning, and practicing. As the dialectic develops in ancient China, issues of knowledge vs skepticism start to pivot more and more around the norms of language, word, use whether objects, those we mark with names, are socially constructed or natural, world-guided, entities independent of our conceptual schemes. Desires are regarded as directed to objects of either sort. So, desires too can similarly be natural or socially constructed. Is contrast of how dominant a role sociology, history, and culture play in China versus the individual psychological role, the contrast of subjectivity and objectivity. The notion of the soul/mind/ego in the West is vaguely re-acted in the contrast of Chinese ideograph and the Western idea. Is notoriously fascinating contrast between Chinese and Western conceptions of language reconfigures our sense of how languages relate to writing and pictures. Characters have a social broadly evolutionary history. Are public, social objects governed by social practices of use. We give Western ideas a personal, experiential history. Are subjectively, publicly inaccessible objects. 186. Gradual adaptation of the written character forms, their modi cation, the diarent styles and the popular stories infuse and enliven these fascinating characters in their social history as they are intertwined with events and changing mores and conventions. Like ideas, they are popularly portrayed as originally representational, pictographic or ideographic, items created, like other conventions, by historical sage kings, cultural pioneers, 15 then passed down with the social DAO encoded in them through teacher to student. Social objects, the written characters, bridge the natural world and the social world. Fingeret noted this contrast of the Confucian social versus the Western psychological focus and advocated avoiding any psychology to Chinese writers in translation and interpretation, Fingeret 1972. However, it is not that individuals do not have a psychology, but that the psychology is broadly behavioral. Virtuosity is predominantly virtuosity xi and guoc behavior, excellence in practical interpretation, following paths correctly. We practice and learn these until they become ritualized behavior, including language behavior. Psychology viewed as a mental proposition forming capacity of individuals would be treated as shaped by learning a language. It's not an inherent structure of a human mind, brain. Function of language is to improve the efficiency of storage, transmission, and access to a social repository of guidance information, DAO paths, in the world. Humans are distinctive in being able to accumulate, preserve, and transmit that guidance from generation to generation. In doing so, we contribute to children's and students' virtuosity, the ability of the whole person to choose, and follow behavioral paths in the real, natural world. 3.1 Early Mahist epistemic reaction. So, although we do not a simple equivalent of truth and belief in the Chinese philosopher's character scheme, we do a counterpart of that which may be known versus what is subject to philosophical doubt. Social practice of linking a term to an external, natural object may be a mere, possibly revisable, social convention, or it may be guided essentially by the natural world. 16 One of the clearest early statements of this diarent view of what knowing is can be found in Mozi. A blind person may say bright white, dark black. Even the keen-sighted would not correct him. But if we combine black and white natural objects and invite the blind person to pick them out, they couldn't know how to do it. Hence in saying the blind do not know white-black, it's not in their use of the words, mastery of a social DAO, but in their inability to choose, distinguish particulars in the natural world. Mozi, 31/19/5, 6. Further, the diarents in the pivot of cognition theories, natural versus social rather than appearance versus reality, inspires the Daoist epistemic quietism mentioned above. THERS is an opposition to imposing social constructions, learned RDCE, on natural guiding structures and natural human capacities for ending and following them. THE focus of 187. Their skeptical attitude is on whether there are any naturally correct language uses, not on the vagaries of sense perception. A corollary of deist skeptical lines of thought, abandon knowing, most typically found in deist primitivism, was viewed as entailing that we should avoid the use of language. A cardinal difference lies in the link of the virtue-like notion and its implicit target, path. Guidance by a path has three phases where truth of a sentence is a simpler metaphysical or normative relation. Being good at following paths involves ending, knowing of, them, choosing, shife if he's not that, and following them, not straying. Virtuosity consists in all three. So knowing of, being able to distinguish the path from what is not the path, knowing to this and not that, and knowing how to execute correctly are all included. Paths of natural objects are causal paths. Causation does not operate between sentential events but to a thing's course of life. THINGs are composed of their proper parts, not substance, subject, with properties, predicates. The guiding organ takes the information, discrimination, from the senses and makes the this/not that choices not an inner realm, a subjective space populated with picture-like copies of things, facts, and events. Normativity is akin to navigation, not obedience. Ambitions are plans of future unfoldings, not sentential intentions. Paths are guidance structures for all living things, not merely humans. The distribution of things, and parts of things in space creates natural structures of probability which creatures, especially with central nervous systems, can commit to, and follow through on. THEY are structures of causal probability that are relative to things, physical structures that determine possible histories of those things, of how the future might unfold for them if they have the relevant virtuosity. We don't, for good reason, think of those structures as being chosen, for example, by light rays, but they are otherwise similar paths of probable unfolding histories of that kind of thing made probable by the distribution of mass in the universe. It's not unusual to popular accounts of physics and biology that succumb to language that projects intentionality on inanimate objects, and we usually read these charitably. Potential causally probable paths for lots of inanimate objects, famously billiard balls and atoms, are in the layout of in its environment. For living species, we can even read the theory of evolution as broadly intentional, of a species exploiting an environmental niche, a path, and discoveries about how even trees release defensive chemicals that alert other trees to dangers like Jira parasites and diseases easily tempt us to something like taking an intentional stance toward them. While personication may be natural to explain trees' behavior, it is more naturally natural, to speak of them having a way, an inner mechanism, virtuosity, of exploiting, choosing and acting for them and their neighbors that future path. We can adopt minimal degrees of animation in describing the behavior without adopting personication in the more implausible sense of their having beliefs and desires and a mental process of pursuing the logic of their law-like beliefs and desires to derive an intention to act in a way that causally has an event as EECT. I would claim that so-called primitive personication, animaism, is a broadly naturalistic theory, not science, but science-like in being naturalistic and objectively wrong about the kind of mechanism in objects. But there is little that would need. 188. Revising in the path virtuosity account of this mechanism, only the detail to be added. Even to speak of the of the universe from the Big Bang to its cold death is more naturalistic than to postulating a cause which issues mental commands to objects to move in ways that separate light and darkness. Naturalistic versions of the behavior of other things on the face of Earth, i.e. the space between sky and Earth, would still have normative implications, e.g. to cooperate as far as possible and choose among our paths to pursue those which reduce con-ICT and clashes with others, harmony and cooperation with other natural things. The Western, law metaphor, by contrast, gives us the strict deontology of obedience to the plans and projects of this imaginary being outside of nature. In moral theory, virtue ethics is typically motivated as an alternative normative stance to a law-based deontological model. Virtue ethics thus has an obvious naturalistic motivation. However, without some account of a target, autonomous, pure virtue theory seems unmotivated and notoriously vulnerable to sheer traditionalism, merely listing well-entrenched, thick, descriptive predicates of our language which we typically use in talking about moral exemplars. THEY may come to seem arbitrary or boringly conventional. In epistemology, virtue is presented as an alternative to process reliabilism. The Chinese metaphor links virtues strictly to processes, to DOS, in general. A thing's virtuosity includes that thing's mechanism for ending processes. However, DOS can iterate. There can be several ways of ending ways to do things, and for us, they should be ways humans can end ways. There can be ways of choosing among known ways of knowing, maybe faster, maybe more reliable, more or less easy to execute, more or less cooperative with others, more or less clearly marked, etc. And there can be ways of following, executing, a commitment, and ways of ending, choosing, and following those. So ways give creatures a kind of autonomy. Humans can be different from animals in how much more a reactive iteration of DOS we are capable of, especially socially, given our use of language, accumulation of culture, ability to coordinate cooperation, etc. But otherwise, human knowing is continuous with the knowing of animals. We can see the point of knowing how, and knowing to from an imagined state of nature. Knowing of a way of doing the thing, getting water, making a stone tool, executing the plan or project, interpreting it in our performance are natural capacities worth recognizing. The classical Chinese normative apparatus is deeply naturalistic. Its commitment to natural causal probabilities for the unfolding of the history of various things can be embellished with more science, but needs little core modification to fold easily into our current view of scientific naturalism. The West's metaphysical commitments, even God aside, to truth, facts, actions, and events as the building blocks of reality, to beliefs, ideas, meanings as units in the brain or central nervous system are, as things now stand with physics and neurophysiology, relatively more risky commitments. Whereas, a commitment to neural paths along which chemical and electrical signals pass in the course of ending, choosing, and following externally marked, epistemically available, paths is an incomplete promise of an explanation, but not the same risk from what we presently know. Most centrally, that alternative way of understanding humans as normative creatures, seeing them as cooperative language users in a shared process of ending. 189. And exploiting natural possibilities, seems a straightforwardly, intuitively natural insight into our normativity. Obviously, it places less of a burden on the isolated individual, the psychology itself, and more on the social construction of paths of cooperative behavior, allowing the group to survive and thrive together in a natural world of actual paths to future outcomes, paths for our and walking behavior that are cooperative and bring the world of living beings TIAN11th world of living things into harmony with each other and with the natural cosmos TIANDI the cosmos sky plus Earth. 3.2 Mozi's state of nature theory of normative knowing at least, is what I take Mozi's state of nature story at the dawn of the classical Chinese philosophical dialectic to have presupposed. It so blatantly resembles Hobbes' legal political version that it is almost universally regarded as a complete counterpart. Further, Mozi opposes the more traditional and famous conception of the TIANMING sky-fated role mandate of heaven, widely treated as a counterpart to the divine right of kings in the West. At earliest political doctrine is presented in one of the earliest extant texts from the tradition, the Book of History. Tradition held that the Duke of Zhou concocted the narrative to legitimize the Zhou dynasty overthrow of the Shang Empire that preceded it. Both were kingdoms in the sense of being relatively large-scale political systems with a monopoly on coercion, but neither presented anything resembling the legal conception of a sovereign, i.e. of a performative law pronouncer with de jure authority to create obligations by issuing general commands. And the transfer of the role of ruler was not a grant of such authority. In fact, the Zhou theory developed a direct contrast seemingly between 1. Natural human, family, authority structure, parent, child authority chains which, combined with traditional ancestor worship led inductively to the authority of the THIRD great ancestor or SHINGDI above emperor, of the afterlife hierarchical society which contains my grandparents. 2. Ability, de virtuosity, of a leader to end and guide the people along a path, navigating between the opportunities and dangers in the natural world. It was more the expert, non-performative, authority of the skilled path-ender, ending a way and leading humans to live in harmony with TIANSKY natural earth forces of destruction, famine, good, and creation, order, and disorder. Roughly Confucian continuation of the TIANMING natural role theory was led out with an account of sage kings, who found and led the culture along various paths of social practice. THSA neither inherited statuses nor law-giving roles. Each de virtuoso way leader picked his most DEA to take up the leader/path-ender role, and the social practices established by them are thus transmitted through history using the natural teacher-student model. THEY, no doubt, may have thought of humans as the only learning creatures, but treating the nature of knowing as tied to teaching and learning is clearly a viable naturalistic approach. Knowledge is taught and learned. 190. Stored and accessed in historically enduring social practices. Confucian ritual_ceremony is ARENDIO human guide. Mozi's state of nature theory challenged the implicit conservatism of that conception of normativity, creating a social process, a social DIO path of reforming it, improving it by constructing a better social DIO. The guide for that construction was an early version of TIANDIO natural guide based on a distinction that, Mozi alleged, is not a social construction, Binti versus harm. Mozi's historically imagined process of constructing the scheme of normative knowledge was not, contrary to some accounts, an authoritarian, top-down process of judgment by the wisest and best. It did draw on, but was a dramatic amendment to, the Confucian sage king model. First, the social world as a whole selected the wisest and best and titled him, presumably, Tianzi natural philosopher. 17. He immediately displayed his wisdom by being epistemically modest. He could not, by himself, say how to guide, to say what was moral for, everyone everywhere. So, as in the prior traditional account, he selected the wisest and best ministers not to succeed him, but to help him in the construction project. Each in turn similarly argued that they did not know how to guide everyone, everywhere in their regions. So, they selected deputies, who selected deputies, always choosing the next wisest and best, who similarly confessed their lack of overall knowledge of how everyone under them was to live. Finally, getting down to the individual, the process required everyone to report up what they knew to be good or bad behavior/practice. By a method left frustratingly vague given the absence of a conception of logic, each ascending layer of wise and good leaders would transmit, report up, until it reached the top judge, the natural, school, master, who would, Supreme Court-like, decide, thus setting a moral precedent to be followed by all the hierarchical layers below. The authority was like that in a moral judicial system absent the notion of law. Precedent-setting choice was a precedent of choosing SHIFE. It is not that everyone was, in EECT, coordinating their situational, contextual judgments according to the precedent established by this ongoing social construction project. Line of discovery was bottom-up, and the line of transmission of decision was from the top down, always from the wiser. Process of norm construction started from everyone's practical experience and was the basic normative know-how. Knowledge was stored in social practices, in behaviors taught, learned, and practiced in the process of making normative shifei this not that decisions. The joint Mahist accounts illustrate the conception of the nature of knowing in a way that could engage with Sosa's focus on performance, the performance of distinguishing one thing from another in context, sorting black from white pebbles. Second, the behavioral repertoires can be taught, learned, thus inherited, stored, accumulated, and assimilated to those of a larger group by the natural socialization process of acquiring practices that help us coordinate our behavior with others, starting implicitly with ways of making the distinctions that go into the words of a shared language. Confucius' social Dao path application of the metaphor treated society and human behavior as a structure of ritual_ceremony which consists of performances. 191. Behaviors, of named role players. Mine name and mine status_role are semantically as well as phonetically and graphically related terms. Naming right is assigning the person to the role and right behavior to the one playing that role in the shared social performance. Confucius had a broadly aesthetic appreciation for the elegance and harmony of the resulting social ceremony, which he also likened to music performances and instrument performers. We learn the roles from de virtuoso teachers, exemplars, leaders, those who guide us along the performance path as we learn and practice. His social knowledge is both normative and intertwined with the normativity of language/name use, which in The Analects translated to Confucius' commitment to rectifying names, correctly selecting and titling performers and behaviors, and ritual objects. The aesthetic feature of Confucius' conception of the information stored in social DAOs was one target of Mozi's skeptical challenge. He argued that the distinction between binti and harm was not a social construct, but a natural, objective basis which should serve as the ultimate ground of the process of constructing a language to help store guidance, information, knowledge. Reforming social practices, including named role players and roles played, would be guided by choosing to bring about general binti to all. His state of nature was a Chinese example of the thought experiment Craig envisioned. 3.3 Sun Tzu, Summary of the classical naturalistic concept of know-to and know-how. A relatively succinct statement of this alternative conceptual perspective on knowing comes from a later Confucian, Sun Tzu. The Mozi and the later Mahists observe a range of ways we use the concept of knowing as a capacity, one that we are in paradigmatically when alive and awake versus the opposites, and contact or encounter. As they put it, when awake, the knowing knows. Is one comes closest to the Western preoccupation with entry transitions. We know things, concrete particulars, by distinguishing them from their surrounding context using our senses. We come across a path pretty clearly using the process we saw in the metaphorical structure of the character de virtuosity. Sun Tzu here LLS this line of reasoning out in ways that underline the differences between this ancient Chinese and the Greek conceptions of perception and the nature of natural practical knowing. In view of this, following what are we able to group similar and different? The answer, following the natural entrances. All things of similar types and essential emotions have natural entrances, way of imaging things that are also similar. So, comparing with the points of doubt in the other similarities is communication. With this process, that which can be shared becomes a conventional name, mutually convenient to the time. The shapes of parts, patterns of color are distinguished by the eye. The sound, the tone, the clarity and muddiness, the tunes of ayut, and other strange noises are differentiated by the ear. Sweet, bitter, salty, and sharp, sour and strange tastes are distinguished by the mouth. Fragrant, smelly, oury, rank, rancid, putrid, ol and other strange odors are distinguished by 192. The nose. Damage, itch, cold, heat, smooth, rough, light, heavy, are distinguished by the body parts. Approval, consequence, happiness, anger, sadness, pleasure, love, disgust, desire, dispute by the guiding organ, the xin heart mind. The guiding organ has guiding knowledge. Having guiding knowledge, it can follow the ear and know a sound is acceptable, following the eye it can know the image is acceptable. In this way guiding knowledge must await the natural entrances hitting on and classifying their types, and only after that, can it determine acceptability. THEVE entrances hitting on something and not knowing it, the guiding organ's guiding knowledge has nothing to say or approve. In that case humans, without exception, will call this not knowing. Sun Tzu, 83/22/15, 21. And Nally, Sun Tzu's account of the similarity and difference between animal and human knowing. Fire and water have Q energies to but lack SHE and life, grass and trees have life but lack ZHic knowing. Birds and beasts have knowing but lack Y immorally. Humans have energy, life, knowledge, and in addition morality. Accordingly, they are the most exalted in the realm of living things. Why is this? Because they are able to form communities, and animals are not. Why can humans form communities and animals not? Because they can draw divisions, and how can these divisions unfold in behavior? In morality. Accordingly, being moral in drawing divisions we are in harmony, and in being harmonious, are one, and as one our power is greater. We can control other things and bring overall Binti to the biosphere. There is no other basis for this than in making moral divisions. Sun Tzu, 28/9/69, 73. 3.4 Traditional intellectualism versus its modern naturalist alternatives. Mozi points to the broadly pragmatic thrust of Chinese philosophy. Accordingly, it would count as another alternative to the conventional, intellectualist direction of rationalism. It is not obvious how a comparative perspective can contribute to the debate between these traditions. From Dewey's Reconstruction in Philosophy, Dewey 1920, to Stephen Stick's From Folk Psychology to Cognitive Science, Stick 1983, to Alvin Goldman's A Theory of Human Action, Goldman 1970, to the modern proponents of alternative and anti-intellectualist revisions of this tradition, e.g. Wittgenstein, Sellers/Brandom, continue to make the case from within the tradition, but the tradition survives? I have noticed three defensive strategies for surviving calls to naturalize Western philosophical tradition in the light of modern science and analysis. One is illustrated by Davidson's observation that trying to make sense of much of our common talk is just what philosophers do, Davidson 1969, 162. His rationalist structure permeates not only philosophy writings, but much of Western religion and common sense, indeed our whole sense of our place in the natural world. Straightforward elimination often makes nonsense of ordinary talk. 193. A second strategy is one we saw in our discussion on sosa about knowledge constructions like knowing how and knowing to. He promptly showed how to translate such constructions into knowing that constructions using the word ought. And doing so, we can observe, has the obvious value that we can reduce the problem of understanding a so far unanalyzed construction into one we have analyzed for millennia and feel we understand well. A third defense can be found in Christian List's recent defense of free will, List 2019, 101-102. 18. It shares with the other two the advantage that our concepts are inferentially related to the whole network of our discourse about ourselves, e.g. our implicit deontology, and our familiar account of our exalted status in our world. If we are to talk with each other at all, especially about morality, desert, blame etc., we are committed to the broad outlines of that conceptual structure. Practice of philosophy, constructing arguments, usually contained within an article or book very much favors a focus on revising or eliminating some particular part of that structure. Any piecemeal proposal for elimination or radical reconstruction is vulnerable to these defenses. So alternative, non-idealist, naturalistic, pragmatic approaches can usually be fought to a draw in any attempt at piecemeal reform of our conceptual structure. Philosophers within the Western Academy do not need, and probably could not rationally draw, help and support from Chinese thinkers. Are highly creative and disciplined thinkers on both sides, and it is natural that the battle will be fought out on their home ground. I do not normally side with partisans for appealing to non-Western philosophy to settle such disputes or solve such problems. My own view is that exposure to other systems of philosophy is beneficial mainly in informing and enriching the familiar process of philosophical thought experiments, philosophical curiosity, and open-mindedness. Without fully engaging in experimental philosophy, looking at other traditions gives us a way to ground thought experiments in the real world of thinking in the context of alternative philosophical traditions with alternative conceptual schemes. Given the stand these defensive strategies provide against piecemeal attempts at elimination or restructuring of our traditional conceptual structure, conceptual scheme revisionists may try to construct a whole new, scientifically respectable conceptual structure, one more in tune with the explosion in our scientific understanding of our minds and the world, with some progress in sociology thrown in. A version of this thought, presumably, helped motivate the abortive ideal language movement of the 20th century. 19. 3.5 The argumentative role of comparative philosophy. I do not propose to revisit my arguments for these conceptual differences in this chapter. I also do not intend to argue for the elimination of idealist concepts from our normative theories in general, hence from our normative epistemology in particular. I accept the argumentative force of the conservative strategies in favor of working with our own philosophical texts and the tradition growing out of them. It is the work of 194 philosophers to try to bring more coherence to our conceptual apparatus, and that the enterprise is, in that way at least, internal to that conceptual scheme. Philosophical metaethics is still different from religious traditions of internal reasoning, such as rabbinical interpretive disputes. The difference is not that we do not have a canonical textual tradition, e.g. the one inheriting and reacting to the Platonic structural conception of knowledge/belief/propositions. It is rather, as Gibbard has suggested, Gibbard 2003, 187-188, 20, that internal conceptual structure of our tradition commits us to reject the inference from p. Our tradition, our social path, implies that we ought to X to C. I know to X. So, while I accept appealing to the conservative strategies to try to rescue and resuscitate the concepts we and natural to use in our philosophical context, we should be careful when relying on them not to rule out the possibility of other ways of talking, of other social DOS. The philosophical goal of clarifying, making sense of our common talk should proceed within our understanding our social DO to be itself a product of that kind of internal evolution of an ancient Greek tradition of thought. Philosophical disputes still differ from the disputes of religious scholars in that we do not take the fact that something follows from our canonical ways of talking, our social DO path, to count in favor of adopting our way of talking. Crucially, we understand our texts, our way of talking about normative issues, as including a norm that bars our treating this as a valid inference. We are justified in our conclusion by our reasoning from our norms to the conclusion, but that does not imply we are justified in relying on our norms with the index equal included. I have argued that the Chinese tradition has a similar kind of built-in objectivism, at least in the Mahist and Daoist tradition. 21 It starts with Mozi's rejection of the inference from the fact that something accords with a traditional social DO path that social agreement makes it shithis right. Still, thinkers from Chinese tradition are as warranted as Western philosophers are in appealing to the three conservative lines of reasoning. They should, like Zhuangzi, allow for doubt that our social DO, our tradition, is the naturally right one. Nature does not speak, does not tell us what to do. We this and not that our way through available guiding information structures found in nature always with a degree of epistemic risk. The way in which comparative Chinese philosophy can contribute to the discussion between Western traditionalists and pragmatic, more naturalistic alternatives, is that it is not burdened with trying to argue internally for piecemeal reductions, elimination, or replacements of that conceptual scheme. It rather starts from a whole different, more deeply pragmatic and normative framework. While in this way, more holistic, the strategy does not purport to OER an ideal language derived from science. It is rather a holistic, actual example of an alternative classical conceptual philosophical tradition, one which actually spawned a philosophical history of comparable length, comparable richness of textual development and dispute, and comparable impact on its culture. 195. While being naturalistic, and having its own science-like components, Needham and Huang 1956, 22. It too should be updated to incorporate what we now understand about the natural world from modern science. As we have seen, the Chinese scheme is not supernaturalist, not only in lacking the author of nature, the law-pronouncing intellectual being, but also in lacking commitment to a host of other abstract intellectual sentence-like atoms of the structure of nature, beliefs, facts, events etc., or natural kinds, substance plus property. So, it offers an interesting, real-world grounded opportunity for a more holistic thought experiment. How should the Chinese conceptual system for understanding normativity in general and the normativity of knowing in particular, adapt to accommodate what modern science tells us? Would modern views about the cosmos, about language, about biology, evolution, and the brain accommodate internally into Chinese, deist, reasoning using natural elaborations and evolution of its classical conceptual structure in the ways Western thought has with Platonism? First, it should accept, and has accepted, that the norms of language use are not limited to what concepts we are to use in our social, cooperative DAO 23 THEY include norms of grammatical structure that classical thinkers largely ignored. The sentence is indeed a fundamental unit of language. And logic is a way of making the inferential relations among sentences containing shared concepts and their norms of use explicit. A normative conception of modern logic, grammar, and semantics as developed in the West should accommodate itself easily as an embellished linguistic pragmatism. THR is more to the DAO path of language than the traditional Chinese masters realized. Second, naturalist thinkers in that tradition need embellish, but not abandon, their broadly naturalistic, causal, historical conventionalist view of language normativity to incorporate logic and syntax. THEY would continue to understand it as part of a social DAO that includes all other normativity of socially cooperative behaviors and as something taught and learned, transmitted through generations. THEY need not treat correctly produced sentences of language as a translation of inner thoughts, mental states, but as participation in the cooperative sharing of guidance information that facilitates social coordination and harmony. THIRD, like other behaviors, linguistic behavior is learned through example and practiced in interaction with our community. Humans are special in having a virtuosity at carrying on and continuing the productions of sentence expressions in language following the norms, the social DAO of their community. THEY are not special in being in the image of some supernatural thinker or having some normative dignity that elevates them out of the realm of nature. Sun Tzu's self-congratulatory view of humans as naturally dominant over other creatures was contentious even when formulated. His important addition to the normative, social historical view of language would inform the evolved conceptual scheme emerging from the historical dialectic of Confucians, Maoists, legalists, deists, and Buddhists in philosophical debate. Introducing it had already started with Buddhism but did not compel traditional thinkers to adopt the alien view of mind. THEY still took XIN heart guiding organ to be a guidance mechanism, detecting things in nature and responding to them in naming. 196. And social behavior. THE learning of language, like the learning of other aspects of a social DAO, includes mimicking, emulating, practicing and rehearsing, subvocalizing, performances in giving and asking for guidance information to navigate together real avenues of causal probability. THO's avenues are actual, not merely logical or imagined, structures of causal possibility and degrees of probability. Navigating them remains a matter of the virtuosity of individuals, schools, and societies. It starts from our capacity to discriminate distinct, concrete particulars in the world and use language in sharing the knowledge we acquire by, as Motzi says, coming across it by following those norms of information sharing. It follows that they would promote the social DIO of the scientific community. THEY would accept the norms of scientific discussion, teach and promote them, and accordingly have a normative conception of truth, validity, evidence, etc., in participation in this social DIO. Science, indeed, would tee into their concept of human cooperation as a deeply normative enterprise particularly helpful in discovering, storing, and transmitting natural DIOs. It is a way of ending possible ways. Logic and mathematics, axiomatic structures, contribute to science's ability to store this guidance information, this know-how, efficiently. It makes teaching and learning the knowledge acquired easier, and leaves use of the information more autonomous, less dependent on warranting authority, and ultimately more widely available to humans. The classical Chinese view of authority, of expert versus juridical authority, would smoothly integrate with science as a structure. We would, as I must, defer to experts in our linguistic use. I may understand only part of the case for using the term dwarf planet or Kuiper belt object rather than planet, but I know to say there are 8 planets and not to count Pluto among them. My epistemic commitment is to the DIO of science, not to a body of beliefs. I seek to learn it, to teach it to my students and my son. I needn't be a front-line theorist to exhibit DE virtuosity in my role in a social community in which we accept the norms of science. Commitment is understood as a dynamic state of having embarked, having an inertial trajectory, along path-like normative structures. THSA may be internal to our brain, the learned paths of linked neuronal rings that constitute memories and habits, to learned paths to cooperating with siblings, playmates, teachers, or external trajectory down the road in my car or yong. Commitments can be changed, but there is a cost, energy expended in changing them. All sentential commitments could be viewed as potential structures in the DIO of our language. TH's way of adapting science to a classical Chinese conceptual scheme would naturally incline toward instrumental conceptions of our participation in the social DIO of science, but could conceivably reach to accepting instrumental commitments that lead us to know to treat, example fermions and bosons, dark matter and energy, as real. If doing so makes me better able to participate in this shared enterprise, then I would come to know to regard the world as 96% mysterious and perhaps ultimately not accessible to our shared capacities to know. We could develop the Chinese conceptual scheme to function very smoothly with modern science without being required to treat sentential structure as being inherent. 197. In the metaphysical structure of nature outside of and independent of our shared languages and social practices. The social practices must unfold in the context of real-world probable DIOs. We need not say the fundamental constitution of the world is as a conglomeration of facts, that causation is a relation among events, that human behavior is an aggregate of actions, that cognition consists in beliefs. The constituents of the world would be particles or strings, or causation would be how those particles combine and interact in the probabilities of the unfolding of cosmic history. We would have plans and projects that require us to understand, accommodate, and sometimes guide those probabilities as they unfold. For conclusion, a truce. So, the opening to an encounter with Sosa's account of epistemic virtue remains available given his willingness to consider belief as a quasi-linguistic performance in a normative epistemic social DIO in which I and others may, or may not, exhibit degrees of virtuosity relative to our roles in that social DIO. It would be manifest as embarking on or maintaining a trajectory down a behavioral path of Church WEEDAMing treating as in our cooperative social DIO, our normative process of sharing guidance information. In other words, it need not be independent and separable from our language. We could introduce Tarski's truth in language, but need not commit to an abstract, metaphysical truth beyond the world-guided causal paths of possible, probable unfolding of things. We would commit to expressing truth in our language following our community's linguistic DIO in knowing behavior as we navigate together the world consisting of natural DIOs. Our social interactions and our constructions of social DIOS can and should fully exploit the resources and ways of interacting that out from these insights into how languages function and can be utilized by humans. But we need not church WEEDM streets as laws as written in the fabric of nature itself, only the DIOS are there. And we may or may not be good at ending, constructing, choosing, and following them. The outcome of this thought experiment, I submit, is not an argument that should convince Western philosophers to abandon their traditional commitment to speaking of knowledge as true belief plus something or other. It rather proposes a truce. Chinese epistemology is as entitled to appeal to the three conservative strategies of accommodating their traditional conceptual structure as are Western thinkers. Navigational concepts of DIOpath and DE virtuosity work well enough without commitment to natural law and events, to psychological laws of beliefs or normative laws and obedience in intention and action. As neither tradition rules out the other, the main insight from this world-guided thought experiment with an actual alternative conceptual scheme is how it is possible to be an ethical, and epistemological, naturalist naturally. One needn't go through the complicated process of thinking one's way out of the Platonic intellectual world from within it. Meta-ethical naturalism is, to repurpose Simon Blackburn's metaphor, harder to earn for a Western philosopher than it would be for deists. 198. 12. A THIRD Platonic problem for Sosa? Or how? Wang Yangming can know better than full well? Yong Huang. 1. Introduction. In his Knowing Full Well, 2011, Ernest Sosa aims to provide contemporary solutions to the two Platonic problems involving the constitution of knowledge and value of knowledge, which he deals with in chapters 1 and 3 respectively. In this chapter, I shall introduce a third Platonic problem involving the impact of knowledge, not because the two Platonic problems Sosa deals with are unimportant, but because this third one is not only important in its own right but can also shed light to the RST2 problems. In the attempt to provide a solution to this third Platonic problem, I shall draw on the philosophical insights from the Neo-Confucian philosopher Wang Yangming, according to whom genuine knowledge is one that motivates one to act, and thus one who knows in Sosa's sense cannot be said to know full well, if the person is not motivated to act according to his knowledge, or if he can be said to know full well, then a person who knows in Wang Yangming's sense knows better than full well in Sosa's sense. 2. A third Platonic problem for Sosa. THERST Platonic problem, in THEAetetus, concerns the nature of knowledge. To Socrates' question what is knowledge? THEAetetus RST responds by erring examples of knowledge, which Socrates says are neither sufficient nor necessary for a definition of knowledge. After his response to Socrates' question by deeming knowledge as perception is also rejected by Socrates for many reasons, such as, animals also have perception, no one would then be wiser than anyone else since everyone has the same ability to perceive, anyone who perceives the utterance of a language would be said to know the language, and there is part of knowledge that does not rely upon perception, etc. THEAetetus comes up with the response that knowledge is true belief or judgment. THEAetetus 200e. To this, Socrates raises the objection, and suppose a jury has been justly persuaded of some matter which only an eyewitness could know, and which 203. 204. Cannot otherwise be known, suppose they come to their decision upon hearsay, forming a true judgment, then they have decided the case without knowledge, but, granted they did their job well, being correctly persuaded, THEAetetus 201b, c. So knowledge is not merely a true judgment, and THEAetetus adds that it is true judgment with an account, logos, that is knowledge, true judgment without an account falls outside of knowledge, THEAetetus 201d. And the question is what this account is. Reproposals are discussed but none of them is found satisfactory. THERST would be, making one's thought apparent vocally by means of words and verbal expressions when a man impresses an image of his judgment upon the stream of speech, like reactions upon water or in a mirror, THEAetetus 206d. Th is however is found not sufficient, as it is a thing that everyone is able to do more or less readily. If he is not deaf or dumb to begin with, 206d. In other words, anyone who has the correct judgment can do it, and thus the correct judgment would be knowledge itself. The second proposal is that by account it is meant being able, when questioned about what a thing is, to give an answer by reference to its elements, 207a. Th's answer is considered ridiculous, because it is ridiculous to answer what something is by just listing all the parts that make up the thing, especially when a part of one thing may be exactly the same as a part of another thing, as the letter T is both a part of Theaetetus and a part of Theaeteodorus. The last possibility of what an account means discussed is being able to tell some mark by which the object you are asked about differs from all other things, 208c. Th's possibility of account is excluded as redundant, as a true judgment of something must already be a judgment that tells this thing apart from all other things. The conclusion of Theaetetus is entirely negative regarding the nature of knowledge. Knowledge is neither perception nor true judgment, nor an account added to a true judgment, 210a, b. Still, it is reasonable to think that knowledge must be a true judgment or belief, even though a true judgment or belief may not be knowledge yet. So, Sosa states that the post-Gettier form of this Platonic question is what further condition, added to, or in place of, being competently held, must a true belief satisfy in order to constitute knowledge. Sosa 2011, 2. To solve this Platonic problem, Sosa develops his idea of fully apt belief in 3 steps. First, a belief is apt as animal knowledge when it succeeds in its aim, being true, not by luck but through exercising the RST order competences, the competences that reliably enough yield the correctness of the beliefs produced. Sosa 2011, 11. Second, a belief is then meta-apt as reactive knowledge when it is formed not by luck but through exercising the meta-competence, the competence that governs whether or not one should form a belief at all on the question at issue, or should rather withhold belief altogether. Sosa 2011, 12. And third, a belief is fully apt and one knows full well when one's apt belief, the animal knowledge formed through exercising the RST order competence, is guided by the meta-apt belief, reactive knowledge formed through exercising the meta-competence. Sosa 2011, 9-13. The second, related, Platonic problem in Meno that Sosa deals with concerns the value of knowledge in comparison with mere true belief. In other words, what does knowledge add to true belief? As Sosa states, Plato wondered how knowledge can be more valuable than its corresponding true belief, if a true belief will serve you equally. A THIRD Platonic problem for Sosa? 205. Well, true beliefs will guide you to your objectives no less efficiently than would the corresponding knowledge. In line with this, we ask, how can knowledge as such always improve on the corresponding merely true belief? Sosa 2011, 56. To illustrate it, in the dialogue, Socrates says that a man who knew the way to Larissa and went there and guided others would surely lead them well and correctly. Here Socrates is talking about a person with knowledge, and he compares the person with someone with merely true belief. Someone had had a correct opinion as to which was the way but had not gone there nor indeed had knowledge of it, but would also lead correctly. Meno 97a, b. Socrates further says that as long as he has the right opinion about that of which the other has knowledge, he will not be a worse guide than the one who knows, as he has true opinion, though not knowledge in no way worse. Meno 97b. If this is the case, then it seems that knowledge does not have any additional value in comparison with true opinion or belief, and this being the case, Meno wonders, why knowledge is prized far more highly than right opinion. 97d. Socrates' own solution to this problem is that true opinion is not stable and can easily get lost, true opinions are not willing to remain long, and they escape from a man's mind, so that they are not worth much until one ties them down by giving an account of the reason why. Meno 97e, 98a. Apparently not satisfied with Socrates' own solution to this problem about the value of knowledge, as one way to solve it himself Sosa explains the value of knowledge through what he calls a knowledge norm of assertion, where knowledge, but not merely true belief, can function as a norm of assertion, and in this sense, and to that extent, knowledge is better than merely true belief or has a value that merely true belief lacks. To explain it, Sosa states that sincerity is an epistemic norm of assertion in the sense that an assertion falls short epistemically if it is insincere. Sosa 2011, 47. Now one can be insincere and thus acting improperly not only in asserting something that one knows is not true but also in asserting something true without knowing it. Instead, if an assertion, in one's own person, that P is not to fall short epistemically it must be sincere, and a sincere assertion that P will be apt only if the subject knows that P. Sosa 2011, 48. In this chapter, however, I shall not endeavor to show the merits, or demerits for that matter, of Sosa's solutions to these two Platonic problems. Instead, I shall focus on a third Platonic problem, one discussed primarily in Protagoras. Is not simply because it is also a central issue involving knowledge to which Sosa has not paid sufficient attention, but it is also because, without this Platonic problem adequately solved, the two Platonic problems that Sosa pays attention to cannot be adequately solved, at least in some cases. Is a problem about whether it is possible for one to act against one's own best knowledge or whether one's knowledge is inherently motivating. Although this is often considered to involve the issue of weakness of the will, which I discuss elsewhere, Huang 2008 and Huang 2014, ch. 3, in connection with Sosa's RST2 Platonic problems regarding the nature and value of knowledge respectively, we may tentatively see this third Platonic problem as one regarding the impact of knowledge. Indeed, this is not an entirely separate problem. A proper answer to this third problem may require us to revise our answer to the RST question and help us better answer the second question. Is a question deserving our consideration in 206. This context, because, for example, if one has a fully apt belief, in Sosa's sense, that all things considered it is better to not smoke and yet continues to smoke, or that all things considered it is better to tell the truth and yet continues to lie, can we really say that this person knows full well that it is better to not smoke or better to tell the truth? In raising, and indeed solving, this problem, Socrates starts with a common opinion that knowledge is not a powerful thing, neither a leader nor a ruler. While knowledge is often present in a man, what rules him is not knowledge but rather anything else, sometimes anger, sometimes pleasure, sometimes pain, at other times love, often fear. They think of his knowledge as being utterly dragged around by all these things as if it were a slave. Protagoras 352b. In other words, most people think that one may act against one's best knowledge, as knowledge is not a powerful thing. And Socrates asks Protagoras the question of whether knowledge is anything capable of ruling a person, and if someone were to know what is good and bad, then he would not be forced by anything to act otherwise than knowledge dictates, and intelligence would be sufficient to save a person. Protagoras 352c, to which Protagoras responds that it would be shameful indeed for me above all people to say that wisdom and knowledge are anything but the most powerful forces in human activities. 352d. Socrates' own view is that no one who knows or believes there is something else better than what he is doing, something possible, will go on doing what he had been doing when he could be doing what is better. To give in to oneself is nothing other than ignorance, and to control oneself is nothing other than wisdom. Protagoras 358c. In this passage, Socrates makes two parallel claims. 1. A person who truly knows must have the desire to act according to it. So, for Socrates, it is an absurd position that frequently a man, knowing the bad to be bad, nevertheless does that very thing, when he is able not to do it, having been driven and overwhelmed by pleasure, and that a man knowing the good is not willing to do it, on account of immediate pleasure, having been overcome by it. 355b, since no one goes willingly toward the bad or what he believes to be bad, neither is it in human nature to want to go toward what one believes to be bad instead of to the good. Protagoras 358d. 2. A person who does something worse than he or she knows and believes does not have genuine knowledge. In other words, this person is ignorant. Those who make mistakes with regard to the choice of good and bad, do so because of a lack of knowledge. And the mistaken act done without knowledge, you must know, is one done from the ignorance. 357d. E. To explain the apparent fact that a person who knows, for example, that smoking is bad and continues to smoke is not ignorant in the same way as a person who does not know smoking is bad and continues to smoke is ignorant, Socrates uses an analogy: things of the same size appear to you larger when seen near at hand and smaller when seen from a distance. And equal sounds seem louder when near at hand and soft when further away. Protagoras 356c. So, in our example, such a person somewhat does believe that smoking is bad, but also believes that the pleasure from smoking is good, and that the latter is more important than the former, and thus this person does not really know that, all things considered, smoking is bad or he or she ought to not smoke. Put together, these two claims amount to saying that knowledge that does not motivate a person to act accordingly is not genuine knowledge, and thus a person who knows that one ought to not smoke and yet continues to smoke cannot be said to have known it full well. In other words, if Plato is right, then what Sosa calls fully apt belief is still short of knowledge. So the solution to this third Platonic problem has the dividend to help us solve both the earnest Platonic problem about the nature of knowledge and the second Platonic problem about the value of knowledge, the two problems that Sosa aims to solve. 3. Normative knowledge. When I introduce the third Platonic problem above, I emphasize in some cases, because the third Platonic problem does not seem to apply to knowledge in general. For example, with my fully apt belief that this is a barn, this problem does not arise, as there is no speci motivation/action this knowledge implicates. Rather, it only involves a speci type of knowledge, normative knowledge, to which moral knowledge belongs, as in our examples discussed toward the end of the last section. Ths may explain why Sosa does not discuss this problem, as he writes mostly as an epistemologist and not as an ethicist. Still, we can learn something that Sosa says about ethics, since his epistemology is a virtue epistemology, and in developing his virtue epistemology he often draws its parallels from virtue ethics. For example, in his paper, Knowledge in Action, he quotes Aristotle: human good turns out to be activity of soul in accordance with virtue, and if there are more than one virtue, in accordance with the best and most complete. Aristotle Ni 7, 1098-16f. Interpreting this passage using the other passage of Aristotle in which the analogy of a grammarian who has both done something grammatical and done it grammatically, i.e. does it in accordance with the grammatical knowledge in himself rather than by chance and at the suggestion of another, Aristotle N24, 1105a22, Sosa states that just as the grammatically of an utterance can be in accordance with the grammatical knowledge or competence in the agent, so the good quality of an action or an activity can be in accordance with the virtue seated in the agent. In both cases, the good quality of the performance must be sufficiently attributable to the competence and not just to chance. Sosa 2016a, 3. And he starts to develop his virtue epistemology, saying that virtue epistemology is analogous to such Aristotelian virtue ethics, and is indeed a special case, as will now be argued. Sosa 2016a, 4. As a historical example of this epistemological analog of Aristotle's virtue ethics, Sosa cites Descartes. If I simply refrain from making a judgment in cases where I do not perceive the truth with sufficient clarity and distinctness, then it is clear that I am behaving correctly and avoiding error. But if in such cases I either arm or deny, then I am not using my free will correctly. If I go for the alternative which is false, then 208. Obviously I shall be in error. If I take the other side, then it is by pure chance that I arrive at the truth, and I shall still be at fault. In this incorrect use of free will may be found the privation which constitutes the essence of error. Descartes 1641 1996, Meditation 4, PAR 104, emphasis added by Sosa. The reason is that, for Sosa, both epistemology and ethics are branches of a general theory of performance, which aims at certain goals. The performance that epistemology is concerned with aims at true belief, while the performance that ethics aims at is right action. Virtue is relevant competence manifested in the performance. Virtue ethics is about the performance acquiring right actions by exercising moral competence, and virtue epistemology is about the performance acquiring true beliefs by exercising cognitive competence. Sosa states that a virtuous performance, whether a correct belief due to intellectual virtue or a right action due to practical virtue, will involve both the agent's constitution and his situation. Sosa 2007, 81. Is contrast between virtue epistemology as performance of aiming at true belief through exercising epistemic virtue or competence and virtue ethics as performance of producing right action through exercising moral virtue or competence is not quite precise, however. For one thing, while one may say that the main concern of deontological or consequentialist ethics is performance to produce right actions, virtue ethics is often said to be not focused on the action but on the agent. So we may say that virtue ethics is concerned about performance aiming at cultivating virtuous persons or virtuous characters in persons. For another, while a person's morally virtuous character or, as Sosa prefers, competence, can indeed be manifested in one's right action, Aristotle says that it is also manifested in one's emotion. Is so especially in cases of irresolvable moral dilemmas when no actions are right, but a virtuous person always exhibits appropriate emotions. Third and most serious deficiency in Sosa's contrast between virtue epistemology as concerned with knowledge and virtue ethics as concerned with action, however, is that it misleads one to think that knowledge is absent in virtue ethics, as if epistemology is all about belief, while ethics is all about actions. Yet knowledge, particularly moral knowledge, is indispensable in virtue ethics, and, as I shall argue in the next section, moral knowledge, in contrast to moral knowledge, is inherently action motivating. Aristotle, for example, emphasizes that actions done in accordance with virtues are done in a just or temperate way not merely by having some quality of their own, but rather if the agent acts in a certain state, namely, earnest, with knowledge, secondly, from rational choice, and rational choice of the actions for their own sake, and, thirdly, from arm and unshakable character, Aristotle Ne 2.4, 1105a. Here, out of the three conditions that have to be met in order for an action to be regarded as virtuous, the earnest one is knowledge. Now the type of knowledge involved in moral virtue or competence is normative knowledge. For example, the knowledge involved in the action of helping a needy person is not merely knowledge about the most efficient way to help the person, but more importantly is the knowledge that I ought to help the needy person. Although Sosa does not spend much time discussing this type of knowledge, unlike moral non-cognitivists and subjectivists, Sosa clearly holds a realist view of such knowledge. In A THIRD Platonic Problem for Sosa? 209. Other words, he is a moral realist. For example, in his paper, Moral Relativism, Cognitivism, and Defeasible Rules, he defends moral beliefs against anti-realists' challenges, including both non-cognitivism such as prescriptivism and emotivism and subjectivism such as moral relativism, Sosa 1994. In an earlier paper, Sosa makes it clear that our moral knowledge is different from social convention. Whether we should drive on the right or, on the contrary, should drive on the left, depends simply on what rule the community adopts. But whether one should kill someone at random and in cold blood just for the fun of it does not seem the same sort of question. Refraining from such activity is not a requirement that derives its force merely from the arbitrary conventions of one's tribe. Sosa 1987, 717-2. So we can assume that Sosa's virtue epistemology can also provide an account of normative beliefs in general and moral beliefs in particular. According to such an account, a belief is knowledge when it is not only true but is also fully apt, i.e. not only when its truth is acquired through exercising one's RST order competence, and so it is apt, and through exercising one's metacompetence, and so it is meta-apt, but also when its exercising of the RST order competence is guided by its exercising of the second order competence, and so it is fully APT. Now can a person with true belief on moral matters acquired in such a way be said to have full knowledge of it or know it full well? According to Sosa's solution to the RST2 Platonic problems, particularly the RST1, the answer is an obvious yes. In the context of the third Platonic problem we examined in the last section of this chapter, however, the answer seems to be equally obvious, but it is no. If I have a fully apt belief, in the sense Sosa d nescit, that I ought to help the needy person when I can and yet do not do it, how can I say that I know, to say nothing of knowing full well, that I ought to help the needy person when I can? What is crucial here is that, for Sosa, knowledge and action, corresponding to knowledge, are separate. Ths may sound surprising, as Sosa often connects knowledge with action. Indeed, the titles of two of his papers published in 2016 are Knowledge as Action and Knowledge in Action respectively, Sosa 2016a and Sosa 2016b, and one central chapter, Chapter 6, of his recent book, Judgment and Agency, has the title Knowledge and Action, Sosa 2015. What Sosa means, however, is something different. Ths is made clear when he says that knowledge is a form of action, to know is to act, and knowledge is hence subject to a normativity distinctive of action, including intentional action, Sosa 2017, 207, and when he says that the aim of judgmental knowledge is like that of intentional action. Ths is because judgment is a kind of action, with judgmental belief the corresponding intention, Sosa 2015, 25. So when Sosa says that knowledge is action, he means the epistemic performance intended to form the true belief. Ths is in one piece with his claim that knowledge is just one class of performance. Ths must also be true of normative beliefs. That knowledge is action for Sosa here simply means that knowledge is the epistemically competent performance to form a true normative belief. One ought to help the needy person, for example, and not that one actually performs the action of helping the needy person. Indeed, since Sosa understands epistemic virtue as competence and not 210 as character traits, an epistemically virtuous, i.e. competent person, is merely a person who is competent to perform the epistemic action, and not necessarily one who loves or is motivated or has a disposition to do such a performance. Thus, Sosa says that competences in general are dispositions to succeed when one aims to attain certain given objectives. A competence to believe correctly is a special case of that, Sosa 2019, 22, emphasis added. Notice that here competence is only a disposition to succeed when one tries to attain a certain given objective, not a disposition to attain such an objective in the RST place. Ths is because, for Sosa, epistemology is not a department of ethics, Sosa 2017, 149. Here what Sosa means by ethics is what he calls intellectual ethics in another place, 2007, 89-91. 3. It is not yet about whether one is motivated to act corresponding to one's belief, for example, that one ought to help the needy, but about whether one is motivated to form the belief that one ought to help the needy. Epistemology is not related to the latter, to say nothing of the former. Thus, he states that there is a distinctive dimension of epistemic assessment isolated from such broadly ethical, or prudential, concerns as an admirable love of truth, on a certain matter, and willingness to pursue it with persistent toil and sacrifice, Sosa 2017, 150, and as open-mindedness and intellectual courage, Sosa 2019, 21. It might be said that, even in the case of moral beliefs. As a virtue epistemologist, Sosa here is only concerned about our epistemological competence or virtue, about how true beliefs are formed on moral matters. The question about how a morally right action is produced is the concern of virtue ethics. In this picture, an ethically virtuous person needs to perform an epistemic action to acquire a true moral belief through his/her purely epistemic virtue or competence RST, knowing full well what is the right thing to do, and then perform an additional action to bring about this right action through his/her moral or practical virtues. However, since Sosa regards moral action, just like epistemic action, as a special case of the general performance, and he understands moral virtue, just like epistemic virtue, as a special case of competence in general, then the motivation issue is still not solved. Why? For Sosa, to say that I have competence to do something is not saying that I have motivation to do it, but only that when and if I'm motivated to do it, I'm disposed to do it well. Is most clear in the competence of driving that Sosa uses as an analogy to explain epistemic competence in his defense of virtue ethics from situationist critics. Sosa defines driving competence as a disposition to produce driving that is safe when one is at the will and efficient in routing one to one's destination upon getting directions. Sosa 2017, 184. Notice here that driving competence is not a disposition to drive but a disposition to drive safely and efficiently when one actually drives. By analogy, moral competence would be the disposition to produce the action that is morally right when one is already motivated to do it in the RST place. On the one hand, a person who is motivated to do the morally right thing but lacks the moral competence may either not be able to produce the morally right action or produce it merely by luck, and on the other hand, a person, with moral competence or not, who lacks the motivation to do the morally right thing, will not produce the morally right thing. For, of course, in our context, whether moral competence is morally motivating or not really does not matter. It is really troublesome that the fully apt moral belief produced by the epistemic competence, for example, the belief that I ought to help the needy, is not morally motivating, i.e. does not motivate anyone with the belief to actually do things to help the needy. So a person with such a moral belief certainly cannot be said to know full well that he ought to help the needy when he does not do so. Is precisely what is implied in the third Platonic problem that I mentioned above. For Wang Yangming, how to know better than full well? It is here that I think we can solicit help from the Confucian tradition, particularly the Neo-Confucian philosopher Wang Yangming, 1472–1529, in the Ming dynasty. The type of moral knowledge we have been talking about here is called Liang Zhi in Wang Yangming, where Zhi literally means knowledge, Liang literally means good, and so the whole phrase literally means good knowledge. Since here the term good is used in the moral/ethical sense, it is moral knowledge, but since for Wang Yangming, Liang Zhi is not merely knowledge about moral matters but is knowledge that itself is moral or good, in a sense to be explained below, I shall use moral knowledge to refer to it in contrast to moral knowledge. In this connection, I shall discuss three unique features of Wang's moral knowledge. While the RST indicates Wang's solution to the third Platonic problem, the other two explain why it can provide such a solution. The RST feature of Wang's moral knowledge is that it inclines one to act. There has never been one who knows and yet does not act. To know without acting is really without knowing, Wang 1992, 4. Clearly he is talking about normative knowledge, as no speci action is precisely corresponding to my non-normative knowledge such as my knowledge that there is a barn on the roadside. In contrast, a speci action is always called for by my normative knowledge such as my knowledge that I ought to love my parents. Wang explains the relationship between knowledge and action with the analogy of water and its tendency to out downward. Knowledge is like water, and knowledge's disposition to produce action is like water's disposition to out downward. Just as there is no water that does not have no disposition to out downward, there is no knowledge that does not incline one to act. It is in this sense that he claims that knowledge and action are one in their original state, and thus the or to know is also the or to act, and the or to act is also the or to know. Huang 1992, 42. In other words, knowledge and action are two aspects of the same thing. Knowledge is the intention of the action, while action is the effort of knowledge. Huang 1992, 4. And the vivid and solid aspect of knowledge is action, while the intelligent and perceptive aspect of action is knowledge. Huang 1992, 42. With such a knowledge, Wang Yangming says, one naturally knows to be leal when seeing father, naturally knows to be loving when seeing old brothers, and naturally knows to commiserate when seeing a child about to fall into a well. All these are the manifestations of the moral knowledge without being obstructed by sh desires. Huang 1992, 6. Here what I translate as knows to be leal, knows to be loving, and knows to be commiserating in Chinese are ji xiao, ji ti, and ji xian respectively. In each case, aft are the same character for the verb know, ji, is. 212. Another verb, xiao, be leal, ti, be brotherly loving, and xian, to commiserate, respectively, and so the best translation of such a way of expression in English is to use know to act. As in both this English translation and the Chinese original, what is conveyed is not merely that one knows that she ought to act, knowing that, or knows how to act, knowing how, but that the person is inclined or disposed to act. Notice that, in contrast to what we have said above about Sosa's idea of competence, which is a disposition to act well when one acts, and so the competence is useless if the competent person is not motivated to act in the RST place, here Wang's moral knowledge is a disposition to act, with the content of the act being the same as the content of the corresponding knowledge. It is in this sense that, in a previous paper, I characterize Wang Yangming's moral knowing as a kind of knowing to, see Huang 2017. As far as I know, Klein M. Beck is the RST person who uses the term knowing to in the sense I use it here. He knows to is used to imply that, given the appropriate circumstances, he does behave in the manner in question, at least most of the time. Beck 1968, 176. Later, Chad Hansen, when using knowing to characterize the uniqueness of knowledge discussed among ancient Chinese philosophy, provides similar explanations of this type of knowing. Know to is prescriptive knowledge. The knowledge is expressed in actions, and X knows to do action A means that X is disposed to do action A. Hansen 1992, 253. Know to is not merely intellectual but includes an attitudinal ingredients, desires and aversions. Hansen 1992, 252, and he uses an example of everyday life to illustrate such a meaning, knowing to come in out of the rain, emphasizing the motivating aspect of such a knowing. I consider knowing to in this sense to be a third type of knowing in addition to Gilbert Ryle's knowing that and knowing how, leaving open whether there are additional types of knowing. The fully apt belief that Sosa focuses on is clearly what Ryle regards as the intellectualist knowing that traditional epistemology deals with, and contemporary epistemology is still largely devoted to. Surprisingly, Sosa's competence, with which he understands virtue, is a prime example of Ryle's knowing how. Let me explain. 5. Knowing how is knowing how to perform certain tasks such as to make and appreciate jokes, to talk grammatically, to play chess, to sh, or to argue. Ryle 2009, 17. Indeed, such tasks also include forming belief, and knowing how in performing such a task is people's capacities to nd out truth for themselves and their ability to organize and exploit them, when discovered. Ryle 2009, 17. When people with such knowing how perform these operations, they tend to perform them well, i.e., correctly or efficiently or successfully. Ryle 2009, 17, emphasis added. As we can see, Ryle's characterization of knowing how is very similar to, if not exactly the same as, Sosa's characterization of competence. What is required for possession of a given competence is that one be disposed to succeed if one tries to which requires not only that one have an ability to owe but also that one would employ that ability, or some other in a restricted ability range, when one tried to owe, sosa 2017, 205, emphasis added. Just as Ryle's person with knowing how tends to do things well if she does it, sosa's person with competence is disposed to succeed if he tries to do it in the RST place. Here, just like knowing that, knowing how does not motivate a person to act. It is precisely in the sense that knowing to is unique, as it alone can motivate the knower to act accordingly. So a person who knows to help the needy is disposed or inclined to help the person. Only with such knowledge can we solve the third Platonic problem, and a person with knowing to can be regarded as knowing better than full well. Wang Yangming's solution to the third Platonic problem may appear to be superficial, however, if we don't explore the second feature of his moral knowing as knowing to. Indeed, the author of the best-selling textbook in logic, Irving Kopy, uses Wang Yangming's concept of moral knowing as an example of the fallacy of begging the question. He quotes the following passage from Wang Yangming: "There is no such thing as knowledge which cannot be carried into practice, for such knowledge is really no knowledge at all." As one of the exercise questions under the group heading, identify any fallacies of relevance in the following passages and explain how the argument in question involves that fallacy, and then in the answer key to the above exercise question, it is marked begging the question, petitio principii. The argument is obviously circular, Kopy and Cohen 1994, 142, 138, 638. We can avoid this misunderstanding only if we examine the constitution of Wang Yangming's moral knowing. Why can moral knowing be motivating? In Wang's view, this is because it is not merely belief-like but also desire-like. As he states, moral knowing is nothing but the heart-mind of discriminating between right and wrong, and discriminating between right and right is nothing but to love doing the right thing and hating doing the wrong thing, Wang 1992, 111. So to have moral knowing is, on the one hand, to believe that something is right and something is wrong, and, on the other hand, is the desire to do the right thing and to hate the wrong thing. Here the belief and desire are not two separate mental states but two aspects of one single mental state, which is both belief-like and desire-like. To illustrate this, Wang uses the example of our seeing a beautiful odor and smelling a bad odor. Seeing the beautiful odor belongs to knowledge, while loving it belongs to desire to act. When you see the beautiful odor, you are already loving it. It is not the case that you see it as beautiful and only later decide to love it. Smelling the bad odor belongs to knowledge, while hating it belongs to desire to act. When you smell the odor as bad, you are already hating it. It is not the case that you smell it as bad and then decide to hate it. Wang 1992, 4. Here, when you see a beautiful odor, you form a belief that it is beautiful and a desire to love it. However, these two are not two separate processes. They are instead two aspects of the same process, and what this single process results in is not two separate mental states, belief and desire, but one single mental state which is both belief-like and desire-like. If you don't believe that it is beautiful, you will not love it, and if you don't love it, you will not believe that it is beautiful. Similarly, when we smell a bad odor, we form a belief that it is a bad smell and a desire to hate it. If you don't 214 believe that it is a bad odor, you will not hate it, and if you don't hate it, you will not believe that it is a bad smell. In Wang's view, if we can love the good as we love the beautiful odors and hate the evil as we hate the bad odor, we are already sages. Wang 1992, 97. As Wang's moral knowing as knowing to is one single mental state which is simultaneously belief and desire, it can be beatingly labeled as besire, a term coined by J.E.J. Altham to describe a unitary mental state which has properties both of belief and desire. It would not be two mental states, one a belief and the other a desire, Altham 1986, 284. Michael Smith agrees that besire is a good label to designate such a mental state, because, though this state is belief-like, It is also desire-like. Instead of the contingent coexistence of beliefs and desires, it is a single, unitary mental state in addition to the mental state of belief and that of desire. Smith 1994, 118-119. Now, it is this conception of moral knowing as constituted of both belief and desire that can explain why such a mental state is motivating. Let me explain. The dominating theory explaining human actions in contemporary philosophy remains the Humean model, which appeals to belief and desire as two separate mental states. Belief tells me what to do, while desire motivates me to do it. While there are both anti-Humeans who are rationalists, claiming human actions can be explained by belief alone, and anti-Humeans who are emotivists, claiming that human actions can be explained purely by desire, I think the most plausible alternative to the Humean model is the one developed by such philosophers as John McDowell and Mark Platz, who claim that human actions can at least also be explained by this unitary mental state of desire, although none of them use the term is coined initially to describe their view, to explain human action. THEY are still Humeans, in the sense that they also think you need both belief and desire to explain human actions, but are anti-Humeans, in the sense that they consider belief and desire to be not two separate mental states but two mutually inseparable aspects of one single mental state. However, I think none of them has developed a theory of desire as clearly, explicitly, fully, and, I emphasize, convincingly as Wang Yangming, as I have shown above. 6. Now I would like to discuss the third and the last feature of Wang Yangming's moral knowing. If the RST feature is about its nature and the second its constitution, the third is about its origin, how we come to acquire such moral knowing. 7. Gilbert Ryle, in his distinction between knowing that and knowing how, states that the way to acquire the former is purely intellectual, while the way to acquire the latter is practical. For example, one cannot learn how to ride a bicycle simply by reading relevant books, listening to relevant lectures, or making relevant observations, the ways that may be appropriate to acquire knowing that. Instead one has to practice riding a bicycle. Is shows that the ways to acquire these two different types of knowledge are also different. Wang's moral knowledge as knowing to, as we have seen above, is different from both knowing that and knowing how, and thus is a third type of knowledge. What makes it unique, in comparison with the other two type of knowledge, is that this is a type of knowledge with the motivation to act accordingly, and such a motivation to act is clearly not something that one can acquire either by reading books, listening to lectures, making observations, or by practicing. One need motivation to practice in the RST place. A THIRD Platonic problem for Sosa? 215. And how to acquire such moral knowledge as knowing to or desire. Responding to a student, Wang states that one has to make effort with one's heart-mind, xin. Whenever one is not understanding and lacking the motivation to act, one only needs to return to one's own heart-mind and try to ti it. Wang 1992, 14. In this passage, there are two crucial terms, one is xin and one is ti. In Chinese traditions in general, and in Confucian tradition in particular, xin is the single human faculty for both thinking, mind, and feeling, heart, and so it is now often translated as heart-mind, a perfect faculty to acquire knowing to, which, as we have seen, is both belief-like and desire-like. Ti is often translated as body. However, there are two things noteworthy as it is used by Wang in this context. First, since Mencius, Ti refers to both body in Western philosophy and xin, the heart-mind. The former is called small ti, while the latter is called great ti. Wang is clearly using it to refer to the great ti here. Second, ti is used here as a verb and not a noun, referring to the heart-mind's reactive inner experiences, which are both cognitive and aactive. 8th's idea of the self-reactive inner experience, ti, of the heart-mind is central to Wang's teaching. For example, when one of his students asks where to seek the Confucian way, Dao, which ancient sages talk about in different ways, Huang states that if you would like to really grasp it, you need to experience it in your own heart-mind, you should not try to seek it from outside. Huang 1999, 25-26. THIRD shows that one cannot acquire moral knowledge in the way one seeks scientific knowledge. Elsewhere, Huang states that the Confucian way must be experienced internally before one can understand it. It is not the case that one understands it and then tries to make an or to internally experience it. Huang 1992, 74. THIRD shows that Huang's moral knowing, as a knowing to, is not initially a knowing that, whose possessor only later acquires a motivation to act according to this knowing that, or Huang's moral knowing, as desire, is not initially a belief, whose possessor only later acquires a desire to act upon this belief. Rather, Huang's moral knowledge as knowing to or desire is acquired in the single process of the inner experience, where both the process, the inner experience, and its achievement, knowing to or desire, as we have seen, are both cognitive and active. Due to this nature, there is another unique aspect of the acquisition of moral knowledge. THIRD is about the extent of help one can expect from others in this process. One can rely upon others to a great extent to acquire knowledge that. Indeed, most of our knowing that is learned from others. Scientific knowledge is a clear case, where not only do we common people rely upon scientists, but even scientists cannot but rely upon other scientists to a great extent. Knowing how is somewhat different, as this is something that we have to acquire by repeatedly practicing it ourselves. Yet, teachers or coaches are still very helpful, if not absolutely indispensable, in our acquiring it. However, in the case of moral knowledge as knowing to or desire, we have to almost entirely rely upon ourselves, as no one can do the inner experiences for us or even help us do the inner experiences. It is in this sense that Wang Yangming emphasizes the idea of getting it oneself, Zide, an idea originally from Mencius. So Wang states that what is valuable in learning is to get it oneself, Wang 1992, 186. In another place, he says that one can only get a rough idea if one tries to do exegesis of Confucian classics, in order to get the subtlety and the miraculousness, something that cannot be. 216. Expressed by language, one has to do the self-reaction and get it by oneself, Wang 1992, 195. In Wang's view, Confucian classics are about what sages get through their own internal experiences, but since what they get through such internal experiences is not something that can be fully and adequately expressed in language, in order to experience what sages experience in their heart-mind, we cannot rely upon such classics, but we have to experience them ourselves. Zide. 5. Conclusion. In this chapter, I have argued that, in order to know full well, it is not enough to just provide solutions, however adequate they are, to the two Platonic problems involving the nature and value of knowledge respectively, as Sosa does. A person who knows full well in Sosa's sense that, for example, he ought to help the needy when he can but is not motivated to act accordingly cannot be regarded as knowing full well in a genuine sense. THIRD involves what I regard as the third Platonic problem involving knowledge. To address this problem I have drawn on the insights of the Neo-Confucian philosopher Wang Yangming, who argues that genuine moral knowledge, i.e. moral knowledge, must be one that inclines one to act accordingly. I introduced this third Platonic problem as involving the impact of knowledge, in contrast to the two Platonic problems Sosa pays his exclusive attention to that involve the nature and value of knowledge respectively. Rough our discussion of Wang Yangming's solution to the third Platonic problem, we have now realized that this third Platonic problem is indeed not irrelevant to the two Platonic problems. Only with a proper solution to this third problem is it possible to have proper solutions to the two problems. With Wang's solution to the third Platonic problem, we can see now that, in terms of its nature, knowledge is knowing to constituted of both belief and desire, and part of the value knowledge has, in contrast to merely justy and true belief, is that it enables one to act accordingly. Admittedly, the third Platonic problem is not a problem to epistemology in general but is only specific to moral or, more broadly, normative epistemology. To moral anti-realists who think morality does not involve beliefs, this Platonic problem may be regarded as a pseudo-problem and can be harmlessly ignored in epistemology. I think, and argue elsewhere, that moral anti-realists are wrong, and Sosa himself is not a moral anti-realist, regarding moral belief as a legitimate concept, and so Huang's solution to this third Platonic problem deserves our attention. 13. Responses. Earnest Sosa. 1. Introduction. First of all, my sincere gratitude to everyone, to Yong Huang, to our hosts at Fudan, and to the colleagues who wrote papers for the conference. Thanks to all for participating, and for all I've learned about Chinese philosophy and the ways in which it anticipates contemporary virtue epistemology. I appreciate this opportunity to respond. I don't want to overtax readers' patience, so I will restrict myself to critical questions raised about my work. I will be responding to these, but mostly I will respond more globally on critical themes that overarch most of the chapters. My constraints preclude responding extensively to every chapter, but I have read the chapters closely and have found much insight and food for thought in every one of them. I will be focusing mainly on common themes of the chapters, which are said to bring my virtue epistemology close to important themes in Chinese philosophy. 1ths will take up part I of my commentary. Especially towards the end of that discussion I am led to some new extensions of the virtue theoretic account, and I am especially grateful for the probing and comparisons that have led to those extensions. But I do want to respond, even if perforce to all of the chapters. So, in part 2 1 will take up specific issues that do not tee into those overarching themes of part I. 2 Part I. A question of methodology. What sort of analysis might we pursue in epistemology? Is it semantic, conceptual, or metaphysical? His question arose in our conference. Since it has a sort of priority, I will essay at least a brief answer preliminary to our treatment of substantive issues to follow. We can discern 3 quite distinct sets of methodological issues, however closely they may be interrelated. First are issues of the semantic or pragmatic linguistic analysis of epistemic expressions such as S knows that P. Second are issues of conceptual analysis of one or another sort. Here one asks about how a certain concept is constituted. 221. 222. What it necessarily involves. About a concept of knowledge, for example, does it necessarily involve both a concept of belief and a concept of truth, so that necessarily the former concept will apply to something only if the latter concepts do so as well? THIRD are issues of metaphysics. Here we focus on an objective phenomenon that need be neither expression nor concept. Our focus is rather on a state that people host, or an act that they perform. Is the phenomenon whose ontology we now wish to understand. What is human knowledge? What is its nature? What in general constitutes a case of knowledge? The questions in this third set, which are those I have mainly addressed in virtue epistemology, arise in several of the chapters, with important bearing on a supposed division between 2 varieties of virtue epistemology, the responsibilist and the reliabilist. In my view, this alleged division is a false dichotomy. Although I remain convinced of that, I now see a better way to articulate my dissent. B. Place of testimony 1. Winnie Sung's perceptive chapter, Chapter 7, correctly attributes to me a position at neither the reductivist nor the non-reductivist extreme on the epistemology of that important source of knowledge. So, I accept with thanks Sung's account of my view, and would like now to develop that view a bit further than in earlier publications. 2. According to my view, there is a deep analogy concerning types of knowledge, between the instrumental and the testimonial. Both instruments and testers deliver information to us, instruments through their readings, testers through their assertions. In each case there is a deliverance of that makes it seem that P to the receiver. Air is thus a sort of uptake of a proposition on the part of the receiver. H's uptake has propositional content, and can be characterized with at least two distinguishable modalities, mere uptake as if P, and gathering that P. Such deliverances can be taken through uptake in either of these modalities. On my now expanded view, uptake can be either instrumental or testimonial. In either case, uptake as if P is non-factive, you as receiver take it that P, and it thus seems to you that P. Is non-factive, since it can seem to you that P while it is false that P. 3. However, by resolving an ambiguity in gathering, or even by stretching English just a bit, we can recognize a factive sort of gathering such that what you thus gather must be a fact, and the gathering must be more than just an accidental acquisition of that fact, which happens to fall into your hands. Rather, by definition, what you thus gather must not just accidentally fall into your hands. In order for you to gather that fact, you must gain possession of it through your own doing, not just by accident. Th's doing can be aided by other entities that are instrumental in your gathering. Thus an instrument can aid your gathering of a fact through proper issuing of a certain reading. Alternatively, a THIRD can aid your gathering that fact by properly reporting it to you. I hasten to acknowledge, however, that English does not unambiguously assign such meaning to the term gather. I am inclined to think that English does recognize my responses 223 preferred meaning. But I need not insist on that, I hope, in these days of conceptual engineering. For in any case, we can assess uptake as if P, which we here understand as just a seeming as if P. If the instrument or the THIRD is not proceeding properly, if they are malfunctioning or lying, then the seeming as if P does not graduate into a proper gathering of the fact that P. On my virtue-theoretic understanding of these phenomena, we can understand this distinction between the non-factive seeming as if P and the more accomplished gathering that P, as follows. Upon accepting a deliverance as if P from an instrument or a THIRD, it may thereby seem to you as if P. It may be all that the mere deliverance delivers to you on that occasion. In order for a deliverance to do more, however, in order for it to enable you to gather a fact thereby, three conditions must be met. Rst the proposition delivered, whereby it seems to you as if P, must of course be a fact. Second, for you to gather that fact, for it not just to fall into your hands by luck, you must somehow bring about your acquisition of it, and you must do so in a way that is causally creditable to you, through some exercise of pertinent competence. In these cases of instrument-aided or THIRD-aided gathering, your gathering is aided by external help. The instrument may deliver to you the proposition that P without delivering the fact that P. Even when the proposition delivered is true, that fact would not be delivered through a malfunction. A malfunctioning instrument might still give you the right, true deliverance by lucky accident. In this case you do not gather the corresponding fact. In order for you to gather the fact that P through an instrument's deliverance of that fact, the instrument must then function properly, so that aided by its proper functioning you can yourself function properly in its seeming to you that P. So, the instrument-aided seeming that P must here be through your exercise of instrument-aided competence, with the instrument functioning properly. And, what is more, you're thereby getting it right that P must itself manifest pertinent competence on your part. 5. And we can now see interesting relations among testimonial, instrumental, and perceptual sources of knowledge and epistemic competence or justification. All three are naturally conceived as sources that deliver propositional deliverances. In each case we have the deliverance of mere seemings as if P. All three such seemings can then graduate to gatherings that P. You gather a fact that P when it seems to you, all things considered, that P and this seeming is veridically apt, i.e. when its correctness is through competence and not just pertinent luck. Suppose it seems to you that P, whether testimonially, instrumentally, or perceptually. In that case, you will thereby gather that P if and only if it seems to you that P, all things considered, and you thereby get it right not just by luck but through competence, through the exercise of a competence. Is competence may involve your perception, or your ability to properly read one or more instruments, or your ability to properly read your testifying interlocutors. 6. Plausibly, however, our testimonial source of thereby knowledgeable deliverances is fundamentally different from any instrumental source. How so? Importantly. 224. In that we learn to trust our various gauges or other instruments by relying on other sources, such as perception and testimony. By contrast, our intellectual agency is social deeply enough that our testimonial source of propositional deliverances plausibly has the sort of default standing found also in our perception. See Responsibilism versus Reliabilism in Virtue Theory 1. Let us consider the nature of intellectual virtues and their place in the constitution of knowledge. On this question, responsibilists and reliabilists are often thought to differ in that reliabilist virtue epistemology restricts itself to basic faculties, such as vision, memory, and inference, as opposed to deliberative judgment with its distinctive character traits such as open-mindedness and intellectual courage. Is surfaced repeatedly in our conference. Moreover, our conference was not an outlier in that regard. In fact, that division of two sorts of virtue epistemology has congealed into a standard account. But it is seriously misconceived, deriving as it does from a simple misreading. Nothing in virtue reliabilism denies to the free and deliberative exercise of judgment its proper place in human knowledge. In order to be knowledgeable, judgment too needs to be apt, which means that it must get it right through the exercise of a reliable enough resultant competence. 2. 3. At being so, it is hard to see how anything in Chinese virtue theory could favor responsibilist over reliabilist virtue epistemology. A detective needs more cognitive sophistication for arriving at apt judgments than does a lookout atop a ship's mast. And that is of course typical of the immense sophistication required for success in artistic, athletic, and professional judgment, and even in ordinary human interaction. But why should reliabilist virtue epistemology be any less interested in such sophisticated knowledge than in the simplest perceptual knowledge of the lookout? One detective can be more imaginative than another, to his great advantage, by considering a much broader array of possible answers for determining guilt. And a better detective might also be helped by reasoning more reliably, besides imagining more imaginatively. Finally, such greater reliability is in no tension with the freedom that each detective exercises in judging based on the deliverances of their senses. For what then is the place of reliable free judgment in human cognition? His issue was raised repeatedly in our conference. It concerns the relation between analytic virtue epistemology and its closest correlates in Chinese philosophy. And it concerns also how epistemology is related to ethics. Accordingly, these will be main questions addressed in the remainder of Part I of my contribution. And my later remarks on Pyrrhonian skepticism and Buddhist detachment, in Part II, also under natural extensions of this overall theme. How then is epistemology related to ethics? In earlier writings I have claimed that epistemology is not a department of ethics, despite both being normative disciplines. I will now try to develop the essentials of that. Responses 225. View. View I lay out still conceives the normativity of epistemology as a form of telic normativity. In now stating the view, I will be responding to critical points about it in one or another of our chapters. 3. I begin with a brief summary of my presupposed telic normativity. Telic virtue epistemology 1. THEVE main ideas of my account are those of attempt, success, competence, aptness, and achievement. Archery not only provides an example of a telic AAA normativity constituted by those VE ideas, it also shows how achievement comes in degrees within two dimensions. One dimension is that of the apt shot, accurate because adroit. Other is that of the fully apt shot, where the agent aims not just at accuracy but at aptness and succeeds through competence in this more complex endeavor. If a shot is too risky, it is ill-advised. A shot can attain quality in the spec regard of being well selected. A well-selected shot can thus rate higher in that regard than one that falls short through pertinent negligence or recklessness. A dimension of second-order evaluation of Huntress Diana's shot thus involves more than its aptness, its success through RST order, competence. Also relevant is whether the attempt is well selected so as to avoid recklessness, and even negligence. THET is so even if the dimension of interest to us is that of creditability, independent of moral concerns such as whether the act is a murder, and independent of the admirability that involves degree of difficulty. An instance of absolutely certain knowledge, of the highest degree of relevant epistemic quality, need involve no difficulty at all. Inc. of the cogito. When successfully enough guided that way, an attempt rises to the level of the fully apt. Nothing short of this will succeed for achievement full well. If an attempt succeeds aptly without being fully apt, there is an element of relevant luck in its success. Its aptness is not secured through the guidance of the agent's second-order competence. To applying such virtue theory to the epistemic domain, we reach a main thesis of virtue epistemology. That the normativity of knowledge is a special case of such telic normativity. Knowledge is thus a central sort of epistemic achievement. Here we end the traditional issues of skepticism, and other issues of the nature, scope, and value of knowledge. 4. 3. Agency in my view takes two broad forms. Aside from the agency of consciously intentional judgment, epistemic agency can alternatively take the form of functional agency, where one pursues an end not through conscious intention and deliberation but through functional teleology, as when the heart beats aiming to move the blood, so as to aid the survival and continuing health of the organism. THET is an agency exercised by humans through the telic deliverances of implicit cognitive functioning. 226. As when our perceptual systems aim at correctly representing our surroundings. Such human cognitive functioning begins thus with deliverances of the senses and leads functionally to full-edged belief. Is teleological, aimed representational agency, even if it does not involve the conscious intention constitutive of what I distinguish as judgment. In his excellent account of my virtue epistemology, Chris Fraser, Chapter 3, worries that much epistemic action falls below the more exalted level of conscious judgment based on intentional deliberation. Although I agree with that claim, we have also just seen how a current belief can alternatively involve the agency of functional representation, even if this is the agency of a subconscious functional teleology. His distinction between functional and intentional teleology is explicit in My Judgment and Agency, Sosa 2015. Book makes explicit the pertinence of virtue epistemology to both sides of epistemic agency, both the functional and the consciously intentional. Book of Mine focuses mainly on judgmental belief, however, and on judgment, where the agent does aim with conscious intention to get it right aptly on a given question. What is involved in this? An allothic affirmation might be just a guess, as when a contestant tries to ARM the correct answer to a quiz show question. But a physician would aim not just to guess but to ARM competently, indeed aptly. Only an allothic affirmation can amount to a judgment, which it can do only if it aims not just at truth but also at aptness. Yields the following hierarchy. Saying of P. Affirmation, saying that P. Allothic affirmation, endeavor to get it right by affirming that P. Judgment, endeavor to get it right aptly by allothically affirming that P. THSA can all be public, in outer speech, or private, in silent soliloquy. THEY are commonly and generally free acts. E. Responsibilist versus reliabilist virtue epistemology. 1. Such judgment involving virtue epistemology is not just an epistemology of automatically operative faculty mechanisms, such as are perceptual mechanisms functionally aimed at correct representation. How then does virtue epistemology make room for the virtues involved in sophisticated human judgment? First, as I will argue, not in the way of responsibilist virtue epistemology. True, the higher faculties of deliberation and judgment have always been welcome in virtue epistemology, but always with a clear recognition that the character traits of responsibilists have limited sine qua for the history of epistemology, with its central focus on issues of philosophical skepticism. It might be argued that philosophical skepticism concerns not so much knowledgeable judgment as justy et judgment. But the sort of epistemic justification relevant to philosophical skepticism must be understood through the contribution. Responses 227. That such a belief would make toward the subject's knowledge. If you threaten to shoot someone unless they believe in the external world, you give them a pragmatic reason to so believe, but that is not the sort of epistemic reason required for a solution to the problem of the external world. And it is hard to see how such epistemic justification could be explained without reference to knowledge, which would take us after all to issues of theory of knowledge, or, for short, to issues of gnoseology. Let me now try to explain my sharp contrast between such gnoseology and intellectual ethics. THSA I believe to be quite distinct departments of epistemology. Several chapters touch on this issue. Huang, Chapter 6, focuses his main critical attention on it, for example, and concludes his insightful discussion with the critical remark that the inner circle of traditional epistemology need not be considered an important constraint on settling the inner circle of virtue epistemology. Is quite in line with the responsibilist critique of my views, and so in what follows I will be responding to Wang's critique. But before I focus on that critique, I would like to set the stage more broadly by explaining the scope and motivation of my approach. To consider how we might draw the contrast between RST, gnoseology or theory of knowledge, and, second, intellectual ethics, and how we might show these to be quite distinct departments of epistemology. 5 virtues highlighted by responsibilists are those that satisfy criteria such as the following. Are exercised in intentional agency, are developed through the repeated practice of such agency, bear on the personal worth of the agent, and aid agential success, and, in epistemology they concern intentionally conducted inquiry. Such responsibilist virtues are also thought to involve an important motivational component. Supposedly bear on the personal worth of the agent largely because of their distinctive motivation and respect for truth. Knowledge itself is said to attain its special value when the success of its constitutive belief is attained through the distinctive motivation constituted by respect for truth. Its value derives from the dignity of a human motivation that freely aims at truth in epistemic domains, as it might aim at the good in the ethical, and the beautiful in the aesthetic. There is no similar dignity in how a mere device mechanically attains its success, however consequentially good that success may be, and however reliably the device might deliver its truths. 3. There is insight in that account, but it misresidential as a critique of virtue reliabilism. Reliability required by virtue reliabilism for the epistemic standing of a belief is a necessary condition. It is never supposed that all knowledge is to be found at the level of animal knowledge. Nowhere in the writings that develop virtue reliabilism is there any restriction to such basic faculties or to the representations that we humans share with lower brutes so as to give us our animal knowledge. Virtue reliabilism does not restrict the representations of human animals to those of functional teleology, as with the deliverances of our perceptual systems and their immediately corresponding functional beliefs. A higher human judgment is also explicitly recognized, one involving higher faculties also subject to the AAA/SSS virtue epistemic structure. 6. And such higher epistemic performance is given the very same analysis that is left at a more determinable level in the earlier discussions of 228. Animal knowledge. Earlier the focus is on examples of animal knowledge at elementary levels such as the Cartesian or the Muirian. Main target of analysis is then simple, RST order animal knowledge, which admits functional teleology, though it need not remain at that implicit functional level. If someone asks Ren is the Rion in the replace, he would presumably have a look and might conclude through conscious inquiry that yes, here in the replace there is a re. But it is absurd to suppose that the focus of Descartes and more on such elementary cases revealed a lack of interest in more sophisticated knowledge, or an interest restricted to only the elementary cases. THEIR focus is obviously meant to reveal the depth of problems that arise more clearly even in such simple, elementary cases. It is certainly not due to a myopia that puts the more sophisticated cases beyond them. And that is certainly how it is with reliabilist virtue epistemology. The objective is initially an account of knowledge defensible against the skeptical attacks found in the history of epistemology from the Greeks to Descartes and beyond. Moreover, a higher reactive knowledge is always explicitly recognized. And the basic concept of adroit competence has never been restricted to the basic animal faculties of perception, memory, etc. What has misled many, I surmise, is the terminology of a knowledge that is animal. THs may have unfortunately suggested that the sort of RST order knowledge of interest to reliabilist virtue epistemology is only the sort of knowledge that we share with animals generally. But my animal knowledge, like Descartes' cognitio, is the knowledge that a knower would have even unaided by any reactive higher order perspective. It is left open that no human knowledge is ever purely animal, unlike perhaps the sort of knowledge that may be found in animals lower on the evolutionary scale. So, purely animal knowledge may never appear among adult humans, who always have an at least implicit involvement of higher order endorsement in any of their knowledgeable beliefs. Moreover, the judgments and beliefs that qualify as cases of animal knowledge among adult humans are mostly derived from competences that go far beyond basic perception, memory, etc. Even without rising much above the level of RST order perception, that is because of the essential involvement in such adult human perceptual knowledge of perceptual discrimination and perceptual judgment that far surpasses the basic levels of animal belief. We need not even invoke art critics, wine connoisseurs, or our sensitivity to other minds. Just consider the enormous scope for human perceptual uptake in a technological setting such as ours, where we perceptually identify innumerable devices and settings as we navigate our physical and virtual environments. It suggests how much gathering of complex fact is accomplished constantly by adult humans, even without invoking the aid of higher order assessment. So, we can distinguish the sufficiently competent exercise of such competences, and understand the RST order aptness that a thinker might attain thereby, even if that is never unaccompanied by higher order endorsement. Such aptness of alethic judgment and belief can then count as RST order aptness, and hence as animal knowledge, even if no human beyond the age or reason ever attains such aptness with perfect RST order purity untouched by reactive competence. Although my view has stayed the same, its focus has shifted explicitly to the judgmental knowledge that requires the conscious pondering of a detective, an art critic, or a philosopher. It is not to change the view, in the sense of recanting. It is rather to develop a view that was already determinably there. New emphasis, especially in judgment and agency, is on the more sophisticated pondering or thought that leads agentially to the making of a judgment, or the forming of a belief. For human knowledge can attain the highest levels of such distinctively human dignity, but must still satisfy the requirements of competent reliability and pertinent aptness. THSA requirements must be met not only by the functional knowledge that attains its proper aims of accurate representation found in the elementary perceptual knowledge of a re or a hand. THEY must also be met by the judgmental knowledge that attains its epistemic aims through the consciously deliberative engagement of our higher, more distinctively human intellectual faculties. In fact, the point can be made by showing how Descartes himself is a virtue reliabilist, a radical one. The internalist-in-chief of the tradition, whose main epistemic faculty of judgment resides in the will, is an extremist reliabilist. After all, what sort of reliability did he require for epistemic certainty? As is clear and distinct in the early paragraphs of the THIRD meditation, what is required for Cartesian certainty is nothing less than infallible reliability, and the account of such certainty does not stop with truth and psychological assurance. Rather, it involves a virtue reliabilism of aptness, of full aptness indeed. Or so I have argued in detail elsewhere. 7. F. What sorts of virtues are constitutive of knowledge? 1. Finally, we return to the relation between ethics and epistemology. By focusing on the titular question of the present section, can we not discern a further critique according to which virtue reliabilism overlooks character traits of special interest to virtue responsibilism, among which open-mindedness and intellectual courage have held center stage along with intellectual humility? Responsibilist virtues are said to involve giving proper weight to moral and other value considerations. Here's an example of how that is supposed to go. Take intellectual courage. It is supposed to concern a judgment that weighs personal safety and moral considerations along with whatever needs to be considered in determining truth reliably enough. Prudential and moral concerns are thus in play along with accuracy in the exercise of such responsibilist virtues. The exercise of such intellectual courage thus often depends on the agent's weighing of personal risk. 2. I agree that there are such virtues, even obviously so. They are part of the wisdom of intellectual ethics, which weighs such values when they come into concept in human life. Far from denying that, I myself would emphatically affirm it. What virtue reliabilism denies is that these responsibilist virtues are constitutive of human knowledge. Someone negligent or even reckless with regard to the morality or prudence of their inquiry may still attain the very highest levels of proper epistemic certainty as an outcome of their researches. And that remains true regardless of how objectionable. 230. Their inquiry may be in prudential or moral respects. Gnoseological assessment of inquiry and its resulting judgments is enacted by such prudential or moral assessment. Suppose we understand conscientiousness as a virtue whose exercise enables agents to avoid pertinent negligence and recklessness. In my view, that is a broad, determinable category, with determinate sorts falling under it. In particular, conscientiousness comes in sharply distinguishable prudential, moral, and gnoseological sorts. 3. My reference to gnoseology is meant to distinguish a subdiscipline of epistemology concerned to understand knowledge and skepticism and pure inquiry in particular. A broader epistemology also includes questions of intellectual applied ethics and prudence. These are akin to the questions of medical ethics and business ethics. Applied ethics of the X sort is generally ethics restricted to performances of the X sort. They might be of the medical sort in one case, of the business sort in a second, and of the intellectual sort, broadly conceived, in a third. Intellectual performances include those of inquiry and those of judgment, among others. And these would seem accessible in whatever ways human performances are accessible, which include prudential and moral assessment, and not only assessment of judgments and beliefs with a view to whether they amount to knowledge. Still, it is this latter restriction that is distinctive of the theory of knowledge, of how knowledge is constituted and attained. Is the sort of theory that we now label gnoseology for convenience of thought and communication. G. What is required for fully apt X success? 1. I have advanced several distinctions and theses for the case of knowledge, in theory of knowledge, in gnoseology. Confusion and miscommunication can come of ignoring these distinctions and theses and smudging together all ways of assessing performances in our intellectual domains. We can better appreciate how and why this is so if we extend the controversy to all domains of human performance, not only the intellectual, but also the domains of athletic, artistic, and professional performance. Take simple examples like those of competition tennis and chess. THEAAA/SSS theoretical structure applies straightforwardly to these. Here again we can distinguish the apt and fully apt performances. A commentator at Wimbledon or at a World Chess Championship might effusively praise a particularly impressive move as brilliantly apt, where it would be obvious that the assessment is restricted to considerations relevant to the ends and competences proper to the domain. Commentators might possibly take note of something cruel in the performance of a participant, but this would hardly affect the tennis assessment of a brilliant ace, despite the cruelty you might end in that ace as a concluding demolition of a much weaker opponent who had won not a single point in that match. Cruelty is just irrelevant to the correct assessment of that blazing ace as a great serve. 2. In making that point we of course ascend also to whether the commentator's assessment is itself correct and indeed apt. What anyhow are the proper aims of a TV commentator in their running commentary? Even if we recognize that there are aims proper to the art of such commentary, which go beyond simply stating the plain truth, it remains plainly true that the winning serve was a wonderful, fully apt performance as a tennis shot, as is evident and known to every witness of it in the stands. It moreover still seems correct even for the mind and speech of anyone among the losing player's family and close friends. It might be improper and even cruel for someone personally close to rub in the losing player's disgrace by highlighting the brilliance of that concluding serve. But that still does not accept the aptness of the commentator's belief, and even the aptness of their public statement, nor would it accept the tennis aptness of the private judgment by the close friend or relative, nor even the tennis aptness of their public statement, if they were cruel enough to make such a statement. Suppose that in making that affirmation you were trying to get it right on the tennis quality of the serve. Of course, you might have been trying to do any number of other things in making that affirmation, including embarrassing and insulting the loser. But if we focus simply on your allothic attempt to get it right on whether the blazing ace was any shot, then no doubt this attempt of yours was correct, aptly so, and even fully aptly so. To think otherwise is to fall prey to confusion. Is especially so if we just focus on the private thoughts of an onlooking assessor, but they seem true even of the pertinent public affirmations, so long as we focus on merely allothic attempts. Of course, the full aptness of an allothic attempt is compatible with the awful unwisdom of the public utterance involved in that attempt. Utterance might be unwise, cruel, inappropriate, wholly deplorable, despite the excellent and full aptness of the allothic attempt that the speaker makes through that utterance. Finally, even less would the cruelty accept the aptness and the full aptness of the serve itself, not if this aptness and full aptness are restricted to the tennis aptness and full aptness of the tennis player's performance as they attempt to ace the opponent. His attempt clearly does attain its objective, and does so aptly and fully aptly. 3. In conclusion, I suggest that the domain of intellectual performances is one more domain of accessible human performance. Cruelty is neither here nor there as concerns our distinctively nosological assessment, our assessment of judgment and inquiry with respect to the proper aims distinctive of such performance. On the other hand, conscientiousness is very much involved in epistemic assessment, but it must be conscientiousness of the epistemic sort, which leaves aside any moral or prudential concerns. It must be the conscientiousness that avoids any epistemic negligence or recklessness in arriving at one's judgment, such as the negligence or recklessness involved in rash judgment that omits sufficient inquiry. It is such nosological conscientiousness that is constitutive of human knowledge, and it alone is a form of conscientiousness in the charmed inner circle of the telic normativity of theory of knowledge, where the traditional issues of knowledge and skepticism have their home. Is just to state a historical fact. It is not to disparage an intellectual ethics with its own important place alongside other forms of applied. 232. Ethics, such as medical ethics and business ethics. Such disparagement could not possibly be further from my intent. More on reliabilist versus responsibilist virtue theory and the charmed inner circle 1. Xiang Wang's contribution, Chapter 6, is a thorough and insightful discussion of the two supposed branches of virtue epistemology, along with an intriguing comparison with Wang Yangming's meta-ethics. An important part of my response to Huang is found in section E, above. The problem with the view that separates the two supposed branches of virtue theory is that it misconceives the content of virtue reliabilism. My virtue reliabilism has never restricted itself to the so-called faculties that we share with the other animals. What it requires for knowledge, even at the level of apt belief, is that a competence be exercised, an adroitness, such that its exercise guides an attempt to get it right on a question whether such as a judgment or a judgmental belief. And this exercise of competence or adroitness must then manifest in the success of that attempt. Never has my view been restricted to basic faculties such as perception, memory, etc. THEAAA/SSS structure requires a middle A of adroitness, but this adroitness would definitely include the higher rational and reactive competences that are the pride of humanity. And such rational, reactive competences would require the avoidance of any negligence or recklessness that would spoil performance, particularly at the reactive level, where risk of failure must be assessed with competent adroitness. Despite the disagreement I have noted, I admire Huang's chapter and its deep understanding of the issues and of my own take on those issues. I on Buddhist detachment and its virtue theoretic T1. Tao Zhang, chapter 5, takes note of a distinction between two sides of virtue epistemology, the reliabilist and the responsibilist. As I have argued, this is a distinction too often invoked as a basis for a false dichotomy. On one side we endy a reliabilist epistemology of competences such as those of perception, memory, and basic inference, basic faculties that we share with the lower animals. On the other side we are invited to consider the more sophisticated reactive competences distinctive of the animal that is rational. Here are found distinctive competences of professions such as medicine and law, which enable sophisticated diagnoses and adjudication, along with the intellectual skills and abilities distinctive of detectives, scientists, and aesthetic critics. Such sophisticated knowledge lies beyond the competence of even the most intelligent furry mammals. Any suggestion that reliabilist virtue epistemology is restricted to such animal knowledge has I hope been put to rest already. Is it only such basic faculties that deliver knowledge when manifest in the truth and the aptness of a judgment or belief? Clearly not. Humans excel intellectually with competence to discern truth reliably enough through the sorts of reactive access distinctive of the rational animal. Granted, I do distinguish between the broadly epistemic character traits of special interest to responsibilists, such as open-mindedness and intellectual courage, but I say that these have a place in epistemology mainly by putting us in a position to know the answers to questions into which we may inquire. Are they competences whose exercise is constitutive of knowledge? Should we welcome them under the umbrella of virtue reliabilism? Responsibilists emphasize that the traits of special interest to them involve not just the concern for apt accuracy dear to the virtue reliabilist. Mixed into responsibilist intellectual courage and open-mindedness are moral concerns. Admirably courageous or open-minded agents are supposed to embody within their pertinent traits a discernment that enables them to give proper weight to distinctive moral concerns that help guide inquiry. Whether you are properly courageous or properly open-minded is thus determined by the proper weight that you allot to whatever moral issues may be in play as you decide how to conduct your inquiry. Here again I am not at all tempted to deny that there are such virtues, such character traits essentially constituted by ability to a. discern what is morally desirable in one's inquiry, and b. to give that its proper weight in how one inquires. What I do want to deny is that the exercise of such morally constituted character traits is constitutive of knowledge or of the sort of epistemic justification or competence whose exercise can constitute such knowledge or justification. So, I conclude that traditional epistemology, which is focally concerned with knowledge and skepticism, is best recognized as a distinctive category under the broad tent of epistemology, broadly conceived. How so? 3. Gnoseology is concerned with knowledge and how it is constituted. It is concerned with the sort of epistemic justification that can help constitute such knowledge. And this sort of justification is importantly disjoint from many obviously weighty values. It is unaffected by values not concerned with accuracy and its truth-relatedly competent attainment. Thus it disregards moral, aesthetic, and prudential values as irrelevant to its focal concern to understand knowledge and how this is constituted. Clarity is at a premium here, as the issues are subtly evasive. I certainly do not mean that those who aspire to know must disregard the moral or other practical or aesthetic values that may be relevant to inquiry or to any other intellectual action. Rather, I mean only that in assessing whether a belief amounts to knowledge, we must focus on the gnoseological competences aimed at reliable enough attainment of truth and aptness. 4. There is much of great interest in Jiang's discussion of Buddhist detachment, but I must focus on the matters of direct relevance to my virtue epistemology, and how it is related to that Buddhist virtue. Here Zhang proposes that when Buddhists are able to detach, they gain insight that had been blocked by the corresponding attachment, presumably. Is remarkably similar to St. Paul's metaphor of scales that fall from his eyes. Both cases presuppose that humans have an underlying competence to get it right, a competence that is obstructed, whether by attachment or by scales. Any ability that enables us to unblock such intellectual competence is then a trait that goes. 234. Beyond mere animal faculties such as our faculties of vision or hearing. And the exercise of such ability can then be constitutive of true knowledge. It's after all through its exercise that we attain reliable access to the truth, an access that is otherwise denied to our benighted human fellows. We have just now stumbled on another familiar metaphor, that of the obscurity or darkness that blocks us from attaining even basic perceptual knowledge, where we need relief from the darkness that prevents them from giving us access to some distinctive body of truths. 5th air is a common element to both familiar metaphors, that of scales falling from one's eyes, and that of darkness removed by enlightenment. In each case, a human intellectual faculty is blocked from proper functioning by something removable through some procedure, the removal of the scales, or the provision of light. Eventually professionals might even be tasked with the competent performance of such procedures. Competences exercised by these professionals might then be aided by distinctive instruments, such as scalpels or lanterns. Suppose you had been unable to see the large tree before you, because of scales or because of darkness. Now the truth is revealed through the operation of your visual faculty, now obstructed by neither scales nor darkness. You now form your belief that the tree is there before you, something you had only suspected. Now you see clearly and distinctly the outlines of that tree before you in good light. Here there is an exercise of a vision-aided faculty, of a disposition to get it right reliably when you try to get it right, aided by the deliverances of your eyesight in proper conditions for its exercise. In the new condition, no scales, good light, your disposition to get it right on such a question is highly likely to succeed. It is a highly reliable disposition, competence, intellectual virtue. And when the accuracy of your judgment or belief thus manifests a reliable enough competence, your intellectual performance is an apt success, here an apt belief, and a sort of knowledge. 6. Consider again the removal of the scales, the provision of the light, or the Buddhist detachment. Are these constitutive of the knowledge that they make possible? Arguably they are only auxiliary. Put one in a position to exercise one's corresponding competences unblocked by such disabling factors. So, the true visual competence requires good light and eyes unblocked by scales. It is the good view with unblocked eyes in good light that is constitutively involved in the competence manifest in one's getting it right about the tree. And, arguably, that is how it would be with Buddhist detachment. Attachment, to a conventional ontological framework installed culturally, functions like scales that preclude proper access to deep Buddhist truth. Proper access requires a mind's eye unblocked by bad conventional preconceptions. Detachment enables access to truth made plain only when we overcome the conventional blinkers or scales. 7. Granted, we can debate how much to include in the constitution of the knowledge attained through proper competence. Is because we can disagree on how to conceive of the competences whose exercise has a true belief for upshot. Do we include what was done to remove the scales, or to provide the light? Or do we declare these to be just auxiliary to the acquisition of the truly constitutive competence, which is simply unscaled eyes operating in good light, etc.? Similarly, it would be debatable whether Buddhist detachment is constitutive of the attainment of the deep truths of Buddhist metaphysics. Or should we rather say that it is only an auxiliary competence that enables us to attain the access to that truth now unimpeded by such conventional scales on our mind's eye? 8. Nevertheless, all of that should be put to one side. It is on the other side that we end the responsibilist character traits such as open-mindedness and intellectual courage. Is because of the responsibilist insistence that these are morally constituted at least in essential part. THEY involve the ability to discern the important moral values that may be involved in the pertinent conduct of inquiry, for example, and the ability to give them their proper weight in determining how to guide one's inquiry. Such responsibilist traits are thus morally tinged, or otherwise practically tinged. By contrast, we should recognize gnosiological varieties of such traits as open-mindedness and intellectual courage. THSA gnosiological varieties would govern proper truth-directed inquiry. And it is this gnosiological conscientiousness that could help constitute apt alethicamation, or apt judgment, and thereby knowledge. J. Knowing even more fully well? 1. Yong Huang, Chapter 12, understands and expounds the essentials of my view full well, and has my gratitude for the close and insightful reading. But he concludes that the view falls short and requires a further development in line with the moral philosophy of Wang Yangming. So, that will be our topic in this section. 2. Let's focus on the case of moral judgment, decision, and action. You come to believe that you ought to on a certain occasion, and this belief of yours may be true, apt, and fully apt. Its correctness manifests your pertinent competence, and so does even its aptness. Its aptness is not just a matter of luck, as you bring it about that your judgment is apt, and you do so through your competence to assess your pertinent order moral competence and your skill to judge aptly given your shape and situation. 3. Suppose, however, that despite your knowledge that you ought then to you still fail to Should we then leave it open that you might still know full well that you ought to Huang answers in the negative, drawing inspiration from Wang. And Chad Hansen also writes in a similar vein about ancient Chinese philosophy, as when he says that know-to is prescriptive knowledge. Knowledge is expressed in actions, since know-to is not merely intellectual but includes attitudinal ingredients, desires and aversions. Hansen 1992, 253. Huang NDS a similar view in John McDowell and Mark Platts, who are said to appeal to a unitary attitude of desire. 8. THEY consider belief and desire to be not two separate mental states but two mutually inseparable aspects of one single mental state. 236. TH's broad set of issues has an extensive literature that goes back to ancient Greek philosophy, and it is fascinating, and in a way reassuring, to see its important presence in similar forms, even if somewhat diurently, also in ancient Chinese philosophy, as well as in very recent contemporary analytic philosophy. For one important issue in this vicinity is that of weakness of will, akrasia. What is its nature and is it really possible? Can an agent really believe with full conviction that they ought to even when the time for action comes and they fail to not because they are unable but only because they are unwilling? Although these issues are in the vicinity, we need not settle them here, or even enter deeply into them, as we will focus on an independent question. Suppose the agent believes that they ought to but lacks the desire to even just in being unwilling to Would it not speak better of them if their will aligned better with their knowledgeable conviction that they ought to Yes, that seems hard to deny. What is not so obvious is that this is because of some failure on the side of their belief. But wait, might they not fail simply because their conduct falls short of the required full conviction? Ths might be so, but it is far less plausible that it must be so. If we reject that this must be so, however, then why should we think that the knowledge involved must fall short of the epistemic heights? Why should we think that it must fall short of knowledge full well, at least knowledge that is as good as it gets in epistemic respects? It is not so plausible that it must fall short in that way. 5. As for the idea of an attitude of desire, here's how I would propose to accommodate that. Suppose an agent S believes that they ought to and also desires, or, better, fully intends, to even when the moment of action comes. It might be thought that there is then automatically an attitude of so desiring, intending, while so believing. Ths is just a conjunctive state, like the conjunctive state of walking while chewing gum. But that is not what is meant, comes the rejoinder. What we mean is a unitary state of desiring, which in its unity is very unlike any mere conjunction of walking and chewing gum. And, yes, that is a fair point. An agent who merely conjoined the knowledge that they ought to owe with their willing, desiring, to owe would be objectionably disjointed. We want a tighter unity. How can we make room in our virtue theory for the possibility of such a desirable tighter unity? 6. What is the proper aim of willing, intending, desiring? Some will say that it's the deontological right, some that it's the consequentialist good, or the best of the competing options, all things considered, and some will say that it often is, properly, the prudential good of the agent. Let us say, more ecumenically and determinably, that it is the to be done, so that we can avoid taking sides unnecessarily, so that we can cover all forms of proper agency, including even what is to be done at a certain juncture in a given tennis or chess match, and, even more, what is to be done, all things considered. Consider then willing to owe, or intending to owe, or aiming to owe, any of which we might label desiring for present purposes, where our theoretical objective is just to fashion a template. In so desiring, the agent then aims to do the thing that is then to be done. Again, for our purposes of theorizing with schematic generality, we focus on the structural place reserved by that template, one that can be led in the way of prudence, or of morality, or of whatever practical objectives might be to the fore. Suppose owing is indeed what you are to do on that occasion. And suppose you do then owe. How do we assess your action, or deed? Well, if you do owe and owing was the thing for you to do, then you owe successfully, whether this takes a form of satisfying a moral contract, or taking the consequentially best of the available options, or acting for the best prudentially, etc. Your then owing might or might not manifest pertinent adroitness, or competence. And, plausibly, a large part if not all of that adroit competence will reside in your deliberation on what is to be done. Th's deliberation may proceed more or less competently, and is intended to yield a judgment on your part as to what you are then to do, which more specifically would be a judgment on whether you are to owe. If your success is not by luck but through competence, then you will rely in your attempt to owe on your corresponding judgment that you are to owe. And the adroitness of your owing will derive from the adroitness of your judgment, combined with the practical rational adroitness involved in your willing and attempting, trying, in accord with your best judgment, and because of that judgment. If your attempt succeeds, so that you do then owe, and thereby do what was to be done, then the success of your attempt, your doing what was to be done, will be in accord with the adroitness of your attempt, so that its success will come about not just by luck but as a manifestation of the adroitness of your attempt on that occasion. Your attempt will thus be apt. 9. 7. I have here aimed to apply a virtue theoretic approach beyond episteme to praxis, while aiming for a view that can cover forms of concern that have been labeled moral by philosophers of practice, whether consequentialist or deontological, etc., but also other forms, such as the prudential, the aesthetic, and I would also argue the ludic, this last in order to cover domains of human sport and play. In all of that rich diversity of human performance we end a virtue theoretic structure in a theory of attempts, with its distinctive AAA/SSS constitution. I am delighted to have learned how deeply ingrained in Chinese philosophy is the interest in theorizing about such phenomena. Even if the greats of the Chinese traditions do not agree on every point with the contemporary virtue theoretic approaches, just as they do not agree on every point with each other, and just as there is similar diversity among contemporary theorists, it is still gratifying indeed to learn of the deep similarities of theoretical aims along with parallel ways and means. It is my response to the chapters that focus on the main issues of my virtue epistemology, ones that related closely to the history of Chinese philosophy. I am also grateful for comments that do not focus specifically on those central issues of my work, and so I'd like now to conclude by commenting also on those chapters. 238. Part 2. A. Skepticism. Skepticism is at the center of Yu Ming Feng's chapter 10, whose scope is vast and variedly rich, to an extent that I could not possibly cover in these brief comments. So, I will restrict myself to one pointed and important question about brains in a vat, BIV, skepticism posed to me. When I present the problem of external world skepticism, I do so in part through the example of a recently invatted brain, one excised from a normal human knower. I say that this BIV thinker might then conceivably be detached from the world beyond, in a sense of normal, not Buddhist, detachment, but Feng descents by suggesting that my BIV would just be attached in some way different from the normal. And I take the point, even if arguably it is conceivable, logically possible, maybe even metaphysically possible, that there be a possible world where such a BIV arises spontaneously with a sequence of uncaused events at its periphery indistinguishable from a sequence of events at the periphery of some brain normally housed in a normal skull of a normal live body. Even abstaining from such wild science-tion, I could opt for a less radical notion of detachment that amounts simply to not normally attached, in accordance with human normalcy. And I believe my reasoning could then proceed in terms of this more specific concept of detachment. I regret that I cannot go further into Professor Feng's rich and informative chapter. B. The recti cation of names and joining virtue epistemology with Confucianism Yingjin Su's chapter 9, is intricate in ways that are interesting but hard to grasp. Let me give just one example that will perhaps suggest the sort of difficulty that I am having, although the detailed and full discussion contributed by Professor Su Oers hope that such difficulties could be bridged, given enough time and discussion in depth. Su writes, a Confucian scholar would simply cast doubt on the JTB statuses of the target beliefs themselves by asking a further question: under what kind of reason can a Getty or case builder say that both target beliefs are just ed? The 2 target beliefs are those featured in 2 examples used by Edmund Gettier in his famous refutation of the just ed true belief, JTB, account of propositional knowledge. Case 2 in Su's presentation is a case that according to Gettier falls under the following pattern. It is a case where a thinker just edly believes that P, deduces from this that either P or Q, and believes this conclusion on the basis of their competent deduction, so that, as is supposed by Gettier and by just about everyone who has responded to Gettier's brief article, the thinker is thereby also just ed in believing that P or Q. However, it turns out false that P, and it is true that P or Q only because it is true that Q. And so, the intuitive conclusion to which readers have been powerfully drawn is that the thinker in the example has a just ed true belief, JTB, that is not knowledge. The thinker is supposed to have a just ed true belief that P or Q without knowing that P or Q. Here now is Su's treatment of that Gettier case. Now let's turn to the Confucian analysis of case 2. What is involved here is a disjunctive proposition. Suppose that a Confucian scholar now barely accepts the deductive rule that a disjunctive proposition is true if and only if at least one of its disjunct is true. Hence, she may deduce from this that a disjunctive proposition is just ed if and only if at least one of its disjunct is just ed. But she will immediately gurr out that neither of the disjunct is just ed. Here I am unable to follow Su's lead. I cannot believe that a disjunction is just ed if and only if at least one of the disjunct is just ed. From this it would follow that I cannot be just ed in believing an immense number of disjunctions that I take myself to be obviously just ed in believing, namely, every disjunction of the form that I in fact do believe, and am just ed in believing despite having no clue as to which of the disjunct is true. Nevertheless, Su's chapter strikes me as a very interesting discussion that draws extensively on his familiarity with works in the philosophical tradition of Confucius. And so I welcome it for its potential to join together virtue epistemology and elements of Confucianism in a way that seems well worth exploring. See reactive knowledge. In his lucid and engaging chapter, Liu Chung, chapter 8, proposes that a form of reactive knowledge accords better than does mine with certain views in Chinese philosophy. The proposal is that reactive knowledge can be present through apt belief that one's RST order belief is true. I require something stronger for reactive knowledge. It must be apt belief that one's RST order belief is apt, rather than just true. But I am not convinced that the new, weaker proposal can really help. Here is why. 10. The proposal is that reactive knowledge derives simply from apt meta-belief that one's belief that P is true, not from apt meta-belief that one's belief that P is apt. But the new reactive knowledge then seems equivalent to animal knowledge, to RST order apt belief. Once one believes, on the RST order, that P, then if one so much as raises, on the second order, the question of whether one believes correctly, one must surely believe that one does. If either the RST order or the second order belief is apt, moreover, then so is the other, one will believe aptly that P if and only if one believes aptly that one correctly believes that P, modulo one simply posing the question whether one does believe correctly. Such reactive knowledge hence collapses into animal knowledge, but, regrettably, without adding much of epistemic significance. Despite this disagreement, I found much to agree with in Cheng's chapter 240. D. Buddhism and Pyrrhonism 1. Chinese philosophy is often said to be practical, whereas Western philosophy is said to be theoretical and speculative, but this overlooks the importance of philosophy as a way of life in Greek philosophy, not only for Stoics and Epicureans, but also for Pyrrhonian skeptics. Wisdom was of course important to all lovers of wisdom. 2. Despite much concurrence with Gregor Paul, chapter 4, we disagree on one point. I cannot believe that the discussion of skepticism is just a conceited and unimportant display of cleverness. For the Pyrrhonian skeptics, it is a vital matter of how life ought to be lived. THEIR form of skepticism leads to the contentment that they require for a happy life. Let us consider how they are led to that outcome. Let's look at the stages of their trajectory, if only briefly and abstractly. A. First come the modes, the argument forms that lead to equipollence, to a balance of reasons on both sides of any issue. B. Such equipollence then leads to suspension of judgment on any question they may take up. C. And suspension nally results in a freedom from disturbance, a blissful calm. 3. Ths is in sharp contrast with what Tao Zhang sees as the Buddhist route to detachment, or non-attachment. I gather that Buddhist detachment is based on a metaphysical commitment to a certain truth about the world, that of emptiness, according to Jiang's exposition of the nature and basis of Buddhist detachment. Earlier, in section I above, I discussed how his highlighted detachment might bear on virtue epistemology, in its two supposed branches, the reliabilist and the responsibilist. Now I'd like to comment briefly on another aspect of Jiang's chapter 5, one that may hold considerable historical and substantive interest. 4. There is a striking divergence between Buddhist detachment and Pyrrhonian equipollence and suspension. 4. It is precisely the absence of any metaphysical or other cognitive commitment that supposedly frees one from disturbance and grants peace. Pyrrhonists would not have found the Buddhist route easy to accept. By use of their famous argumentative modes, they would have tried to undermine any metaphysical condens allegedly supportive or Buddhist detachment, such as any condens about metaphysical emptiness. For the Pyrrhonists it is not condens but suspension that secures calm detachment from disturbing cares. And on reaction this raises a question at the heart of Pyrrhonian skepticism and its way of life allegedly freed from disturbance. The question arises because frustration is just one variety of disturbance. Frustration does of course follow the disappointment of disbelieving what you favor, or believing what you oppose. On any given question what Pyrrhonian equipollence entails is the absence of belief on that question. And once you take away belief you take away disappointment, since disappointment is constituted essentially by belief, together with favoring or opposing. However, the frustration of disappointment is not our only source of disturbance. We are also subject to anxiety, which is disturbing in its own way. Here I mean the anxiety that results if you intensely favor or oppose some outcome while you are in serious doubt on whether that outcome will come about. Makes it unclear just how the epistemic practice of Pyrrhonism is supposed to further freedom from disturbance in its way of life. If suspension is an essential component in disturbing anxiety, it is unclear how Pyrrhonian practice can really protect us from disturbance and grant us blissful calm. 11. So, it is not clear that the Pyrrhonian route to blissful calm is superior to the Buddhist route.